A new meta is rising. Welcome to the stream. It's going to be a SFT today. A big, thick one, by the way. This one's going to be fat. It's going to be 6 rounds of standard play, followed up by a semifinal or grand final. So at the very least, it's going to be 8 games. There might be like a tiebreaker or something like that, but we will see. What's going on? What's cooking? Very excited for this. Going to be super fun. Freaking had a power outage this morning, so we didn't have cell service, internet, or power for most of the morning. Thankfully, it did come on a little bit later. But we're good to go. So forget that. Internet's good, stable, no complaints. Hopefully I didn't put a curse on it and it's going to start lagging, but we will see. So let us get it going. All right, so tourney's going to be starting in 1 minute right now. We have a big old thick tournament, by the way. We have over 50 people signed up. Elite infantry are certainly going to be a little bit more on the menu with 7 capture weight, except Blackworks. Everybody's laughing at them. But aside from the Blackworks, everybody else got some dang capture weight in terms of elite troopers. Greatsword's obviously not quite elite enough to get it, but I love that change, by the way. I love it. All right, so let's get this going here. Let's do all the refreshes, all the signups, and have some fun. What's up? How you guys doing? Tactical Turin Online. That's right, man. That's right. So tourney's going to be starting right about now, so I'm going to refresh it, and then we are going to launch the tournament, and we should be good to go from there. Yeah, Hammer is getting elite capture weight, and Norgelming's Ironbreakers and Giant Slayers. So Giant Slayers on the Dwarvish roster actually have 7 capture weight, which is really interesting. Yeah, Bestigor's got skipped too, which is really funny. Europa Birds are go. Always nice to catch you live on this side of the pond. How's the house? Everything's going good. Everything's going good. Thank you for asking. Okay, so let me get this launched here. Everybody who is checked in, and that's going to be that. And we are going to generate the bracket for the first round. GLHF. By the way, you have some new maps tonight. Super excited. I hope the players pick them. If they don't, I'm going to make sure to showcase them. Shout out to Wacka Wacka 3000 for the glorious new maps. Very pumped to see them in action. And I should probably check to see if I'm actually on the right clients. Or the right, let's see. So we go to Domination. And what new maps do we have? So we have, was it Garrison it was? Fiery. Okay, so Maelstrom. Do I need to restart my map pack? There's certainly a chance that I need to. It said it was up to date, the map pack. The Blazing Ramparts. Yeah, so this is one of our new maps as well. Very pumped for this. We have 4 new maps, 1 for each of the Chaos Gods. So hyped to see that in action. All right, so we got our first round, and let's go find a good matchup, man. It's got to be good. All right, so we could do Lord Shaftesbury versus Charix is potentially fun. Reginald Puggington is there. Anticity versus Opal Black Bear. Oh, that could be a fun matchup too. But I think we'll get to one of his games later. And Dandikin Jimmy Beans. All right, so let me announce this. Let everybody know that we're live. And Goblins, we're live. Okay. Good luck. Have fun. Round 1. And let's get into a game. Man, there's so many good ones. All right, we're going to do Subutai versus Apostate Prostate. That's going to be fun. All right, Subutai, lobby code, please. And Apostate Prostate will get in there as well. Yeah, I'm just casting today because I figured that there are so many changes and so many factions that got like reworked a little bit that I wanted to be able to jump around and see different factions. Because if it's just me playing, then you're only going to be seeing Nurgle every game, right? Whereas if I'm casting, we're going to be able to jump around and see changes across the board. Wolf Gaming, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate you. And we can get Apostate in there as well. So Apostate. This might be Vampire Counts versus Chorus, I'm not sure. But it is an opportunity for us to see the Elite Troopers. All right. Okay, let me see this. Okay, just doing a little bit of admin work here. Got the lobby code for round 1. Okay, and let's refresh this. Is that an invalid game code? How dare he send me a bad code? I have been tricked for the last time. Okay. Tommy Mommy, oh Jesus, dude. Jesus. All right, passcode for the lobby is going to be that. Okay. In his lobby, join us. Okay. I'm glad I'm adminning today, though, because today's a really fat tournament. Yeah, it's a fat one. Okay, I think I should be able to add them. Perfect. So just adding one person a little bit late, which is going to get rid of a buy round here. Should be all right. And was he able to get in there? Okay, so I need to do a tiny bit of admin work here, which is going to be fine. And then we'll jump into the first matchup and see what's cooking here. By the way, if anybody wants to see a really heavy-duty breakdown of the actual patch notes, I did a full video. It's about an hour long. I published it just before the stream started. So if you guys want to see the patch note breakdown, like in between games or have it on the side, whatever. So that should be good. Okay, so Subutai is on his way, and it looks like this is going to be Chaos Dwarves versus most likely Vampire Counts. This is actually a very fun matchup. Yes, it is a good time. We're going to be streaming all day this week. All day, every day. It's going to be fun. We're going to have fat tournaments a little bit earlier in the day, around like noonish my time. So for those of you in Europe, it'll be like 8, 9 o'clock, and hopefully that will be solid. All right, so let's get you in there, and hopefully we don't screw anything up. Tournament sign up. We're going to do this, and we are going to do. Okay, that is going to be That's going to be Turin. Trying to see the name of the tournament here. New patch. Okay, new patch. Got to copy this word for word. Sorry, guys. I'm getting a late ad signed up. Trying to get him in the event and checked in. There we go. Please don't crash the whole tournament because of one person. Come on. Come on, baby. Any patch note review? Yeah, we can talk about it, of course. And you're going to be seeing a lot of the patch notes today as well. Yeah, which is going to be fun. Apostate's dreaded streamer curse is coming true if he loses this one. No, this is where he breaks the curse. Oh, are we going to be on a new map? So this is one of our new maps. It's called the Putrefying Carcass. It's a Nurgle map, and it has like the ruins of a giant beast on it, if I'm not mistaken. I hope they play it. So Vampire Counts, Chaos Dwarves. This is fun. Okay, so let's talk about changes. I reviewed the patch notes pretty deeply last night. So for the Chaos Dwarves, we've seen a massive nerf to their Sorcerer Prophets. The Amulet of Blood and Darkness only has a 100-meter range now, okay? Which is really, really massive. So no more free map-wide healing for the Sorcerer Prophet, you know? On top of that, Iron Demons have got a cost increase. Vampire Counts, the only thing on Vampire Counts that really got nerfed was the White Kings got a very minor nerf, really not that big of a deal. And they got a ton of cost reductions on their units. Blood Knights are cheaper. I believe Crypt Ghouls are also cheaper. There's a couple other things as well. So they got some good stuff. Dagda says, I'm Polish, night shift at the moment. Well, I got you covered. Dziękuję bardzo for hanging out, and we're gonna be having some good times here. All right, so let's do this, and then we're gonna go to the tournament page and do that. And let's get it. Yeah, so really, really good stuff, honestly. I like the patch a lot. What I'm most excited about is to see how the elite infantry shake things up, or if they even shake things up, or people just play the ways they were playing before, right? That is kind of what I'm thinking. You know, curious to see it. Okay. There we are. Just waiting for this, and then we're going to add this person, and then we should be good to go. So Chaos Dwarves versus Vampire Counts is going to be our round 1 matchup. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more Zulahuan. Yeah, we're going to be seeing... Oh, yeah, and the Vampire Count lore passive is actually better. It got doubled in terms of its efficiency. So it got nerfed heavily going into Warhammer 3, and then now it's been brought up a little bit. So it's going to be like half of what it was in Warhammer 2. So Vampire Counts are definitely feasting today. Nurgle didn't really get too many substantial changes. Just like a couple little things like Beasts of Nurgle, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a Baron Bucky. I have a video on my channel I posted. I figured people would, you know, want to see a big, deep breakdown of it. So I did post a video that is a full breakdown of the patch notes. So yeah, if you're interested, you can check that out. Okay. So we're going to get you in there. Doing admin. Once we get past the round 1 and stragglers trying to jump in, we should be okay. I was hoping Lizardmen were going to be getting some... Yeah, the Lizardmen got some cool changes. Like Saurus Warriors getting a buff is cool. I like that. No complaints. Yeah, the patch is definitely going to shake up the meta. There's... Oh, man, Doom Knights of Tzeentch, by the way, getting bonus first large is sick. I'm excited to see them in action for sure. All right, here. Okay, let's do this. Buy around there, and there we go. Okay. So Doom Knights of Tzeentch now have anti-large. Yeah, that's huge. I mean, it's only 8, but it's not insignificant. Like, they're going to be so much better in matchups against, like, Beastmen and matchups that are rocking, like, light cavalry units, like lightly armored cavalry units. You just want to see a bunch of... Dude, that's one of the reasons why I picked this matchup is because Chaos Dwarves might come in with an elite capture weight build. They might be using a bunch of the Infernal Ironsworn, which of course now have 7 capture weight instead of 5, and trying that. I'm very excited for this. It's going to be super fun. Okay, and there we are. Should be all added to the tournament. Players will be starting here soon. I bet you it's going to be... the Sorcerer Prophets are not going to be as popular. I still think you'll see them because they're just very powerful. But there's a chance now that the Amulet of Blood and Darkness is heavily nerfed. You might straight up just see like Draz Hoeth or Astrogoth coming into play, right? Which is fun. I mean, I love seeing those characters. Good times. All right, GLHF round 1 is going to be starting right now. I want to sincerely thank you all for joining here today. And we are good to go. Yes, yes. We got the player added, and it is going to be... Oh, we do have some new capture weight on the table, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Immortals. So the Immortals are now a 7 capture weight unit for the Chaos Dwarves. Okay. We got Zaytan the Black, who's going to become more meta for Chaos Dwarves, I think. The fact that he has nets instantly makes him a pretty competitive choice, right? So we're going to be seeing Zoltor, and looks like a Sorcerer of Fire, maybe? I would wager. Is that Hashut? I think he brought Lore of Hashut. Harrison, yeah, I mean, the meta, this patch just really shake things up. And by the way, big shout out to our new players here. Not our new players, but our players for picking one of our new maps. Because there is a pick and ban system, but look how freaking beautiful this map is. Oh, it's so freaking good. Look at this. This is cool as hell. Dude, our map maker community going hard in the paint, keeping things alive. You gotta love to see it. This is a badass looking map. Very, very Nurgle-esque. Isn't it great? Yeah, it's fun. It is a tiny net, but it's still a net nonetheless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the map, it's a style map. So that means it's going to be a close quarters map, just how Nurgle likes it. And there are going to be 3 objectives right down the middle. We are going to be seeing objective number 3, 2, and 1. With very, very good Vanguard zones, mind you. Looks like those ghouls are able to Vanguard up pretty damn far right there. All right, guys, breaking down the army here for the old Vampire Counts. On the backside, it is going to be a Cackling Master Necromancer. This is for Subutai. He's going to be rocking Gaze of Nagash, Invocation of Nehek, and Raise Dead. So very standard sniping spell, Raise Dead, and healing. Double Corpse Carts in tandem with Skeleton Spearmen, and it is going to be a couple White Kings as well, I believe. Is it double White King or just one? So another massive, massive change in this patch, by the way. You remember how in Total War, historically, when a foot-based character is getting attacked by a dragon, oftentimes they will get knocked over instead of taking damage? Well, Creative Assembly changed it so that foot-based characters do not get knocked over as much, and rather they're going to be taking damage more consistently from big monsters. So that is actually a massive change. Yeah, the elevation here, this is really cool. So it's like up on a hill. This map is so nicely designed. So the foot character change is great. Crypt Ghouls and Vargulfs. Now, Vargulfs are a counterattack against the Sorcerer Prophet on the Bull, Lamassus against the Trains, all those different things, right? Now, looking at the army of the Dawizar, it is going to be a front line here of the Hobgoblin Wolfrider bow. So there's going to be 3 of those backed up by the Blazing Beards of Basharik, the Immortals, and Infernal Guard Fireglaves. We have a Demon Smith Sorcerer on a Lamassu with the frickin' Flames of Asgore. So homie looking to cook right now, which is going to be awesome. On top of that, we do also have Zoltor the Black, and he's going to be rocking his net. But remember, double silence. If these guys... Oh my god, I think if these guys stand near a Corpse Card, it actually turns off the Corpse Card abilities as well, which is really interesting. All right, so the objective is going to be opening up immediately out of the gates. And Apostate Prostate going to be using the Hobgoblin Wolfrider bow, setting them up on Objective 1 and Objective 2 here. And Zoltor the Black, as well as the Demon Smith Sorcerer, and the new Capture Weight 7 Infantry, which are over here, the dreaded Immortals, are going to be on their way out. So these guys will have more capture weight than anything the Vampire Counts can field, because Vampire Counts do not have anything that has elite capture weight. So they are going to be popping it there, and we're going to see how that works. All right, so it looks like the Chaos Dwarves are going to be playing on objective number 1 and objective number 2 over here. That's going to be the game plan. Vampire Count's going to easily secure objective 3 with some Crypt Ghouls. And the Lamassus and Skirmishers may be going to come over here and try and bully these. We'll see. Lamassus are pretty good fighters, for sure. They're okay. They have high melee defense. So you could definitely use them to go after like a Crypt Ghoul or something like that. I don't really see any downside of that. As now the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider bow is going to be shooting into the Gremlins, which are going to be retreating off the objective, but not before they get it. Subutai going to be sending a Skeleton Warrior over there to try and hold that capture point. And now the Dread Legion of the Dead with their Forbidden Pencil formations is going to be advancing up. And this is such a beautiful map. How good does this map look? Look at that. Man, Creative Assembly should just hire Wacka. I don't know if he wants to work there, but man, they should just hire him to do the maps for their games, honestly. They're so freaking good. I think he did this map. pretty sure. Infected Elite, thank you for resubscribing. This map is very pertinent to your name. That is for sure. Very, very infected. And the Dowies are now going to be calling in... Oh, another unit that got buffed this patch, by the way. These guys got a cost reduction. So Hashit Stark Ravagers are amazing. They have insane stat lines. They hit incredibly hard. They also have throwing axes that you can use to take down Mortis Engines and Corpse Carts. And they are coming off a cost reduction as well. All right, guys. The Riders are here. The Hobgoblin Wolf Riders are going to be lurking. Chaos Dwarves are only parking the Blazing Beards on that objective. So a bit of a blunder. Apostate's going to want to get his Immortals on that point as well. And on the outside, the Vampire Counts do have that objective, and they are going to be collapsing on the flank here with the big boys. And on the backside, look at that. Flames of Asgore going down. Damn, what a cool combo. So he lands the Demonsmith Sorcerer and a Zoltor the Black, and used the Flames of Asgore to actually kill a Crypt Horror unit. Look at that. So it does a lot of damage against Monstrous Infantry. And that was really, really cool, actually. And the Corpse Cart right now is going to be silenced, which means it's not going to be providing the buffs, right? It still is given the Unholy Lodestone. Okay, so just its abilities. All right. So moving up, the Immortals are here, and they're going to be having a fun time bashing through these zombies here. The zombies are going to get it, but that is a forbidden Chaos Dwarf tech back there. Being able to take a 900 gold Crypt Horror out with a 300 gold Skeleton is actually a really good grab. Granted, it did cost half the health almost of the Demonsmith Sorcerer, but that was very, very cost effective, I think. Advancing up are going to be more Chaos Dwarf Warriors. And oh, Gaze of Nagash down the side of the Immortals there. That's going to be some fat damage. And unlike their Dowie cousins, these guys do not really have good missile resist. So they're going to be paying the price. Now, we are going to be seeing the Demonsmith Sorcerer starting to chase the Vampire Lord, which honestly I think is a great idea. Skeleton's going to be advancing up. Infernal Guard Fireglaves in a bit of a precarious position as they are being forced back by the White King. But where is that Demonsmith Sorcerer going to be going? Zoltor going to be retreating away while the Immortals hold on to the objective. Capture weight is going to be favoring the Chaos Dwarves right now. And that one Immortal is like outcapping all these units. But now we do see some Karen Race coming in. Karen Race, of course, are a magic damage unit. They have 100% AP value, so pretty good against some of the Chaos Dwarf units. They just want to avoid the Immortals, who do, of course, have fire damage. Nice blasting charges coming in from the Blazing Beards of Basharet. Going to blaze through some of the zombies over here on the other side. And some of the Dawizar warriors are going to be surging forth to intercept them. And what is that? That is just a Hobgoblin, right? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a hero character. But here, yeah, the Chaos Dwarf warriors should be able to hold back the chaff-centric units, and I do like this. Now, is the silence an effect? It is. All right, this is awesome. Check this out. So basically, if the Sorcerer Prophet is able to keep up with the Master Necromancer, 105 speed against 77, so he's a little bit slower, but even still, if he can keep up with him, this Vampire Lord is not going to be able to cast spells. And it looks like the Vampire Lord is able to get enough separation that he is going to be able to cast some spells once again. We are going to be seeing Gaze of Nagash coming down the side. And oh, he didn't cast it at a good angle and it hit the rocks. The MLG Pro Gamer rocks, and he gets caught and beaten up by the Sorcerer. All right, so the Demonsmith Sorcerer feasting pretty hard. The Dwarves have lost this objective though, so Subutai is going to be feasting there, as that point is lost, and the Hashit Stark Ravagers are being used to bully down the Karen Race here. And honestly, the overall value in this game is pretty close, which is going to be favoring Vampire Counts typically. All right, so Karen Race are crumbling, getting worn down a little bit there. The Immortals are fighting on the objective tooth and nail. They have killed the zombie unit, getting the Corpse Cart low, and honestly, even though they're an anti-infantry unit, their melee attack is so damn high, and they do have the unyielding assault, which means that even when they're tired or poisoned or whatever, their melee attack is always going to be very high. So the Immortals are going to be attacking into the Vargulf and also attacking into the other Vargulf and the Corpse Cart, and they're trading okay, all things considered. All right, guys. Will the Chaos Dwarves have the momentum to get their objectives back? We do see a really good firing line, and they're trading very cost-effectively. Apostate here is using his big old scary Hashit Stark Ravagers to tear through the chaff-centric skeleton spears, but the spears are trading uber cost-effectively as well. Horse Archers, not Horse Archers, but Wolf Rider Archers, shooting into the ghouls, who of course are a little bit weak to fire right now because of the Oglacon's boys, so that is quite cost effective, but getting the vampires off this objective is not going to be easy. They have double Corpse Cart, they have Vargulfs, and they do also have Crypt Horrors back here as well. So the Dowies are on the clock as Subutai does manage to get a triple cap. Uh-oh, Flames of Asgore is going to be coming in with the steel chair once again, and is going to be cooking. The Fires of Hashit going to be singing in this wasteland of Nurgle, as they do a bunch of damage against the Crypt Horrors. So that is really cool to see. I'm taking notes, man. Apostate with a cool Chaos Dwarf tech, but one unit of Crypt Horrors taking a hell of a lot of damage. And the Immortals basically unbreakable here, fighting to the bitter end, but eventually being worn down by two very, very big armor-piercing monsters here, and those guys are going to be getting karate chopped. All right, guys. On the backside, Oglacon's boys shooting. Crypt Horrors are going to be forced back a little bit. The Dowies are making some progress, which has got to be making Subutai sweat bullets a little bit. Advancing up are the Hobgoblin Archers. Each of them have 4 capture weight. We do have the Infernal Chad Fireglaves back here, which are forcing back the army of Subutai as well. So you can see he's in a bit of a mass retreat right now as the Hashid Stark Ravagers are able to take some ground. They are pushing through. They got their throwing weapons out, and yeah, they're going to be pretty strong against most of these units, honestly. Mortis Engine being brought in from Subutai, which is, of course, very strong, but if the Infernal Guard Fireglaive are allowed to shoot, then they're going to kill that thing very quickly, and you're not going to have a good time. This is a bit of a blunder from Apostate. Yeah, there he goes. He corrects it immediately. Well played, you Apostate. Very nice. He sends in the Chaos Dwarf Warriors to get Objective 2, and he now has Objective number 1, and a net going down as well, so Zoltor using his net, which is going to be lasting for another 27 seconds. It's short range, but it's super long. And we do see the Vargulf getting netted down here, and that's going to be allowing the Fireglaves as well as Zoltor himself to put in some good damage against this thing. Fireglave's going to be shooting, HP dropping, 2,000 HP gone in a moment after a volley of fire coming in from the Fireglaves there, which is very, very nice. And that's going to be another Flames of Asgore, I believe. Oh my god, what a cool tech! So Flames of Asgore are going to be cooking some of the Cryptors there, and not doing as much damage that time, but certainly not, you know, insubstantial, right? So objective number 2 is going to be going to the Chaos Dwarves. And another unit that got buffed this patch as well are the Kadai Fireborn. They got a 75 gold cost reduction. So that's pretty big. And they'll be able to beat this White King for sure and then advance on over to objective 2 and stabilize that. As it currently stands, it's a very, very close game. But I do believe that that the Chaos Dwarves could win on 2 points, I think. It would take a long time and it'd be a very tight game. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. So moving up are the Blazing Beards of Basharik, the Hobgoblins getting into combat as well. Infernal Guard Fireglaive shooting freely is very, very bad for Subutai. And on the backside, we do see the Haggard Necromancer being chased by the Lammasu as well. So silence is in effect. I mean, man, every time he gets in range, this Necromancer is having trouble casting spells. Talk about a big micro tax for Subutai, right? He's having to move and juke and get really micro heavy because he's just constantly getting hunted by those Lammasu, which is great. The Vargulfs are moving up to help, but are very, very close to dying, and the Infernal Guard Fireglaves are going to need to get on top of the Mortis Engine, although the Mortis Engine is being killed by Zoltan. Now, Zoltan does have the leadership debuff as well. He does have Boundless Cruelty, so AoE leadership debuff of -3, soon to be -4. All right, so Zoltor is fighting hard there. On the outside, we do see Kadai Fireborn coming over here. Now, these, in my opinion, are the best units on the Chaos Dwarves against the Vampire Counts. If you honestly just bring like 3 or 4 Kadai Fireborn, Vampire Counts really don't have a good answer. They're very brutal, so they're going to be heading to Objective 3 to get that. The only thing that could really stop them efficiently would maybe be like, I don't know, Blood Knight with Lances or something. Although Dire Pack isn't bad, but they're going to get chewed up as well. So Chaos Dwarves are starting to take over this game. Big value lead from Apostate Prostate. Zoltor is leading the charge. And the Kadai Fireborn, even though they're anti-infantry, they do fire damage. So against Cryptors, they're getting a bonus 22% damage, which is crazy good. And a big problem for Subutai is the fact that in the backside, the Infernal Chad Fireglaves are going to be able to shoot. And we did get to see the Elite Infantry capture weight in play this game, which was very, very fun. Is there anybody playing Grand Cathay today? I think there is. So I'm going to do my best to track down a Grand Cathay game, so maybe we can see some Celestial Dragon Guard builds with their new Elite capture weight. And Cathay got a lot of buffs as well. Jade Warriors got a buff, lots of good stuff. And for anybody, again, who wants to see a complete breakdown of the patch notes, go to my YouTube channel. There's a video that just got published where I break down all of the notes. All right, honestly, looking pretty good for the Dowie Tsar, unless they fumble and throw away Zaytan. That's going to be pretty bad, but the Kadai are going to outtrade all the Vampiric units here. On the middle, we do see the Cairn Race getting into the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, which is quite cost-effective. But on the outside, it is going to be going to the Fireborn. They are grabbing objective number 3. And it's going to be Bull Centaurs with Great Opens coming up as the big old Chad Fireglaves are going to be shooting from downtown. So there they go. I love these models. I use them in tabletop. They're fun. In tabletop, they do have bad ballistic skill, though, so they have a little bit of trouble hitting from downtown, but they're super fun. The Zoltor meta is coming. It is, honestly. I think it's going to be Astrogoth and Zaytan are going to be meta now that the Baeltor's characters have been beaten down here. So, Crypt Ghouls engaging, but not having a good time versus the Fireborn. The Fireborn plus the Blazing Beards of Basharik, a lot of fire damage is going to be countering a lot of this blob here, and we do see the Cryptors getting dragged down. And dude, how badass is this Flames of Asgore strategy we've been seeing? Using them to kill monsters' infantry, look how cool that is. The Flames of Hashut, while the Cryptors are getting melted down. So freaking metal, right? That is what Chaos Dwarves are all about, man. So objective 1, 2, and 3 going to be going to the Dowie Tsar. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is going to be all she wrote. I think it's going to be GG, well played, and we are going to be seeing victory here for the Chaos Dwarves, because it's a big value difference. Granted, Subutai does have healing, but not as much as you would think. Hashid Stark Ravagers, I'm pretty sure, is still online. We have both Lammasu characters still functional on the battlefield. Palpatine over here is trying his best, but, you know, he's not going to be able to do too much. He's not like a carry character in the late game. He's more of a really cost-effective support character. So the Master Necromancer is going to be paying the Troll Toll. While in the meantime, we do see the Oglacon's boys advancing over to the middle. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, Zoltor sitting at 800 HP, probably going to survive that. And the Warhost of the Tsar is going to be victorious. So what we're going to do now, in between rounds, I'll take questions about the patch notes, but I'll also be showing you guys all the new maps, which is going to be fun. So honestly, I like Subachai's build. Maybe some Graveguard Great Weapons could have been good against the new potential threat of elite infantry, but really, his Mortis Engine could have carried him, but this is what lost him the game right here. This one Infernal Guard Fire Glaive shooting down everything, including the Mortis Engine and the Vargulf, and getting 3,400 value is so freaking good. It's so good and tasty, man. Oh, wow. Look at that. 3,000 value on the Flames of Asgore. Dude, that's awesome. All right. GG, well played to both players, man. That was a really, really fun match. And now, let me make sure we don't have any admin stuff. This is a huge tournament here today. We got a lot of people signed up, so I want to make sure there's no admin stuff that needs to be done. Nobody's messaging me. Uh-oh, somebody's messaging me. Okay, so still got to do this, and we are going to disable this. Give me one moment here. Okay. Time for admin. Time for some admin stuff real quick. Okay, and we're gonna do this and refresh this here. Evil. Fire Glaives are like the coolest unit. I love that unit. They're so freaking rad. All right, so we're getting through the round pretty effectively here. And who is this? So this is going to be. Okay, is this Charix? I think it might be Charix. I'm trying to get streamer mode off of Discord so I can actually see the players' names. Okay, one sec here. No, it is not Charix. All right. Are there any buffs and nerfs to High Elves? Yeah, High Elves got some nice buffs, actually. So White Lions of Krace got additional HP, which was really, really cool. And the other ones I saw off the top of my head... Yeah, that was the one that stood out to me. White Lions of Krace getting a little bit of a buff. Tyrion's Sunfang got an armor-piercing buff as well, which is cool, so it's going to be a little bit better against armor. And waiting on this player to give me their name. Okay, so Calfas has not showed up. Count games there, so we're going to get a Dropperoo. All right. Cool, so one player dropped. They did not show up. How dare they? And, yep, that looks like it's the only admitting I need to do, which is pretty rad. All right, so checking here. Any other messages? Any... Okay. Okay, so this is where this player is. Okay. I see what's happening now. God, how hard is it to just message your opponent? Oh, God. Yeah, it's because he has a different website name. Okay, your opponent. Okay, let me check here. One sec, guys. Dropped. Okay, so just answering some admin questions. We're going to load in and look at the new maps here in a moment. So one of them is the... So we're going to go to domination mode. This is the Blazing Ramparts. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. It's going to be super freaking cool. Okay, let's do this, and let's see that. Couldn't even see the... Okay. I can re-add you. All right, guys. Let me know how it's going to be. Just talking to this homie here. Hopefully the homie will get squared away. Let's see what he says. Okay, so we're going to load into the Blazing Ramparts here. This is one of the new corn maps. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a new meta. It's going to be crazy. A lot of changes across the board. Volkmar the Grim got some big buffs as well, honestly. I think one of the first tournaments I'm going to play this week, when I do decide to play in the tournament, is going to be Volkmar the Grim. So this is the Blazing Ramparts. Each of the Chaos Gods got a new map, which is very fun flavor. So let's see what this one looks like here. Okay. So I'm going to try and add this player back in now. It's getting real dodgy. Okay, so we're going to do that. And, okay. So check this map out. So this is the Blazing Ramparts. This one's a beauty, isn't it? Look at that. So it's a style which is really good for balance. I mean, it's a style maps are great. So this is a really nice map that you could just throw in. You get to kind of play something other than Itza, and it's level. It has a cool river going through. It also has like some parapets and some ramparts in the spawn area, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, it looks really evil. This map is nice, man. This is a good one, man. Great maps, great maps. I have all the new maps incorporated into the tournament as well. So they're all in various rounds, which is going to be great. That one's really nice, yeah. Okay. And let's see what's cooking here. So now we can do this. We're going to do, so his name on site is going to be here, Calphus, okay. And we're going to do that. Message count games real quick. Good time. Almost done, guys, sorry. All right. So let's look at one of the other maps. We've added him back in, and he should be now back in the tournament there after dropping. And there it goes. So the next one is Maelstrom. So these are all done by Waka Waka 3000. He's been working on this. This is the next one, which is going to be the Zinchian Maelstrom. Super hyped to see what this one looks like. It's very fun. Doombolt is quite good now. Yeah, there's so many freaking changes. It's nuts. Guys, I did not even know that these... I am going to reach out to Creative Assembly and see if we can get some of these new maps added for sure. I didn't even know this patch was coming. I had no freaking idea. I just, like yesterday, the wife and I had some stuff we had to take care of, so I was out of town. But I didn't even know these changes were coming. I had no idea. I had no freaking idea. So this is the Whirling Maelstrom of Tzeentch, and this one's by Waka Waka as well. Oh, how cool is that? Look how sick that is. Oh my god, look at that. So on the middle of the map, you get like an actual whirling maelstrom around objective number 2. Oh, that's going to be looking so sick when there's big fights on the middle there. Oh, dude, look how cool that is. Look how cool that is. Damn. Yeah. Okay, that's really badass. This is a real gem of a map. Like, adding an effect like that is so rad. I know. Okay, I think the Tzeentch one is the coolest. So we've had the... We need to look at the Slaanesh one, too. We're going to look at the Slaanesh one here in a moment. All right. Map Pack DLC, but it's free. That's right. Yeah, we basically got a Map Pack DLC. In case you guys didn't know, you can actually play against the AI in Domination mode, but... Yeah, so 3 objectives here, 1, 2, and 3. Pretty good Vanguard points. Honestly, map looks really good. Shout out to Waka for that absolute beauty. And let me see what the other one's going to be. Okay. Okay, and where are we? So the map for the next round, or not next round, but the one we wanted to look at is going to be the... Where art thou? The Rapturous Expanse. Okay, so it's called the Rapturous Expanse of Slaanesh. Rapturous Expanse. There it is. Okay. No, I'm sure performance will be fine on that, to be honest. How does he playtest these? Oh, I mean, we have a section in our Discord called the Cartography Realm, where the map makers talk about the maps, and you know, I'm sure they test them out and whatnot. Very, very fun. So we still have a little bit of time before the next round, maybe. Our match was quick-ish. Usually the first round after there's a map pack update can be a little bit slower because people forget to update their map packs and whatnot, but Yeah, we got the games going. And okay, only 3 games left to go, and we're done. Oh, damn, Anticity losing his round 1 game. Holy shit, Opal Black Bear took him down. So this is the Rapturous Expanse. Now, what I like about these maps is they're all different, but very functional for tournaments. So, like, these are maps that are Itza style, but they have, like, different terrain features, which are going to be kind of changing the dynamics of shooting and artillery play. We got some, like, nice bushes here to allow you to advance without getting shot to pieces. This is a beautiful one. I like this one as well. My favorite, for sure, has got to be the Maelstrom. The Tzeentch Maelstrom map is so freaking good. That like effect on the middle looks so cool, and that's going to get you so immersed in the battle as well, right? Which is fun. Let's look around a little bit and see. Yeah, you can see the Rapturous Expanse. Lots of creepiness, and oh, creepy crawly out here. Yes, we got some Tzeentchian tentacles coming out of the ground, it would appear. And yeah, it's a nice one, man. Really, really good stuff. Okay, cool. So let's jump out of here. We're going to get ready for the next match. Should be ready in the next like 5 minutes or so, unless somebody started really late, but we will see. The map is very pink. Well, it makes sense. It's Slaaneash's realm. Slaanesh is all about that life, so that is what's going to be going down here. Okay. And refreshing to see where we are in the tourney. We have Shaxcraft and Kervithir, Bigger Fish, and for Poland playing. So big old tournament here today. A big, thick one. And where is this? Okay. So six rounds today, by the way. Today is going to be a very thick tournament. So the players are going to get an opportunity to really go hard in the paint. Do I download these from the workshop? Yes, you do. Quiet, the map, it's called the, let me show you real quick. So we're going to go here. We're going to go to the workshop here. Okay, and here it is. Okay, perfect. So here we go, and we're about ready. Yeah, so this is the mod. It's on the workshop for Warhammer. It's called the Total Tavern Tournament Map Pack. You can see the dreaded, ooh, it's like a, look at the reviews on that. Perfect 5-star, baby. Let's go. But yeah, you can download it here. It has all the details, and you can see the different maps that it's going to give you access to. It basically just fully ramps up domination mode, giving you awesome maps. And Waka Waka is the individual who manages this, which is great. Who are we casting next? I'm not sure. I need to see what players are playing. But I'm going to be trying to find a matchup that is like an equally skilled matchup, right? That's going to be the Jam-a-lam. All right, refreshing. Okay, we're ready for the next round. I'm going to be launching it right now, and we're going to be going from there. Shout out to the homies for finishing the round in pretty good amount of time, honestly. 21 minutes. 21 minutes to finish a round with that many people in it is freaking awesome sauce. All right, so we're going to advance to Swiss now. Let's do that. Yeah, Melody, thank you, Melody. Shout out there. Has dropped a link to the pack there as well. Anticity lost his round 1 game, so I'm probably going to cast somebody else because he's going to get paired down into somebody he's probably going to karate chop. So, all right. So I want to see if anybody's playing Grand Cathay today. You know, that's kind of what I want to see. Round 2. Okay, so round 2 is live. Let's see if we have any Cathay players here. Cathay. Do we have any Cathay Chads playing in today's event? Yes, we do. So Kervithir is playing Cathay. Let me see who they're playing here. Kervithir. This is a newer player. Oh, that's going to be sick. Charix versus Kervithir. Oh, let's go. That's a high-level matchup. And fun factions. Lobby code, please. Get me into that game. It's like that meme of the Let Me In meme. Let me in. I want to cast this game. All right, so we're going to be getting into this one in just a moment. Oh, hell yeah. World Champs got karate chops. The World Championships happened already. It was last weekend, right? Yeah, last weekend, last Saturday. Anticity won it. Oh, but yes, Anticity did lose his game there today, correct. But he's probably trying new shit. He's experimenting, you know? He tends to meme when he's on stream a little bit. And not meme, but experiment, right? Okay, so we're going to get in here, and hopefully they open a lobby code for us. And we will cast this game. I should just tell people to have spectator slot on by default, honestly. Okay, so Kervithir versus Charix. Gonna cast your game. Let's see, it gives the lobby code first, and then we'll get in there. So it's gonna be Charix versus Kervithir. Charix, of course, a top 4 player in the world. He did get top 4 in the last major event. Had a really narrow loss that he went to game 5 against, I think it was against Sipa. I can't quite remember, but no, it wasn't Sipa, it was someone else. Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb matchup, praying for Cathay. Yeah, that meme is funny. Oh man, okay. Okay, Chateau de Shaftesbury. That's funny. He's in there. Do we have a spec slot? What is your password? I think he gave me the wrong code. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so either password or lobby is wrong. So. All right, talking to Charix here. We're going to get this squared away. Don't worry, they won't start without us. The capway change is pretty big for Cathay. That's exactly it. I want to see in the knockdown changes, I really want to see if Celestial Dragon Guard are going to be more meta. That's exactly why I'm casting this game. Okay. There we go. And here we are. The greatest battle of our time is upon us. It's going to be Caravithir versus the Warriors of Chaos. And they're going to be doing their map pick and bans right now, but this is going to be great. Celestial Dragon Guard actually probably not bad in this matchup already. You know, there's plenty of targets like Blood Beasts and Trolls, and, you know, they're honestly going to be good enough against Chaos Warriors, especially with some Harmony. Yeah, if you guys want to see a full breakdown of the patch notes, I did upload a video talking about that on the main channel on YouTube. So if you guys want to check that out, it did get published just before this. Yeah, Grenadiers did get a buff. They got a model count increase. So Cathay got a lot of nice changes. They got a lot of nice changes. Celestial Dragon Guard now have elite capture weight for only 1050 gold, which is, I think, an absolute bargain and a half. And yeah, we're in here. We're ready to go. And we just need to see what map they're going to pick. And we should be all set. Your new power is rising. Just got off work, gonna drive home, gonna miss the game. Don't worry, Scott. The replay will be here for you. If you guys are on YouTube, of course, we are streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you can rewind, so you can rewind the stream and go back and watch. So don't worry about it. Jade Warriors got a buff. Yeah, they lost 25 gold off their top end, so that's pretty good. Celestial Dragon Guard getting capture weight. Astromancers, Moonbird's getting an armor piercing buff as well. So the Moonbird Alchemist, I think, could be back on the menu a little bit. He's a little bit stronger now, which is not bad at all. And oh, everybody's picking the new maps. Let's go. We're on the Rapturous Expanse. I love it. Shout out to the players, man. The house search is going good. Yeah, we're on the hunt. We're seeing a couple this weekend, so we will see how that goes. All right, so we got the new map. It's going to be the Rapturous Expanse. Yes, Ice Guard of Kislev did get a buff. They now have 35% spell resist, so going to be much stronger against like Burning Heads and things like that. Ah, damn it, they switched maps. All right, we're on the Dunes of Cain. Damn it, I was so excited. All right, they switched. This map's great though. This is another one of Wacka's maps, but it is what it is. All right, opening the door there. Elite Infantry were like fringe playable in a lot of matchups. But now they're definitely going to be more encouraged, I think. You got any sick tats? No. Are you saying I should get a Wild Hogs tattoo? You mean my favorite movie ever made, Wild Hogs, with John Travolta in his prime? It's truly a classic. So, 6 rounds of competition. That means this stream is going to be pretty thick and pretty long. Probably going to be going 4, 5, 6 hours, somewhere in that ballpark. How disappointed would Sigmar be to learn? Oh, yes, he would be Master Monday. That's right. Hex Rays have frost and fire attacks. Oh, was that a change in the patch I missed? I really like that Blood Knight's got a cost reduction. A lot of the really expensive cavalry, like the Bull Centaur Render, ROR, got a cost reduction too. You kind of hate John Travolta because he always looks smug. He does have a very smug expression. Okay. So, Celestial Dragon Guard are in play. Fat 7 capture weight boys are here to party. We have the Celestial General. Charix going to be using a Tzeentch Lord, a Basic Lord, a ton of Forsaken, as well as what appears to be a Metal Caster. So that is going to be the build for the Charix. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the party. Hope you're all doing well. Let's see what's cooking here on this map. So this map is hard for direct fire shooting like Iron Hail Gunners, although honestly Iron Hail can work on this map. You just get them on top of this hill right here. They have short range anyways. And then you're going to be able to kind of poke these guys on the objectives, right? Yeah, I don't hate it. So looking at the build of Charix, one of the top 4 players in the world right now, he is going to be rocking Forsaken into the Sunset, front line of Marauders, and it is going to be a Sorcerer of Metal with Tormentor Sword, which is very good. But he does have Searing Doom as well as Plague of Rust. You use Plague of Rust to buff the things that Forsaken are attacking. So if you overcast Plague of Rust, it's going to be a 44-second debuff, meaning that the Forsaken are going to shred through. Like, they'll absolutely annihilate a Jade Warrior, right? Jade Warriors are rocking how much armor? 70 armor, so if you overcast, they'll be down to 10 armor. Then suddenly it's like fighting a Marauder, basically. And a Forsaken are going to be able to just butcher them, which is really cool. Double Chariot character as well here for the Warriors of Chaos. Going to be an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch as well as an Exalted Hero. And he does have the dreaded Book of Secrets. All right, guys, let's go to Las Vegas. That's what's going to be cooking right now. On the other side of the battlefield, Grand Cathay is going to be forming up ranks. We do have a massive harmonious battle line of Celestial Dragon Guard mixed with Jade Warriors, backed up by a lot of archers, which of course will do okay damage against Forsaken. The armor sucks, but they can still take some damage. Celestial General on horseback, he does have the Celestial Sweep, so that ability is really good for crowd clearing Forsaken equivalents, and a Metal Caster with the Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. So very similar magic. Going to be basically dropping Plague of Rust on top of Forsaken, shooting them with a bunch of the archers, and just kind of living their best life from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the new patch today. We do see some buffed units coming out. Jade Warriors getting a cost reduction. Also seeing the Celestial Dragon Guard in play with their 7 capture weight instead of 5. Very, very cool. And for the Warriors of Chaos Army, the Chariot characters did get some changes to their acceleration. So that's going to be the one thing you do see is they do accelerate and I think penetrate a little bit more effectively now than they used to. So there was a bit of a buff cycle in this patch to buff up Chariots, which is fun. Like you saw it to the Cold One Chariots. White Lion Chariots, I think, got a buff as well to their acceleration. So very, very fun. All right, guys, let's get this party started. Let's break it down and see who is going to be claiming victory here today. Oh, thank the Dark Gods. No admin messages. We are good to go. So moving up, Grand Cathay is going to be getting its clutches here on objective number 3. Objective 2 is going to be on probably where they slow push after that. But honestly, yeah, just parking a freaking Celestial Dragon Guard on objective 2 and just enjoying that 7 capture weight seems like it's going to be very, very nice. These guys are amazing, by the way. Celestial Generals are some of the most cost-effective generic lords in the entire game. They do, of course, have this beautiful AoE sweeping ability, which can do a bunch of damage against infantry or cavalry, and honestly just have good combat stats. They're like miniature Karl Franzes. You know, they get it done. All right, so archers are running forward. We do see the Metal Caster of Charax probably going to be trying to get a Searing Doom right now on some of the bunched up Cathay units, although honestly casting it while they're moving usually isn't a good idea. People can usually dodge at a high level. But when they're sitting still, it's not terrible. So trying to use Plague of Rust there, that's a little bit ambitious by Caravithir. It is going to be lowering its armor to 20, but Charax is a high-level player. He's like top 4, you know. He's going to dodge probably a lot of these. Although, honestly, the volume fire is kind of adding up. Okay, maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it. That was not good for Charax. He lost a hell of a lot of HP. The Plague of Rust is feasting, and there is going to be a bombardment on the... Oh, look at that! He uses the Tormentor Sword to lock down the Dragon Guard. And then he bombards them, but Charax is not having a good time. Plague of Rust on the freaking Chaos Lord. He's just melting him, man. Okay, that was a blunder and a half by Charax, holy shit. And he barely got any damage, I mean, a little bit on the Dragon Guard, but yeah, that was not good, guys. That was not good. Now, the 2 Chariots are going to be on their way in, so here they come. Debuffs are back on the menu, I guess. Plague of Rust looking very, very nice as the 2 Chariot characters going to be charging into the Jade Warriors, and they should be able to feast pretty well as the Chariots do Ramrod in there. Actually killing 11 models on impact, not terrible. And the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin are going to get called out right now. So they are a good counter against Chariots. Armor piercing, very, very strong. And dude, the dreaded Archer Plague of Rust meta. Oh, it's so fun. I love when there's a new big patch and it kind of changes everything, you know? It's so great. Now, I would have liked to have seen a Hell Cannon from Charax, like park it on the back hill over here. I think that would have been pretty good. But Jade Warriors as well as Celestial Dragon Guard going to be anchoring on the point. We do see the Jade Warriors forming ranks here, and the harmonious battle lines prepare to stand against the hordes of chaos. All right, so what's the next column going to be? We do see some Forsaken coming around the bend, which is going to be a problem if they don't get dealt with. Plague of Rust activated on the Forsaken, and another Searing Doom is going to be going down from Charax's Lord, which is going to be a very, very nice cast there. Bombardment's going down. You can see Forsaken getting it, but they are tearing through the Spearmen. This flank is looking very dangerous here. It looks like Warriors of Chaos might be able to do a big flank overload and cause havoc. Probably should have pulled back one of the Celestial Dragon Guards to do their business. All right. So Charax now is going to be getting a Hell Cannon out. It was exactly like we were talking about. Hell Cannons are going to be excellent against this build, and Crowmen are now called in, but Crowmen are not going to be super good against Forsaken. And the Forsaken do get into the cookie jar, ladies and gentlemen. They get on top of the Archers, which is going to be terrible. They're really good at killing Archers. The Crowmen going to be dropping the Nangao grenades on them. which is not bad at all, and they do start to get Shrek'd by the grenade, so wow, really, really nice play there. But the other Forsaken do break through. The Crowmen going to be descending on the ranks to fight the Forsaken. Looking at the rest of the battlefield, one Forsaken is down here. These ones probably going to be next. And uh-oh, that's going to be a big AoE bombardment. Charx accidentally blobbed up a lot of his army and is having some trouble here, so nasty business. Now, the two Chaos Chariots did move into combat to attack the Celestial Dragon Guard and the infantry, but they were forced back by the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin as well as the Celestial General. Looking at the value trading, Charx is up by a little bit, but honestly, I do think it's a pretty even game. We do see both Forsaken units getting folded up here by the cavalry charge. The archers are still very much online for the most part, and the Celestial Giga Chad General is going to be using his AoE cleaving attacks with his Celestial Sweep to keep wearing down the Forsaken where he can. Two Chariot characters are a problem. Hell Cannon shooting in, blasting the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. So a very expensive unit for Grand Cathay has been taken into the trash so far. And the Chaos Sorcerer does get afflicted by Plague of Rust, but there's nothing really attacking him, although he does do an unfortunate attack animation. And Caravithir are going to be going in. Is he going to be able to bonk him? 1200 HP. Archers are coming in. If the Chaos Lord gets picked off or pincushioned by all these arrows, that's probably going to be GG for Charix. Currently sitting at 800 HP, the Chaos Lord is shaken and stirred, and he is going to be running away as the arrow fire continues to poke into him. Honestly, you could probably Plague of Rust him and then use the Crowmen to chase him down as well. Plenty of viable choices there. But Grand Cathay remains strong. They're going to be moving up on the point. The Harmonious Soldiers of the East arrive. The Peasant Spearmen getting up on the point to poke down the Exalted Hero. On the backside, Jade Lancers being called in to run down Marauders. And here we do get some Hellstriders. Hellstriders get hard countered by Crowmen, though, because they have terrible melee defense and they are really bad against infantry-sized units, which are Crowmen. So the Crowmen do land, and immediately you're going to be seeing the Hellstriders getting the business pretty badly here as they do retreat back. Alright guys, objective number 2 is going to be belonging to the Warriors of Chaos for now, but Cathay is in the process of pushing them off. A little bit of raiding going down to the back. Chark's going to be doing an encircle, so he does get his horsemen looking for opportunities to maybe intercept like reinforcements, like bows or gun units that are going to be getting called in. And now Grand Cathay is going to be waddling up to the objective very, very early on in the game, right? Cathay has a lot of time to get the points back. Searing Doom going to be activated from the Cathay Alchemist. That's going to be hitting some Marauders there, not a bad call. And a bit of a macro look at the battlefield. We do see the objective here is going to be held onto by Grand Cathay as the Crowmen do get intercepted and run over by a mass amount of Hellstriders. But Hellstriders won't be able to kill Jade Warriors effectively, right? But this is very, very good. The Marauders with Great Opens are going to be able to kill them. So that is a nice tech there. While Grand Cathay does manage to wrestle objective number 2, the value trading is close. Charix is up by about 1,500 value. But remember, there's a lot of things that don't get tracked properly in this game. Just classic stuff on the value trackers. You have to take it with a grain of salt. Really nice Book of Secrets attempt here. It does go down, but he does not roll the Fate of Buna, so he's not going to be laughing all the way to the bank this day. And they are getting attacked by the Hell Cannon as well. So Jade Warriors fighting into the Marauders. Not going to be good for them. Marauders, they do have the high ground as well. Going to be coming down the hill a little bit. And Jade Warriors, they'll hold for a while. They're very, very cost effective. Looking super cool with their Jade Shields, but yeah, not going to work out well for them. Onyx Crowmen could rear charge into them, also use them against the Hellstriders, not a bad choice. In the middle, Cathay is looking really anchored. They have the remnants of the Celestial Dragon Guard, Peasant Spears, and Jade Warriors. And Cathay knows they can win on just 2 objectives. They don't really need to go too crazy. Celestial General getting in and putting a big bonk down on the Exalted Hero, who is going to be afflicted by the Plague of Rust right now. I don't know if that's going to be the best usage of it, honestly, because he's a pretty quick character. Should be able to just move away. Chaos Lord getting a little bit crunk and assy, coming in here, getting a little bit tight into the engagement, and potentially could be shot by archers if Caravithir is paying attention. Will Grand Cathay be able to hold on the side point? We do see 2 Hellstrider units getting immediately sent to the trash can. One of them is very low, but more and more Hellstriders are on the menu, and that's going to be tough. Cathay could be overwhelmed here. A lot of fast, slashy cavalry going to be moving in, and a lot of anti-large against the Jade Lancers. The Warriors are going to be the best holding unit. Crowmen are also probably another really good tech here, but Chaos is in the process of potentially taking this point, right? Oh boy, Archer shooting up into the sky. We do see 700, 600 HP. If that Lord goes down, that's pretty bad. Oh man, he just barely hides behind the rock here. So he is able to maneuver behind the rock. We do have a couple Spearmen heading towards objective number 3. Hell Cannon still shooting away. Grand Cathay desperately trying to hold on to this objective. The Crowmen doing heavy lifting with the Jade infantry support. Jade Lancers probably need to just charge in there if they can. And yeah, Jade Lancers hold against the Hellstriders well. And look at that! Grand Cathay is able to hold, ladies and gentlemen. They're able to hold back the onslaught of Chaos. The Celestial General grabbing his big fat Warhammer, gripping it nice and tight, and laying a bonking down on those units as another reinforcement does come in. Oh, look, the Book of Secrets. Oh, he tried to use the Book of Secrets. Oh, my God, but he didn't get the Buna. That's what you get when you gamble, man. Sometimes you do not get what you paid for. Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen are fighting on the point. Alchemist is still lurking nearby. Cathay, or the Warriors of Chaos do have the capture weight, but Cathay is actually with a very loose threatening position on the other side as well. So they actually have a couple of really raggedy infantry units. Probably the total capture weight is like 2 or 3, but look, stealing this objective here is huge. If they're going to be able to get that, that's going to take so much pressure off Grand Cathay here. So the Full Metal Alchemist going to be fighting over here on the point, and we do see the Jade Lancers get forced off, and the Celestial General finally does lose his ground. Is he going to be going in with his 600 HP Lord? The Wild Polish Gambler is here. This is super dangerous. The Celestial General is still kind of healthy. Not in great shape, but he's still going, and maybe could actually bonk that Sorcerer. The Sorcerer does manage to get away. Crowmen going to be descending in to help the Celestial General and the remnants of the Jade Lancers, and he does get away with the Chaos Lord. Chaos Lord barely able to get over there. And it looks like the Hell Cannon is about to run out of ammunition, which is going to be taking a ton of pressure off these bad boys. This objective maybe going to be flipping. Though a couple of Marauders did come back in. Maybe they're going to be able to stabilize that one. Very, very tight game between these guys. Chaos does look like it's kind of taken over this match a little bit for sure. As the Celestial General is getting surrounded and potentially killed here, that's going to be a disaster and a half. I mean, he's high leadership. I think he's like 80 or 90 base. He has 80 base, which is very good. Crowmen, of course, helping, and the remnants of the Jade Lancers are going to be on their way in. But it does look like Cathay is getting stretched a little bit too thin now between the two objectives. You know, this is not what Cathay wants. To be fighting for all 3 points this early on is really tough for them because they lose the harmony, and that's probably going to be GG. It looks like the forces of chaos are going to be cackling as they had a very rough start, but were able to stabilize from there. And the Crowmen going to be coming in to try and save the Celestial General. Will be forcing back the Chaos Lord. Oh my god, he's wavering. Yeah, he's at 300 HP. I mean, if Cathay manages to kill the Chaos Lord, is there a chance they could rat this game back? I don't think so. We see the Marauders over here on the point. Hellstriders and company, Forsaken, going to be moving in over here as well. And each point is going to be going to the Warriors of Chaos. Yeah, there's definitely a ton of changes, guys. I reset the stats on Total Tavern, by the way, so we are going to see a new set of data after a couple days, which is going to be kind of fun to see who the new meta factions are. Like, Pavane of Slanesh has been nerfed, Thunder Tusks have been nerfed. Creative Assembly really heard the words of the community and made some great changes, so that is quite good, honestly. All right, look at the Celestial Sweep ability, by the way. Look how much freaking damage that shit does. It's nuts. But 67 HP on the big Giga Chad. He's probably going to be taken down by the Forsaken here, although maybe he's going to waddle through his own troops. 19 HP on him. And I think that seals the deal. Grand Cathay looking to be on the ropes as Charix, the Pride of Poland, does lose his Lord as well. But that's going to be game over. The Warriors of Chaos have a triple cap, and they are able to get it done. So yeah, really fun match, honestly. That was a great game. The Archer volleys were good, but I think a big reason why Cathay struggled is because their flank collapsed so quickly. I think they needed to have Jade Lancers in position to not let those Forsaken bunker bust their flanks. A couple little positions like that, I think, are what cost them, but very well played to Caravithir. It was historically a tricky matchup, but winnable for Grand Cathay for sure. But yeah, Chariot play, right? We saw double character Chariot, 800 and 1600, and then we did also see Gorebeast not being brought in. Hellstriders have always been pretty good. Some of them paid for themselves, some of them didn't. The Hell Cannon was MVP at 1900 value against the Celestial Dragon Guard. And yeah, GG, well played. There was a patch yesterday, and I have a video on the channel separately where you guys can see all the patch note goodness. All right, so let me see if I have any admin nonsense we need to deal with here. The round is in progress. Yeah, people are playing their games. Anticity getting his dub here in round 2. He's on the comeback path. It's a 6-rounder, guys. So we're kind of ramping up. We've been doing a lot of 4-round tournaments, and I feel like it's kind of... We've been blue-balled. How many of you guys have felt blue-balled a little bit by the tournaments? When you have like a 4-round Swiss tournament, it's just kind of like over after 2.5, 3 hours, and you're like, oh, you know... It got the pickle a little bit tickled, but, you know, didn't quite get you there, right? I feel like we need a little bit more. So I'm going to be doing probably 5-round and 6-round tournaments from now on because it was just too little, man. It was too little. Hey, Caravithir is still in this tournament, by the way. 6 rounds is a long time. If you can go 5-1, you're easily going to make it. Yeah. Hey, Turin, I played a bunch of Chaos Dwarf games in the Rat Clan and have some conclusion that Destroyer is no longer a total waste of money. Hey, I love to hear it. I mean, Oscar, show up in the tournaments. Show me what's cooking, man. I want to see it. Yeah, I want to see it. Posting 50-minute match review at the same time you started a stream is just evil. I missed half your stream watching your other video. Oh, I'm sorry, I know. I wanted to get it out before the stream, and I had a power outage today. The power outage and the internet and the phone reception was out all morning. So I couldn't even get on my phone to publish the video. So I just decided to publish it before, you know, half an hour before the stream so at least some people could watch it. But 6 rounds is pretty long. 5 is perfect. Okay. So today we're going to do 6 because we want to see as much meta as we possibly can. But I do see your guys' points of having maybe 5 rounds being the sweet spot, you know? Yeah. So refreshing. Looking good. And there we go. Oh man, I'd love some coffee right now. Some coffee would be nice. This is like old school, man. Because in Warhammer 2, you guys, do we have any Warhammer 2 veterans out here? Guys who played competitive Warhammer 2? Do you remember how long our tournaments were back then? Holy shit. The Warhammer 2 land battle tournaments were so long because of the pick and ban. So the meta was not SFT back then for tournaments. So it used to be like best of 3, best of 5 with a pick and ban going. And the pick and ban took like 50 minutes. It was absurd. Those tournaments used to take like 7 or 8 hours. It was so brutal, man. Oh my God. Don't want to over tickle the pickle. That's right. That's right. Oh, I wish I was playing all of a sudden, man. Everybody's having so much fun here. I'm like, I want to get in and try some new stuff. So let me show you some of the things that I've found and that I'm really excited to try. All right, so looking at Tzeentch. Tzeentch is going to be cooking now with their new Doom Knights. So if we look at the Doom Knights, they are bonus versus large. So that's awesome, right? Still going to be good against infantry too, mind you. But yeah, bonus versus large of 8 on them is really, really cool. I'm hyped to see that. And then Empire got some neat changes as well. You do have the Archlector got a stat line increase, but now the Archlector actually has a bonus versus infantry of 10, which is kind of cool. So maybe like a cheap Archlector, you cut everything and you just bring like the Grand Soulfire. 750 for like an anti-large magic damage combatant in a couple matchups, like against like demons or something. But look, that might not be terrible, right? Volkmar the Grim got some big buffs too. He got like a big melee defense buff on his chariot, which is not bad. Nuln Ironsides also got a cost reduction. So the Nuln Ironsides are down to 825. They're actually cheaper than a handgunner now. Or the handgunner RWR at least, excuse me. Handgunners are 600, but Nuln Ironsides down to 825 from what, 900 I think they were before? Something like that. It's kind of fun, man. Kind of fun. Okay, Warhammer 2 tournaments were watch around and then go do some chores for 35 minutes, right? Yeah, I don't know why they nerfed Screaming Skull Catapults. That was a weird one. There was some changes that I think maybe come from Land Battle, like people suggesting them, because, yeah, like Screaming Skull Catapults didn't need a nerf, you know? Yeah. But honestly, the changes are pretty great overall, I think. Yeah. A couple little weird ones here and there. Round is going. Bretonia, well, you guys want to look at the stats and see who the big dogs are? Well, so far we have, how have the Dark Elves? Ooh, Dark Elves with a dreaded 80% win rate right now. All right, let's go. So yeah, here you can come to TotalTavern.com, which is our Total War competitive website, and you can see the stats for all the factions. We just reset it today. So what you guys see is just brand new data. Who's losing? Who are the big losers? Greenskins and Grand Cathay. Oh, Cathay is on its way to the pits again. Thunder Tusks are limited to 1. So if you actually look at the Creative Assembly patch notes, they are limited to 1, yes. They said that they're supposed to be limited to 1 in the army picks, and they're going to do that in the next patch. They just forgot to do it here, basically. But Thunder Tusks have been nerfed, and they're also limited to 1. So you can bring them, but they just are restricted. Yeah. I guess nobody knows. Yeah, I don't know. Screaming Skull Catapults are not good in either, really. I mean, they're okay. They're like an average unit. They're an average unit. But it's really not something you get hung up on. It's not a big deal. Okay, so let's see here. How are we looking? And brackets. Progress is going down. A lot of people are going to be finishing their games here in the next minute or two. So many changes, though. Other ones, Beastmen, I don't think got hit too hard. Let me see. I think for Beastmen, you got... yeah, the Gore Herds, I think, got a minor change. Ungor Raiders got a bit of a nerf. I know Chaos Spawn have been nerfed across the entire, or buffed across the entire game. So the basic spawn got some nice changes. I think we're getting close to actually seeing a meta in which Chaos Spawn are decent. Because they're cheap and unbreakable, and they hit pretty damn hard. Where would Chaos Spawn be useful for Beastmen? Maybe against, like, Skaven or something. They have a lot of Clan Rat equivalents, and these guys will rip apart Clan Rats. I hope they had a huge long mount from the tabletop and Glaive for Dragon Blood. That would be cool, yeah. I see them making changes that you see on tabletop as well. Basta says the issue with Screaming Skull Catapults is they can rout Marauder champs almost in one hit. Oh, you're saying if they make contact. Yeah, I don't find them to be that bad, though, but maybe in your experience and some other players it has been tough. Skulltaker got nerfed a little bit. Yeah, so Khorne got some interesting ones. So for Khorne, the big noteworthy changes are the Skull Reapers now have elite capture weight. So that gives them a new role. Like, I always wondered, I'm like, why do you bring a Skull Reaper instead of a Chaos Warrior of Khorne? Well, now, not only you bring them for the magic damage, but for the elite capture weight. So we actually have 7 capture weight on the Skull Reapers, which is pretty cool. Melee defense nerf on Skull Taker, extremely warranted. Valkia getting a price increase, but the Blood Speaker getting a big reduction as well. So some changes here and there for Khorne to try and diversify the meta of their Lord picks, which is fun. Nurgle got a buff to all their Rotflies. So all the Rotflies got a mass increase, so they're going to be a little bit better at like pushing through. Aside from that, not too many significant changes, just little reductions on ineffective units and like buffs to like Beasts of Nurgle and those sort of things, right? And by the way, Chaos Knights with Lances, by the way, got a cost reduction across the board. So instead of being more expensive than the shielded variant, it's just like an alternative. So now Chaos Knights with Lances are cheaper too, which is pretty rad. Greasus. Yeah, you guys want to see Greasus? He's one of the most forbidden changes. So Greasus now has the monstrous impact. So when Greasus hits you with his Hammer of Justice, it's going to be adding a 60% speed debuff on you. So they're really trying to make Greasus good. And honestly, he might be borderline good because now Greasus has a Rampage. So you bring Greasus with a Rampage, all right? And you bring him with the Over-Tyrant's Crown, Cut Scepter of Titans. And look, an 1800 gold Lord that has a Rampage and a 60% slow. Are we finally in a meta where Greasus isn't going to be an absolute joke and a meme? I don't know, man. So this monstrous impact debuff is the same thing that the Dreadquake Mortar has, right? So if he gets his fat hands on you, it's going to slow them down. We're doing really good. We're approaching round 3 of the tournament, which is going to be fun. All right, and let's see. Refreshing here. Handful of games still to finish, but honestly, players are doing a pretty good job of playing. So yeah, let's actually test that real quick. So we're going to do the testing mode here. We're going to do we're going to get Greasy Goldtooth, and we're going to get a Yeti. Right, and then, oh, that's the wrong side. Okay, and then Yeti here. And all right, so for you, let's just get the Paymaster coming in. We're going to grease him up, dude. Is it greasing time? It might be. Maybe I have to do an SFT where we play Greasus every game, just so we can feel it out. You know, I think it is greasing time. It's time for us to oil our bodies up and play Greasus and embrace the Ogre Kingdoms. That's right. All right, it's greasing time. Okay, so let's get you and you. Kind of want to see the slowing dynamics of this, so we're going to move you guys up. There we go. Kazrak did get buffed as well. He got a reduction. Yeah, I mean, Rampage is insanely good. Like, so him having a Rampage, he's kind of like a Walmart version of Scarbrand, right? If he gets close to you, he's going to be able to Rampage you. So let's see what happens here. He's going to get hit by Greasus, right? So we are going to go normal speed. 5 movement speed! Aura of Frost, Monster's Impact, and Frostbite. So this homie went from like 54 movement speed down to 5. Oh, that's so funny. So like, yeah, you're not going to get away from him. And then if he has the Rampage ability, he's going to be able to potentially... This is even probably a nastier thing in land battle, because in land battle you can just sit in the Unga Bunga box and make people come to you with like lead belchers and stuff. And if you have Greasus waiting in there with a Rampage, holy shit. Dude, 5 movement speed is awesome. Yeah, that is awesome. Oh, you can even apply a poison too, right? if you really want to slow something down. Yeah, pretty much almost snared. It's a free net sort of, right? Well, that was because we had the Yeti. So if we get these guys, let's get you in here, and we're gonna put you on. All right. So let's get this. We're gonna get that. I want to test some of the gout. I want to see what's cooking here. Looking at the round here, we ready for the next one? Almost. Almost. So there's 5 games still to finish, and then we should be good to go. So just imagine Greasus rubbing his oil all over the opponents. That's what's happening here. Can you go into negative speed? Yeah, where you just like your force, you just get absorbed into the void because you're negative speed. The earth just sucks you in. You took off the training weights. All right, so right now we're gonna do this. I'm going to see how slow I can get this thing down to with these 3 characters. So it's greasing time. Let's go grease them up. Noblars throwing their poison. All right, so now the poison is there. Oh, Grease hasn't hit him yet. Grease Lightning needs to get in. Okay, Grease now hits it. 7 movement speed on the Stone Horde, which was like a 70 movement speed monster. So like, oh my god, that's so funny. Add Dismember. Yeah, so 7 movement speed down from, what was it? Down from 66 with the Poison, the Frostbite, the Aura of Slow, and Greasy. So that's one way to kind of capture guys, you know? Yeah, it's one way to do it. You need to tell him one way and he moonwalks in the other direction. Oh, I love that. That's so fun. Yeah, so I mean, look, that's a way to play. I think land battle people are going to enjoy that more because, again, you can kind of sit in a more static position in land battle, but, you know, we'll see. The movement, it's almost a net. Yeah, like with 7 movement speed, that good luck moving away. You're going to have to use the units to, like, free up your unit, most likely against that, which is what I'm suspecting here. Oh, I guess I live here now, exactly. This is my home. All right, so taking a look at the tourney, let's refresh this real quick, and we will take a look and see how things are looking. Shout out to all the players today for showing up. We have, most of the round is done. We have Melkorn, Death by Ricochet, Pink and Reginald playing it out. Anticity with the Steel Chair, coming off the Revenge from round 1. Original Echo and Ghost King and Shackcraft and Bigger Fish are all playing as well. So there they go. I'm going to be doing I think I might try that Ogre Tech sometime soon. Oh, Tim the Wilder dropping a game too. Holy shit, what is with the gods bleeding today? Or that's Own Goal, sorry. He hasn't had his name changed on the website, but it is Own Goal. So he lost to Blake, and then Anticity lost to somebody as well earlier. He lost to Opal Black Bear. So a lot of the big dogs are losing today in the new meta, trying to figure things out. All right. Oh, yeah, there's one more thing to try before we go. All right. So in my video, I talked about this. The video's up on the channel in case you guys want to check it all out. But Alithanar has a heat-seeking moonbow now, right? So let's get a mage and let's get the Shem's Burning Gaze. We're going to put you on this. And we're going to go and do Pillar of Bone. Pillar of Bone. Welcome to the Bone Zone, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to try the sniping on just you. So you are 40 there. Okay. So the Moonbow from Alithanar now has a heat-seeking profile, so it's going to be much more accurate. It's going to be kind of like Arrows of Kurnus or something where it kind of follows you. Try on a unit. We're going to try it on the Ogre Lord first. We're going to try like a little sniping combo, and yeah, we're going to go from there. So fast forward, you're going to shoot here a little bit, put some Daka down on them. Let's do the Moonbow here, and then we're going to do a Shem's Burning Gaze as soon as that wears off. So here comes the Moonbow. There we go. Nothing too crazy, but still respectable damage. We're going to do a little Shem's Burning Gaze. And, like, look, that's not terrible, right? That was, like, a couple seconds of shooting and harassing. I'm curious to see how the Moonbow is going to be against, like, a Chosen unit or something like some sort of an elite infantry unit. Yeah, that'd be fun. All right, so let's go to do Greenskins. We're going to get some Blorks in there. I don't know why Black Orcs didn't get elite capture weight. That's definitely a big oversight. I think they just missed it, to be honest. Because Black Orcs should have elite capture weight. If Celestial Dragon Guard do, they should too. They even cost more. Vampire Count's got a lot of good buffs. Yeah, they got, like, the Blood Knights got cost reduced, their Crypt Ghouls, and a couple other things. And their Lore passive, the Lore of Undeath, got a reduction also, which is great. Let's see how this does here. It's Moonbow in time. Okay, not super good, but if we get to the side, so we're going to run away here. And we're going to try and get on the side and use it like a side shot there. All right. So Lithanar, he's basically a mobile bolt thrower, right? How long do we have on this? 56 seconds? Okay. Can you guys let me know how the round is looking? Does he have stock? He's got this. We have the mislead ability, so we're going to do that. Get him nice and misled. And soon we're going to drop a net in a couple seconds here. So we need to get you this way, and let's go regular speed now. Drop the net like it's hot, and now we're going to go ahead and do the shot down the side. So here it comes. Okay, that's better. That's better. Yeah, the shot down the side, it's kind of like a Walmart version of Gaze of Nagash. You know, kind of not terrible. Yeah, we can just do a little bit of poking here, but yeah, it's like a little Amber Spear. Now, Shem's Burning Gaze is a good spell. People use it for Lord Sniping all the time because it's kind of inexpensive and you can overcast it and get some good value. And is he not shooting right now? He should be. There we go. Okay. Oh, maybe he can't shoot and run. I don't know. It's kind of weird if he can't. There he goes. Okay. Now he's doing it. Little Shem's Burning Gaze action. We can do the misdirection, which is really funny when it catches people, actually. I feel like they could have given him another charge of his Moonbow, like give him 3 charges, and it wouldn't have been too bad, but I get that too. Yeah, Shems does okay down the line. You can get alongside of a unit, so we'll show you guys right now. Get it along the side here. They unfortunately just switched directions to charge me there, but yeah, that was pretty weak sauce. Regardless, you guys get the idea. Doombolt? Sure, we could test Doombolt. Cathay did lose their game, but it was a very contested match. It was a very good match. I can be your hero, baby. Okay, let's refresh this. I honestly don't understand how games can go this long. Like, I really don't. Like, when the players are, yeah, I don't get it. Unless there's like a disconnection or lag or something, or I guess people just don't show up. I'm not sure what it is. All right, so we're going to get Mama Marathi, and we'll be testing out the Doom Bolts. So there she is, and we're going to put her here, get a little bit of you. And Doom Bolt, we're going to try it against like some basic infantry. We'll try it against some like cavalry or something, and we're going to see how it works out. All right. Doom Bolt is really strong with the new patch. We're going to try it right now. Yeah, do we have anybody, any mods in YouTube and or Twitch chat who could drop a link to the patch notes? I did a whole video on them. You can look it up on the channel. I posted it like a couple hours ago. But yes, so Doom Bolts, okay. Does she not have Doom Bolt? No, she doesn't have Doom Bolt, god damn it. I was like, something's off here. Okay, which faction received the biggest buffs? It's hard to say right now. Malekith has just like pure Lore of Darkness, right? Yes, he does. Cool. Put him up in the dragon. There we go. All right. Wasn't it the lesser Doom Bolt? I don't know. We'll find out. We will see what's going on. Tournament chat here. All right. And let's get you going. And we're going to try some Doom Bolt. So overcasting it does what? We don't have the wand for that right now, so we're just going to move you back into the trees there and just hide a little bit. Overcasted is going to be increased AP damage, so let's try that on the Black Orcs here, just like on their static formation. That's okay. Like for 15 wins magic, is it really good? Bellicor is 150 gold cheaper as well. He is. He is cooking a little bit, so we're going to try a different one. We're going to try it on the Orc Boy here, see how good that is. That's not terrible. How much is it? That's 9 wins of magic. I don't think it's worth it. Probably for that point. Although, I mean, it is doing decent damage. You do a little power of darkness on yourself, you know. Yeah. And then we're going to be sitting at 1 per 3 with a decent amount of reserves. Let's see what happens if we bunch the unit up. So we're going to attack with the dragon, get them to bunch up on us, and then we're going to do the Doom Bolt. Okay. How's that looking? That's all right. It's kind of good against single entities. All right, we're going to try it against some SEs. So we got to look at the Doom Bolt there. Yeah, Bellicor is coming back. He returns. We're going to see how effective it is as a Lord sniping tool. So we're going to get like Wurzag on his pig or something and just assume they have like a caster lord or something, right? All right. I can be your Wurzag, baby. Refreshing the rounds. Hey, the round is done. All right, awesome sauce. So we're going to go ahead and refresh this, and then we are going to advance the round. Round is done. Next round is upon us. We're going to fast forward this real quick. And then we're going to do the Doomfire bombardment. All right, so 15 is going to be overcasted. Oh, shit, that's actually good. That is legit good. Okay, so that's where you use it. Yeah, so you're going to be using that as a Lord sniping tool. Screw targeting infantry. Wow. I think somebody might be on the back end of the website doing something here. Okay. I think Opal Black Bear was on the back end of the website changing something, so it kind of maybe did it. Okay. So let me see if you fix that change. Boss Toss has 3. Okay, so we got to do some adminning. Goblins, do not refresh. Thank you. And I'm going to take care of some admin work here. One sec. No problemo. So that's perfect. And then somebody else has too many Swiss points, and that is going to be... Who else? Count Games has too many as well. Okay. Can't wait till we get our website updated, man. It's going to be so nice. All right, so loading up right now. Hopefully we don't blow up the website, and we will go from there. Yeah, honestly, that seems pretty good. That Doom Bolt is nice. I think that's not bad. I mean, lesser Doom Bolt is something we can experiment with while we wait for the website to load here. So what do we get? A couple of these guys. Try and pop Wurzag in the face with those. That could be some dirtiness, right? Okay. Hey, no worries, Matt. Don't worry, we're going to be around. The VOD will be up for you later. I think in some matchups you could honestly see not Kadai, but the sniping builds with the Doomfire boys. All right, so we fast forward. We're going to come over here. We're going to start with a lesser bombardment there, and then we're going to do a lesser bombardment here also. 1, 2, and then we get 3. Okay, I mean, look, that's pretty freaking good, right? I mean, he obviously shattered because he's the only unit in the army, but you could even apply a Soul Blight beforehand to lower his armor because that would increase the damage that the Doom Bolts do, right? Because they have 100% AP, so try using 4 Doomfire Warlocks and their lesser Doom Bolts at once. Yeah, that's honestly potentially going to be very good. That's going to be very good. I think too many of the goblins were refreshing the website here, so we're going to have to just let it load and then fix that later. Okay. I can be... That song's stuck in my head. I heard it on the radio yesterday. I'm like, God, dude. That's one of those songs that just gets stuck in your head so freaking hard. I don't think Azazel got too many changes, no. I do not think so. Okay, I think that's just not going to work right now. All right, so we need to just give it a second. There we go. Hold gremlins. Warlocks are expensive though. They are, right? So like it's a bit of a if they like don't manage to kill their targets and you bring like a couple of them, it is going to make your army a little bit worse. They're 1100 gold, so they're really squishy. Like 1100 for a 5000 HP unit. Yeah, but in some matchups, Doomfire Warlocks are actually good. So in those situations, you'd probably be fine. What do they break this patch? So far, we haven't discovered anything broken yet. Like anything super broken. That is the case. Okay, let's refresh this one last time here and hope that we can be okay. I don't think the Doomfire thing will be as strong as people think. I think in a couple like fringe matchups it's going to be okay, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, so I think I know what happened. We had 2 admins trying to change some shit on the back end of the website at the same time, and it caused some issues. Soon we'll be updated, and we won't have to deal with that nonsense anymore. Soonish. Okay. Load for me, brother. But here's the thing: that Wurzag is a very squishy lord. We could try it. We could try it actually one more time. Let's get it like a tanky lord. So we're gonna get like a not like a tanky lord, but let's get, I don't know. Let's get like a Karl Franz or something and see how he weathers the storm. So we're going to get him here. We're going to put him with the Swordsman, and then we're going to load in and try that. 4 Warlocks and 2 Dark Sorceress with the Doom Bolt meta. That would be really funny, actually. That would be hilarious. Okay. Ah, somebody dropped. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so I'm going to try and advance the round now. We're going to advance the Swiss to the next round, and I'll fix the scores after that once the website kind of calms down a little bit and people stop refreshing it. All right, so refresh, fast forward here, and we're going to do, although since he's flying, he might dodge some of these because he might get like staggered in a weird way. You know, so we're going to kind of layer them a little bit. That's 1, that's 2. But like 1 regrowth probably counters all of this, right? Is that all 4? Then here's the casted one. That's pretty good, but remember, this is like 7,000, like 6,000 gold worth of units against him. Kind of fun. I think they're still stronger sniping. Pavane is not going to be as problematic anymore, no. Not going to be as problematic. I'm excited to try those guys out. It's going to be fun. All right. Let's get this going. Who the hell's messaging me here? Don't you dare drop, I swear. Oh, I knew Selenius, I knew. Okay, Goblins, round 3. All right, so round 3 is upon us. We have some new matches to cast. I'm going to be doing Count Games versus Opal Black Bear, which is going to be fun. So Opal Black Bear, lobby code please. Thank you. Count Games, lobby code please. Thank you. So we got a game to cast. I don't know what these guys are playing, but we're going to see. I would love to see the new Anti-Large Doom Knights. I think that would be super fun. Jack's Graph is going to need a buy round point as well. Show us the Arch Lector. Yeah, when I play, I'm going to be doing some streams throughout the rest of the week. We're going to be streaming the next few days and earlier as well. So for those European homies, it'll be a little bit earlier. We're going to be getting up at like 10 and doing some tournament streams. And yeah, should be good. Should be good. All right. So we got the lobby code. And now we can do some adminning stuff. So Shaq's craft is going to need a buy around point. So Shaq is going to need that buy around point here. Let's load that up in hopes. Uncle for Uncle did get a cost reduction. Yeah, so all the greater demons, not the exalted ones, but the basic ones got a cost reduction. So like the Keeper of Secrets, the Lord of Change, all that kind of goodness. All right, so we just got to wait for our lobby down. We'll jump in and cast it up. Okay, and let's do this and this. Join there. 1, 2, 3. I think it's going to be the password. And there we are. Oh, no, wrong one. No spectator slot. Feels bad. Come on. You can do it, Janky Total War Engine. I believe in you. There's Opal's lobby, spec slot, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Are you guys ready for the rise of Uncle for Uncle? I like the patch notes, honestly. I think it's good. We're going to see what the map is going to be here for this next round and a half here. Let's update your Swiss points there. Looking good. Oh my god! And one of the there's a bolt thrower that has Vanguard, right? The greenskin one, so you can like Vanguard the bolt thrower in your opponent's like back objective. Just get like an immediate artillery push on their back point. It's pretty hilarious. I mean, not going to be good, but there's so much room for exploration right now, which is super exciting. Yeah, it's very exciting. All right. Okay. Where are we? Yep, Count Games versus Lizardmen here. I don't know what factions are playing yet. They should be switching in a moment. Oh yeah, that was really funny, the comment in the patch notes. As long as I work at this company, Helman Gorst will be buffed. And what we actually, the analogy we drew is like, who would have their, of all the characters that you have in Warhammer Fantasy, right? You have like all these badass legendary characters. Who would ever be like, yeah, Helman Gorst is my boy, you know? That is my dude. When you have characters like frickin', you know, I don't know, like any of these big epic characters. That's like going into Lord of the Rings and being like, yeah, Grima is my favorite character, you know? What's up? My boy Grima Wormtongue. I'm so hyped to see him in action, you know? It's kind of like that. Helman Gorst. I know, exactly. So we're going to get that, load that up here. Yeah, probably Professor Ponewood, that's right. Helman is my boy. Oh my god. So you don't want to read your 500,000 word fan fiction about Helman Gorst? Yeah. Okay. Set this up. And then we got to get Count Games as well. Never speak ill of Grima. Look, I really enjoy using Grima Wormtongue in Age of the Ring, as well as in tabletop. Grima Wormtongue is like super busted. He's really strong. Well, not strong, but annoying is the correct way of describing that probably. So Count Games should be at 1 here. All right. So Wood Elves versus Lizardmen. We're potentially going to get to see some changes here. Wood Elves did get, I think Orion got some buffs. Not too much between these factions. Temple Guard are elite now, and of course do have the elite capture weight, which is going to be 7. So that's going to be going down. Okay, let's do that. And all the adminning has taken care of. Oh, Grima still is really powerful Lich. He's still really good. You can like embed him in enemy units and he basically just like trolls them. It's hilarious. Okay, cool. Yeah. We're moving along though, round 3, so we're about halfway through the tournament as we approach the hour-and-a-half mark. The progress is going. Scholar Peers have elite capture weight. Does this mean Wrathmongers do too? Yeah, Wrathmongers I don't think do, because they're like kind of like a monstrous unit more so. I'll actually check the patch notes real quick. Total War Warhammer patch 6.2.2. Okay. Gonna check here to see if Wrathmongers do. Wrath. I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they do. So I'm looking at Khorne. So Wrathmongers are considered like an elite unit. They still have 5 capture weight, but they don't have... I think it's because they were trying to have it be like units that don't have a lot of models aren't going to have a lot of capture weight, which makes sense because it's really hard to kill a Wrathmonger model, so the getting rid of that capture weight is super annoying. Yeah, so I don't see that in the changes there. All right, guys, I'm going to go grab some water while these guys get their going and get their business going, and we'll be back in like just a minute. Thanks for joining today, man. It's been fun. All right. All right, guys. No, we're back. We're back. Crestfallen, I just was AFK. I was getting some water. So this is one of our new maps. This is a shout out to Waka Waka 3000. This is the Blazing Ramparts, a new Khorne map, which is awesome looking, man. It looks so freaking cool. It's a style. You know, both players have the objectives down the line in the middle, and it's going to be dinosaurs versus the Wood Elves, a classic matchup. One that we see quite a bit, actually. No, I didn't hit the mute button. I'm back. Don't worry. We are back. If the camera's not moving around, usually I'm not there. It means I'm just AFK. A siege battle. Yeah, it'd be pretty funny. It just becomes a siege battle. Like a cool citadel back here. Oh, so rad looking. Nice little gatehouse. Yeah, epic map. Waka Waka coming in with the steel chair. Looking at the armies here, ladies and gentlemen, spawning on the north side of the map. It is going to be the champion of the old ones. It's going to be the Lizardmen. So we got skink cohorts with the red-crested skinks as well, ROR. For good armor piercing. Now, we do have our new Pimpin' Lord. Not new, but the Red-Crested Skink did, I believe, get a cost reduction or Colossal Strike in this patch. I'm not sure. But he's a very cheap, decent combat fighter, right? So he can go and do some work. We do have some skirmishers, some cavalry on the outside as well. So heavy cavalry have always been pretty good against the elves. So you can use them to try and dive on the archers, run over some of the frontline infantry. Not bad at all. Aside from that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a Heavens Caster. It's going to be a Skink Priest of Heavens who does have Wind Blast to clear out Elven Infantry and Harmonic Convergence to win cavalry fights, and that is going to be that. Now, looking here at the build here of Count Games, he's going to be rocking a front line of Eternal Guard backed up by the Glade Guard, some of which have Hagbane tips for poison, but not a lot of Starfire Shaft action, so not putting much respect on the Lizardman armor. Spears on the backside, and it is going to be a Spellsinger of Beasts with Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom did get nerfed this patch. It lost 2 seconds off its duration, and also I think might cost more Wounds of Magic. I can't quite remember, but it did get a little bit nerfed, which is good. All right, guys, that's going to be it. The Elven army is going to be preparing. One sec. All right. Let's just open that door to get some fresh air in here. And the battle is soon to be on. And the Blazing Ramparts, one of our new maps. Vanguard deployment options pretty good on this map. You can see the little gremlins, the Chameleon Stalkers, able to Vanguard out on the side, and they are going to be able to get to that objective quickly, and the same thing is going to be happening here. Okay, so this map you can literally Vanguard right on the objectives. So Vanguard is going to be very welcome here. Granted, it's a small map anyway, so your opponent will be able to get to it from their spawn very quickly as well. All right, so those bad boys going to be advancing up. We do see the Glade Guard in the back lurking in the wings. That's a hell of a lot of archers. So in total, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 archer build. Wowza. Zotes also did get buffed this patch. They got a cost reduction, so maybe we will see Zotes in play against Lizardmen Colden Rider Cavalry. I think that would be good. I do like that, but, you know, it's going to be difficult to protect 9 freaking archers. That's a lot to, you know, work with there, man. It's a hell of a lot. All right, so objective number 1 going to be going to dinos. Objective 2 and 3, all 3 objectives out of the gates. Dryads took a much more conservative vanguard. They did not vanguard up in the point. Maybe we're a little bit nervous about being overwhelmed, but they are going to be coming in. But yeah, just mass archer build. This is like a turn, like, I don't know, like 8 or 9, turn 10 campaign army. You have like a couple Eternal Guards and maybe some Dryads mixed in, and then just mass archers, right? That's always been one of my things about campaign. I'm always bummed about how mass archer, like missile armies, are just so cost effective against the AI, because you can really just cheese the AI. But yeah, like most campaign armies just evolve into like big old doom stacks of archers. But, you know, it can be fun. Having big gun lines with like Chaos Dwarves and like Fireglaves and, you know, Dreadquakes and that is awesome. All right, so Wood Elves are going to be hunkering down on Objective 2, and we are going to be seeing the Lizardmen advance. Now, remember, all these little gremlins, by the way, they do have shields. So they are going to be able to absorb a lot of the firepower. On the flank, we do see Cold Riders coming in. Wind Blast activated there. Nice cast there. Really Rexo's Eternal Guard knocking them over. But the Archer salvos are in full effect. Flock of Doom also activated there in a moment. And on the backside, we do have some Wild Riders getting ready to protect the positions. But the Elven Archers are tearing it up. Skink Cohort's losing a lot of HP. One of them is wavering and in the pits. The other one here is also in a bit of a precarious position. Dryad's going to be circling around the flank, going after these guys. Meanwhile, the Eternal Guard are going to be getting ready to party as well. So they're going to come here, screen them out, probably going to see the Colden Riders, or excuse me, the Wild Riders go out and intercept those guys. So far, the Elves have been able to hold their battle lines. The Lizards have been moving in, but the Elves have been able to maintain. But now it's looking a little bit dangerous. There is a big opening in the position here, and a bunch of cavalry units are about to penetrate through. The Wild Riders are a little bit stuck on the outside, and we only have Dryads coming in, so this is going to be a disaster. The metaphorical fox is going to be getting into the henhouse here, as the Cold Spear Riders should be able to force their way through. Eternal Guard trying to get through. Flock of Doom response is very, very good, but they do manage to get through, and these archers are now going to start paying the troll toll a little bit, although they're kind of getting dragged down a little bit. Some spears on the back trying to do what they can. And now Dryads are going to be intercepting. Maybe some of those archers will be able to stabilize here. Glade Riders used against Coldon Riders. Going to be a big losing fight. Glade Riders do not have the armor to stand up to a Coldon Rider. Out here on the far side, we do see the Wild Riders winning their fight against the Coldon Riders because of the charge mainly. And yeah, will the Wood Elves be able to endure this blitz? I mean, this is a big onslaught of Lizardmen. A lot of Velociraptors are coming in, a lot of cohorts. The Heavens Caster does get sniped, actually. So you can see the Lizardman Caster, during the heat of all that action, did eat it and got shot pretty good there. But yeah, like I said, a lot of cavalry in the backfield. This archer unit's being harried and chased. These ones are all running. Dryads are fighting tooth and nail to try and hold this. More Dryads going to be called out here. And is it currently a triple cap? So Lizardmen only have 2 objectives. But it looks like right now they're going to be trying to steal Objective 3, which is a brilliant play, because if you're diving in your opponent's spawn zone like this, you really want to make sure you have all 3 objectives to take advantage of the fact that you might be down trading in value because you're in their spawn area, you know? That's a very, very big principle here. But, I mean, we do see some pockets of Elven stabilization. Like, these archers are stable, these ones are stable, these ones might be able to stabilize, although there is another Colden Rider coming into the woods, and they're really getting in there. They got their cudgels out for the old ones and are going to be slapping up some of these Elven archers. That is for sure. Obviously, the Glade Riders or the Glade Guard do not have the best combat stats in the world, but they do have 27 melee defense, so they're not as bad as some other archers. And we do see the Lizards getting buckled on this side. So the Eternal Guard are able to hold that position. The Eternal Guard and archers and Dryads here are able to force back a lot of the Lizards. And over here, the Eternal Guard and Dryads are actually in pretty good shape. So the Lizards maybe diving too greedily and too deeply. We'll see. But this is beautiful right here from Opal Blackbear. He does get a nice flank. Colden Riders coming from the spawn all the way over here. And they are going to be just rolling over like bowling pin a bunch of these guys right now, man. Going to be very, very tough. So anybody's game, but probably is Lizard favored. He's hiding his Lord in the bushes, which is really funny. The old domination meta, so I don't know. You could bring him out, honestly. I don't think he's really at risk of being sniped here. Having the little gremlin out to fight against some of the Elvish cavalry could be pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of archers, especially against Lizards, who are a pretty aggressive faction. And now the Lizardmen are getting a good saturated fight. Their armor is just trading so cost-effectively here against these guys. You can look and see the spear units, or not spears, but the archers are being dragged down. The Colden Riders with their freaking high armor and pretty good combat stats for what they are. Trading well here. Wild Riders trying to peel them off. And will we see Count Games escape out of his spawn zone, or did he go too greedy with the archers? I don't know. Might have brought too many archers. I think like 5 is fine, but 9 archers seems like a lot to protect. It's very much like a skew build, like an Anticity style. On a bigger map, it might have been better too, but this map is kind of small and their opponents can get to you really quick with the reinforcements. So maybe a bit risky there. All right. How are we looking in the woods? We do have Dryads and Wild Riders fighting it out. Pretty much all the archers are compromised at this point. If we look around, we see a couple back here, which are just like holding on for dear life. Some have stabilized, but there are little pockets of Lizardmen resistance. And the woods, the Cold One Spear Riders, and the Chameleon Stalkers who are just getting right on top of them and not letting them escape. And I think we probably do see the end of the road here. I think that Opal Black Bear is going to be able to win, and that will probably be, all there is in this matchup. Because look, if you're in your spawn zone getting attacked and you're not up in value, despite having immediate reinforcements against your opponent, you're going to be in some danger. So GG, well played. GG, well to the played. All right, so that was a very quick one-sided game. But, an illustration for you newer players that be careful how many missile units you bring against aggressive cavalry factions. You can sometimes pay the troll toll. I love the style, though. A shout out to Count Games. It's badass. It's just really hard to protect that much against a freaking quad cav, double Chameleon Stalker opening. Just one Stalker, actually. But yeah, this was a very wide build and very aggressive, so. Okay, GG, well played. So, since that was really quick, we're going to play a game. And if anybody wants to play against me, I'm going to host a lobby. It's going to be called T, because I got the itch, man. So get on in here. I'm going to play a faction that has received a lot of changes. And yes, we're going to play on one of the new maps. We're going to do the Maelstrom. We got to get a game on the Maelstrom. The Whirling Maelstrom. There we go. Okay. You know what? Let's play Tzeentch. Tzeentch got some nice changes, right? Do they have elite infantry? They do. They have Chosen. They have the new Doom Knights. We got some good stuff. The Clever Girls did win that one. They did. Looking at the tournament, there's going to be a lot of time before now and the last game finishes. So, yeah, we need to get a game going here. Cathay winning, Scrambled Egg Special winning, Boss Toss winning his game as well. All you need to do is have the Total Tavern Tournament map pack on, and then you can battle me. Just come on in. Come party. Some good water right there, man. Some good H2O. All right, one sec, guys. Just got to fix something with my door over here. All right, guys, I'm back. We got Dark Age Rush in here. All right, Dark Age is going to play Cathay. Ooh, Cathay against Tzeentch. This isn't like a great opportunity for me to use my new stuff, but we're going to try it out. So let's cook. All right, so we're going to get the blocker up here. Do this. 1 second. And there we go. There we are. I feel like if I go elite infantry, he's just going to hard counter me. So now I'm like, how do I do this? So we are on the Maelstrom of Change. We're going to do something very fun, I think. We're going to have a good time here. It's going to be great. Okay, so what options do we have? Do it. Dark Age Rush on their beloved Grand Cathay. It's not a bad choice either. Ooh, Tzeentch has got so many schemes, man. You got so many schemes. I do have the elite infantry, but I think we'll bring them in as like a later capture weight option. Yeah. Okay. Bringing a couple of you guys in reserve. It's going to be super necessary. Get you guys, and then maybe the Shrieking Sky Rays are going to be nice. Just go mass pink horrors. Is that the way? Is that the forbidden tech? This is just a single player with other players. The Flying Nimbus Flamethrowers, yes, of course. Nobody's going to expect those. Sigvald's kind of interesting as like a transformation option. Morker, the Shadow Gave, you don't get all the summons if you go Morker. That sucks. I'm just looking at changeling options to see what we could change into here. I mean, I think Village. Oh, Village did get buffed too, I believe. Yeah, Village got some nice buff, so maybe he's a little bit better now. Chosen of Tzeentch are pretty freaking cool. They are. But if he just got like hard counters elite infantry, which he probably is going to be doing, I'd probably get cooked. So yeah, we just want to avoid that, I think. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to go ahead and get the you and you. He could bring the Jet Lions. They actually just got buffed, which is pretty rad. So we got these guys. We got 60 of that. Okay, and for our last disappearing act here, what are we going to get? Exalted Heroes are pretty rad. We could do the dreaded Book of Secrets. Do we do the Book of Gambling? The book of microtransactions. Is that gonna be our play? I don't know. Could be. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Well, Greasus will not have his rampage, right? Or will he? Greasus is already pretty terrible against Grand Cathay, so I think that's risky. The monstrous impact, like Cathay is not going to be care about Greasus. Yeah, they're not. Okay, so obviously he's got good flying, so Changebringers are going to be a little bit tricky to protect. I don't think we're cooking too much with that. Forsaken are very, very good in this matchup. I think they're nice. Okay, GLHF, let's see what's happening here, and let's go get wrecked because this build is not very good. But I'm trying to shoehorn in changed units, which maybe we'll get it done. Hopefully he does the same thing. Here's the build. You get a last second look at it. We have the Book of Secrets, and we do also have our boy Village the Curseling. Some of the patch notes do affect single player, but only in a good way. It's like, it's just things being buffed really, because all the changes that really were negative were usually cost increases, except like Thunder Tusk and things like that. But yeah, here we are on the Whirling Maelstrom. Yes, yes. It is Village the Curseling. What lord can bunker bust? I mean, there's tons. There's tons of lords that are really good at blitzing positions, you know? There's a whole bunch. Can you guys keep me posted on the round, by the way? Let me know how we're looking. So I do have 7 capture weight units. I brought some Chosen, even though they're not normally good in this matchup, but I did bring some shielded Chosen. And they're going to advance out from the trees here, and we'll get some of them advancing from the trees here. Because this map has a really, really dynamic trees, which is cool. So I like that a lot. So we're going to get you, and you. We do have the chariot characters, which are going to be a menace. Village is going to roll here. We have the 2 chariot boys, which are going to go and move through the high ground there. And you can come down here and help out on that point, which is going to be fine. 2, 3, and 4. All right. I could be in danger here. We'll see. I have the 7 capture weight Chosen. We're going to see if they make a difference. He has Celestial Dragon Guard, which obviously he's going to be bringing, but I do have the Infernal Gateway, so that's going to be that. All right, so let's get you up there, and you guys on this side can go and move towards this point. So what's army going to be? Okay, it's going to be crossbows. The Moonbird got buffed as well. Chariot characters are going to be a menace, and Village the Curseling should be able to shut down some archers as well. I do have Centaurs and Forsaken in reserves. Didn't really go with any Vanguard units. Oh, yeah, that's right. I should have brought some Zangors. I went with more of a Forsaken build, but Zangors did get buffed. They got a little bit of a buff in this patch show. This is probably, of all the new maps, this is probably my favorite one. I think this looks so freaking good. It looks amazing. All right, team. So advancing up is going to be the big dragon. He's going to be coming for that bread. And Village is there. Probably want to get the Shrieking Skyrays out to keep that dragon honest, because they are anti-large fighters, so they can fight against the dragon and the Moonbird. Yeah. Chosen are almost over there. Chosen are going to be really tough to get rid of on the objectives, like very tough. And if we could just triple cap them out of the gates, that's going to feel very nice. So let's get you there. I think we can afford to fight the Moonbird. I do have Book of Secrets, obviously, but that's not going to be worth. All right, so here comes Grand Cathay. Here comes the boom. We could start getting the chariots in there, get a little bit crunk nasty. We do get our anti-large boys. Let's park them back here, and now we can head over here and get this, and we're going to get you over there. Fighting in the Maelstrom is quite a cool looking shot. Some Chosen going to advance over to this objective. And now we are on the board. Let's keep you nearby. Do this. We see the big dragons on their way out. Village is thinking about moving in here, but he's got to be careful. All right, so let's get you on the point, And we do have this Giga Chad Chosen unit that's going to be coming over here and pressing. Juking and getting hunted here a little bit. So we're going to retreat back, get Village in there, and you go there, and you go there. All right. So far so good. Chariot characters going to keep doing their thing. The Jade Warriors are going to be a bit of a problem. We're going to get the Shrieking Skyrays in there to attack the big man. So let's get them down here, attack, and you guys retreat back now, and then we can get the chariots moving. All right, so for Village now, we're going to want to get a big old Vortex, probably on some Jade Warrior crossbows here. We're going to get some Centaurs coming out to do some back pressure and just kind of keep running around, really. That's going to be the idea. All right, so you guys go here. Chariot characters go there. The Shrieking Skyrays are doing it. We do get a big Vortex back there, which is awesome sauce, and Chosen are now coming. And we do have the triple cap. So classic, tech against Grand Cathay is just to kind of hold all freaking day and hold the objectives. Chariot character is just going to, keep trundling about here. And we'll use the Book of Secrets to try and get a Fate of Buna. Did we get it? We do not get the Fate of Buna. So the gambling doesn't pay off, kids. Did we get it on the other one? Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, Centaurs come down here, charge those Jade Lancers, try and save that Chariot character from dying here. We will see, as the Shrieking Skyrays are doing some nice work, but soon going to be attacked here and have a bad time. All right, so we do get the Centaur charge there. get our chariot characters to move over this way, and Furies are coming in, so we're going to get Furies to go after these guys and get you to keep running back this way. Chariot character's not in the best shape, but the Chosen are fighting well, and we do have the objectives, so the Chosen have arrived, and the 7 capture weight of the gods is there, but the chariot characters, yeah, really getting wrecked, actually. Those Centaurs do pretty well, though, all things considered. All right, so let's get on this, and now what we can do is we can call in you guys. Unfortunately, we did get trolled a little bit there and paid the iron price. Chosen have arrived, and yeah, we're in a horrible losing position. This game's basically over already. It's basically over already. Our build was terrible. Oh, God. Oh, man. Yeah, this is just not going according to code. But we do get in. Some of the archer units do pay the price. This one's going to get compromised as well. Maybe I can weasel it out by holding the objective. We do see the Chosen being relevant here. You know, they are maintaining capture weight on this objective despite being heavily outnumbered. So that is cool that we get to see that showcase. And back here, we are on top of the Jade Warrior Archers. We do have the Book of Secrets on cooldown, but yeah, for now, it is going. So another Vortex should be here soon. Furies are going to get killed, but not before we do some good damage to these Archers. Chosen are still fighting tooth and nail over there. They're doing good, and time for some Forsakens. We're going to get the Forsaken to move up, run across the map, and yeah, we do get an Archer unit offline, which is great, but the Chariot characters are getting horrifically punished. Let's go ahead and do this to get the Winds of Magic recharge, and then we're going to do a Vortex back here and just try and punish everybody in that blob. And cool, so we have the Chosen fighting at the point. We're going to get you fighting over here. I mean, maybe we can weasel this out on points. That Vortex is pretty good. We actually do end up getting a lot. This character is still trapped, but it's fine. He might actually come back later. And Book of Secrets time. Not sure if it's time for that. Not sure. All right, so Marauder's going to head over to that point. Chosen are still going strong. Village is going to work on these guys. Let's get you here and get you here as well. And did that character escape? It did. Great. So the character escaped. We're going to get him across now. We do have the Forsaken coming. Why have you forsaken me? Yeah, maybe they'll get there. I don't know. So Chariot Man still alive. He does get afflicted by Plague of Rust, so we're going to waddle this way. Village is just going to be a tanky menace. And we're going to do the Book of Secrets on you. See if we can get a Fate of Buna. Ah, no Fate of Buna. We deserve to be punished for our sins, though, honestly. For trying to frickin' abuse the Book of Secrets, we deserve it. All right, so you guys and you guys go there. And how is the rest of the grind going? The Chariot character is just cackling and running, which is what we need to be doing. The Chosen capture weight is relevant. It is relevant here, so we're going to get you guys back a little bit and see if that can cook. And the Forsaken are going to be waddling over to the other side. The Chosen capture weight is anchoring. We're going to get you across. See if we can help liberate this point here from our enemy. That Chosen unit is still going strong, so let's do this. Get a Fury over there, and we're going to just let the Chosen and Village grind it out in the middle and go from there. All right. So here we go. Cathay not using its Celestial Dragon Guard. So he didn't have any fun. He's not using anything new. He's just using the old school stuff. No cool Celestial Dragon Guard or anything, but yeah, we do start to get this point here, which is good. And we might actually be able to free up that character, which is really hilarious, actually. So maybe we will. What is he calling here? Is it going to be Crowman, or is it going to be just infantry? Okay, it looks like it's just going to be infantry. And down here, do we have anything fast that can get there? Not quite. That is, okay, cool. He has Celestial Dragon Guard. I'm glad he's doing it. I wanted to see a little bit of variance here. All right. So do we free up that other character? Village, the Curseling, is still just being annoying. You're going to move there. As far as this goes, we can call in pretty much just Forsaken. That's all we got. A couple of Cathay Archers shooting from the bushes there, but that is going to be that. And I think we do actually free up that character, which is nice. Village is wavering, could potentially be dying here. And we got this. Okay, let's call in some Forsaken down here just to start grinding on that one, but we really don't have any good options. This game's just over. Our build is so terrible. But it was fun, though. We got to see Chosen in action. I don't know how well they would have done. Probably the Halberd version's better, to be honest with you. Okay, so do we stabilize his character? Is he going to come back? He's still running. He was, like, routed for a long time, so yeah, I could imagine that he's a little bit cautious about coming back. So we're going to try the Book of Buna. And we do finally get the Fate of Buna. Nice, let's go. All right, and Village is just dying in the middle. I need this character to come back. Come back to me. Come back to me, my precious. All right, so we're going to go get on the Celestial Dragon Guard. Village is getting cooked. I mean, we are in a situation where we win on a triple cap here, right? Let's keep these Furies here, you guys here. Oh my God, how is he not coming back, dude? He's been running free for so long. Oh, still got Chosen going strong. And yeah, these Forsaken going to come up and do something. Village is killed by the big dragon. And what do we got here? All right, so big man gets in the back there. That character gets caught and chased down again. Feels bad, man. Can bring you over to help. Chariot Man is still going. We're going to put him in 4, so he stops microing with that unit. Chosen's still fighting, you know, showing that their elite infantry status is no joke, and we'll get a Centaur to come over and help. So Centaur is going to come across, maybe be able to help that situation. Don't know if we have any chances, but against Grand Cathay, you never know. Sometimes they fumble the objectives really hard, and you can just win on that. Okay, that character is gone. He's just not going to be having it. Okay, so we're going to get around the back of this unit, try a little bit of this. We're going to go get you down there. We do have some units over here, but not a whole lot. Let's do this, and we do have some Forsaken, which are going to come back down from the hills, which I totally forgot about. And now the Centaurs are going to get around the back side of the unit. We're going to Space Jam slam into them. The character, unfortunately, Book of Secrets is almost out of sauce. Let's call in some of these guys too and help out. All right, so the rear charge from the Centis does all right, but we need to retreat because we don't have any milk over there right now. Forsaken fighting over there. Yeah, halberds would have been a little bit better for sure here, but I wanted to see if the sword and board could be good against like a mass missile line or something. All right, so you guys go there, and now we charge in here. Celestial Dragon Guard do have 7 capture weight, so that's really rad. Love to see that in action. Furies need to come over here too. 80 Forsaken up here on the high ground. Going to be getting absolutely run over. I might be able to ninja this one. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very difficult, but we're going to try our best. All right, so we are running in. They are getting overwhelmed there. As it currently stands, I lose on just 2, but the Forsaken are holding on to the point, so we're going to get them there to zip over. And what quick reinforcements can I call in? I guess I could call in Centaur soon. We're going to have to just save up for that. All right, so you guys attack here. Centaurs have almost gotten the Celestial Dragon Guard down. It's been a close fight. We do manage to break them, so let's turn around and farm these horsemen. Will our Furies win that fight? I don't know. Forsaken over here doing really good. They're actually chasing down quite a few of these units. And Centaurs will be out in a moment. Centaurs are kind of a counter to a lot of what he has on the objective, but I don't know how much longer the Forsaken are going to last, considering we don't have a freaking Lord, so that's all bad. But yeah, no, it's actually, the game is getting a little bit closer here. Like, it's getting a little bit tighter. Dragon gets a nice breath attack there. That was a really, really good one from my opponent there. And the Forsaken are nibbling and chewing. We're going to call you guys in around the top side and get you in to help out. And Tzeentch army abilities can pull back there. We do manage to break their position here. Centaurs of Tzeentch are nearby. I think we have some down here that are reasonably healthy, so they can go attack the Dragon Man. And holy shit, he returns! I didn't hear no bell. All right, so he's going to go there and grab that. And we can get this Chariot character to go here. All right, so here comes the big boys. We're going to retreat because that is a disaster and a half waiting to happen. Oh, what the hell is that pathing? You see that shit? They went like pencil formation. Oh my god, what is that? Oh, hopefully that's not like some new bug that's been introduced. I have not seen it quite like that before. Holy shit. All right, so we do manage to get away, but not before taking big casualties. And I don't have anything to call in here, so I think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. GG, well played. Yeah, that build did not work at all. You don't want to bring Elite Chosen against freaking... against Cathay. Just go chaff. Okay, so that was weird. Did you guys see that? That was a strange one. Book of Secrets is on its way back. We're going to get you over here to help out a little bit. Do we have the Book of Buna? Let's try and get a Book of Buna cast off. We're going to do that. We do not get it, and now we can get the Shrieking Skyrays to come out and try and wrestle that low ground objective here. Forsaken down here. Is there anything to hold on to? Yeah, there's still a little bit on that point. We can move over there and try. All right. So where are we at? We do get some units coming down. Centaur is going to be engaging here. We'll push into the Crowmen, unfortunately with those units, which feels bad, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. Shrieking Skyrays can do that. Do a little vortex there. Yep, blast them good. And we're going to get them down into combat here. All right. So somehow we're still kind of holding on to a couple points, which is weird, because I feel like we're just in the dregs of hell right now. And yeah, we do start to win on this point. That's pretty good. Centaurs are cleaning up shop. Forsaken, a couple of them have returned. The Palpa Forsaken. By the way, how are we looking on the round? We're getting to see 7 capture weight elite infantry, getting more of the day in the sun here, which I'm really having a good time with. This is great. Okay, so let's do that. Cathay Celestial Dragon Guard, definitely I think we'll have some play in the Chaos matchups. Okay, so you guys come down this way. The Dragon Man is just chilling, and obviously I don't think I can win on just one, because we're going to get it right now, but not going to be quick enough. 75% of the... okay, I'm waiting to see what you guys say about the game, the lobby. Are we ready for the next round yet? Okay, there we go. Perfect. So that's looking fine. Is there any sort of a split push we can work down here? I think the game's just over, but I'll fight a little bit longer to see if I can catch a blunder, since we're still waiting for the next round anyways. Yeah, we should have brought the Changeling. That's right. Okay, so let's get you guys in there. That's going to farm that unit. We do see the big dragon coming over here, and what can we possibly get to trade well down here? He's got a lot of stuff. He's looking pretty cozy, actually. Marauders and Marauders. We're just going to get some capture weight over there, see if that can start to do anything. The Exalted Chariot characters were not a good choice. They were definitely the weak link. Hey, we get Book of Secrets, but it doesn't give too much for us, honestly. Okay, let's fight there. We do have 1,000 there, and we got some pressure coming. If somehow I can pull off this this win on this objective here, that's going to be pretty big. Yeah, we get Shrieking Skyrays there. Got us surrounded with anti-large. I don't think it's going to be enough. All right, so where are we? 2 of these guys coming. That's going to be it. GG. There's no chance at this point. It was a fun game. Cool experiment. The chariot characters were not great against the dragon. They had a bad time. And surrounded. The bird Astromancer with a cost reduction was cool. Celestial Dragon Guard with 7 capture weight was something. It definitely made me think about it. Village was all right. He kind of just got bullied, so I didn't get a chance to really use my Winds of Magic, which feels bad. GG, well played. Fun match. Experimenting, scheming. Let me see what's going on here. Did you report it wrong? Okay, we got some admin stuff to take care of. Jesus Christ. I literally finished that game and I have like 7 messages. Okay, let's see here. Okay, who is it? We got to deal with some of these. All right, Eric, I'm trying to get CA to create a new Empire Legendary Lord Turin riding a giant pierogi with legs. I would love that. That'd be great. I think that's a brilliant idea. So who is... Okay. Okay, I will drop him. Okay, so we have a drop here that we need to take care of. So let me refresh this. We should be ready. Furious typing sounds. I know, that's basically what's happening. Can you try Marathi, Masma, Soul Stealer with Doomfire, Warlocks, Doombolt spam? Not today because I'm not playing in the event, but I definitely will put that one on my list of things to try for you, which is going to be fun. Okay, so how are we looking here? Round is 1 game left. Okay, so that was good that we played. That was good. Okay, so Melkor is there. Oh my god, this is so troll. Where's this? What is going on? Who reported their scores wrong and why? What admin witchcraft do we have here? Okay, so that one needs to be fixed. And then over here, we also have a drop. So Nerd War Room has playing here. So War Room. Okay. So this player is going to get dropped in a moment. And here we need to switch this to this. And then Scarbrand gets +1 points, -1 point, and then okay. I don't know how you report your score wrong in here, man. There's literally a button with your name next to it. You click it. All right. I guess it's easy to misclick, to be honest. I've done that before. Yeah. What do you guys want to see? What factions? You know, is there something you want me to track down? I can go to the SFT declaration and see what factions we have and find one. I do want to see a Tzeentch game. I want to see like a high-level Tzeentch game. Inticity is playing Slaanesh today, right? Ogres? Do you really want to see Ogres, Pwn, or are you just trolling me? I can never tell if you're serious. Okay, so that should be fixed in a moment. We have Pink versus Claw. That's the last game, and then everybody else is done. And dude, stop. No, is Helman Gorst the Grand of this game? Okay. So that should be fixed. Let me refresh this. Awesome sauce. Let me tell the goblins to not refresh. Okay, I just told the goblins to stop refreshing the website, so that will give me time to do some admin. You know, actually some Skaven could be fun. I don't know if they got a lot of buffs. I know Queek got buffed. That's one of the big ones. The dreaded Queek head taker is going to be truly forbidden now. High Elves could be fun too. I'll definitely find something that we haven't seen. A matchup that we haven't seen. Okay, that's some good feedback, guys. If there is a Skaven game that like is in contention, that would be good. Okay, so then I need to go here, and we're going to do... Melkor should have 3 points, and Scarbrand should have 2. Okay, there we go. We had a Bretonian tournament win, right? The last tournament we streamed, which was like a couple days ago, we had the Lady Willet, man. They came out and got the dub. Will Vampire Counts be the new villain? I don't know. I think they're still going to have some hard matchups, but I do think vampire counts are going to be a hell of a lot better now. Okay, I've told the goblins to stop refreshing, which is fine. Hopefully they listen. Do not refresh the website, goblins. I need to admin, and since there's so many people spam refreshing the website at the same time, it tends to crash it. So we don't want that smoke at all. And then you're going to go down to 2. That admin has been addressed, and then we got the drop, which is good. So I'm going to need to change the points of nerd here, and then we're all set. Okay. Yeah, we're doing some live commentary on the admin stuff on the back end of the website. Do you ever think we'll get the Koresh? No, I don't think so. Probably not. If the, like, I think whatever direction Games Workshop goes in tabletop is probably what we're going to be seeing for this, so probably not. Yeah. I want to try Skaven lore passive spam, actually. I've been wanting to try Lord Skrolk, like Big Stinky. So you use Lord Skrolk and you just kind of spam the lore passive, which is the one that Plague Rash. So it lowers the vigor of the entire enemy army. So every time you cast a spell, it lowers the vigor of the enemy army by 5%. So if you're spam casting like cheap, crappy spells, in theory, like pretty quickly, you could get the enemy army like tired and potentially exhausted. And then maybe you just drag them down. I think that's a really cool, unexplored way to play, which I'm looking forward to trying. Okay, we're going to be starting round 4 here in a moment. And then Nerd needs to have their score adjusted. Nerd should have 1 victory there. Okay, that looks fine. So that actually worked out just fine. And Bigger Fish should have how many points? Bigger Fish. 1, 2, it should have 2 points. Okay, looks good. So we're ready to advance the round. Good luck, have fun to everybody. Round 4 is going to be coming up. Whoa, that game is not done yet? Are you serious? Holy shit, there's still a game going. Pink. Okay. Yo, are you guys done? There's still a match going. That's crazy. Pwn, we did have a Grand Cathay game. But let's actually test that out. I want to see how quickly that's going to be afflicting the enemy army. So we'll do this. And we're going to be getting you guys, you guys, and you guys. Okay. We might have another Cathay game, though, because that player is good. Would it be unbalanced if every ROR could be taken twice in a Dom matchup? Yeah, some factions would really feast, because some RORs are very good. Some are not great, but yeah. Okay, so refreshing. One more time here. Lokir Felhard's Blades are from Ind. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they do. Those regions do exist in lore, but I don't think Games Workshop is going to want to go to that realm. Okay, so now it's time for round 4. So advancing the Swiss. Yeah, Professor, we did a full patch note breakdown. The video's on YouTube, so if you want to watch that, it's an in-depth breakdown. I sit there for like an hour going over everything. So, yeah. Today we're like loosely going over it, but the patch note video is going to give you guys more of a good look at things. All right, so Goblins, round 4. So we got round 4 popping off here, and now we're going to do... okay, so we can do... Okay, do you guys want to see a Slaanesh versus Cathay game? That sounds fun. Let's do that. Yo, lobby code, please. I want to cast another Cathay game to see what's cooking. All right, that's going to be fun. So we are going to do that. So we're going to cast an Anticity on Slaanesh versus Karavithir, who we already saw today, but we're going to get to see him in action again. All right, so here we are. We're going to build up our Winds of Magic a little bit. So in a Dom game, you would have time before the engagement really cooks. You got 4 Winds of Magic here, and then you have 6... Okay, so probably 4 and 6 would be good. You know, I think I'm going to become a Skaven main. I really like Skaven. They're so cool. This one's for my boy Professor Pwn, who wanted to see Skaven. Okay, Anticity is going to give me the lobby code, and now we're going to start spamming spells. Okay, so now they're afflicted by the Plague Rash, and then we're going to go ahead and cast it again here in a second. It's off cooldown here. We're going to do that. Plague Rash is active, so they're still fresh. Going to do a Vermintide. Triggers the passive, so they're still fresh. We're going to do the Blades. And they're still fresh at this point. Okay, so that's a lot of magic used, but I suppose it'll get there eventually. So still fresh, despite the Plague Rash really popping off here. And I still have a shit ton of Winds of Magic, though, so I can, like, still spam. Still fresh. Plague Rash is still going. Okay, still fresh. I don't know. It's not really getting there quick enough. It's still worth bringing, but, like, I don't know if it's worth it to spam spells just to get their vigor down. Still, all these guys are fresh, despite the Plague Rash tickling them. I don't think they will change unless they move. Oh, really? So they need to move to get there. Okay, good to know. They're sitting idle. They'll be regaining their vigor. Okay. I'll experiment more with that later. No, it's map-wide, that ability. That ability is map-wide. So, let me explain to you guys how the Pavane of Slaanesh got changed today, okay? Pavane of Slaanesh has 2 phases now. One phase of the Pavane of Slaanesh is a direct damage. So basically, for a period of 14 seconds, the unit just takes damage. And then after the damage phase, there's a phase where it rampages you. So when somebody casts Pavane of Slaanesh on you, it does damage, and then you have 14 seconds to react before it rampages you. So for example, if you see it, you can then pull your lord away and get them to get them to safety, somewhere that's far away. Pavane of Slaanesh, though, I still think is going to be very good because it still does the direct damage. And if it's like a big blob fight, you can cast it on a target you don't want them to escape, and it's going to be able to keep them there. It seems a lot more fair now, to be honest. So I'm very, very pumped to see this in action. And we're going to be doing this. Okay. Let me look. Thank you. And we do have some more. Okay, he's got 2. Just doing one quick admin thing here, guys. 1, 2, and 3. He should have 3 points. Right? No, he should have 2 because he lost the game. Okay. So we will fix that. One phase is nearly a Vuna Overcast, isn't it? It's sort of, yeah. It's. I think it's still going to be good. Slaanesh definitely is going to be a little bit more fair now, but yeah, you have time to react to it, which is great. Okay, there we are. Storm Dragon OP. You're OP, Pwn. Dude, you know who's really Pwn? While I have you here, do you know who's really OP right now in Age of the Ring, dude? Freaking Orange Pest has gotten so good. I was playing with him last night, man. He's like hit another level. Yeah, it was pretty brutal. Okay, so saving this. Should be all fine. The Padawan and the Master are dueling. Yes, that's right. I want to see how Cathay's going to handle this, because they got some interesting tech. They got the Jet Lions got buffed as well, you know? So we see the Lions coming out. Maybe Crowmen are going to be a really good counter against the Hellstriders with their magic damage, and also, well, against Seekers. They can probably intercept them and do some good work. It's going to be great. Hopefully you guys are ready. Thank you all for joining today on this fine afternoon. It's going to be a very fun stream. And so begins the greatest battle of our time. It's going to be Anticity, who actually is 2 wins and 1 loss here. And so is Karavithir. So both of these players have lost a game today. We, of course, did see Charix defeat Karavithir earlier, but since then, Karavithir has won all of their games and is 2-1. And this is a fat 6-round tournament as well. So it is thick. It is 6 rounds, and it is going to be fun. Yes. Good, Anakin, good. Gonna have some fun RTS action coming up this week. We'll be streaming this game a ton, obviously. Putting up some replays of new tech being displayed. And thinking about maybe getting a little Heroes of Might and Magic 3 stream going, if you guys are interested in that. I think that'd be fun. Some old school nostalgia. Rats. I want to play some Stinky Rats. I want to play some Lord Skrulk, Stinkamus, Maximus. I'm going to kind of experiment with some of the tech that we can do with Skaven in the next few days. We'll put it to a poll. See what you guys want to see. All right, so Slaanesh is ready, and Cathay is waiting in the wings right now. Oh, some good water right there, man. So begins the greatest battle of our time. Anticity versus Kervathir, two very strong players. The defending world champion, of course. Oh, look at that! 7, 14, 21, 28 capture weight from the Cathay 4 infantry. I will get back to Warcraft 3 eventually, Gracious. I don't know when, but sometime in the next 3 months. I don't know when, but I do have the itch. All right, guys, 28 capture weight for Grand Cathay and a freaking Lord Magistrate as well. What the hell is this? Double Balloon and Keeper of Secrets. We have a couple Cultists, Forsaken, and Chaos Knights as well. Sign me up for this. This is going to be fun. And we're also on the coolest of the new maps, which is the Maelstrom map. So this is one of our new maps made by Waka Waka. Shout out to the homie. He's the gentleman who manages the map pack. Okay, let's do this real quick here. There we go. And one sec. I'm going to go put my phone away so it doesn't disturb us again. And now I return to you at the turn of the tide as we cast this glorious duel between these units. It is going to be a Forsaken rush from Anticity. Now, Forsaken are very good against Cathay, honestly, because they can flank like cavalry, but they also are good enough to beat a Jade Warrior and cut through peasants really quickly. They will lose to Celestial Dragon Guard, but usually they can avoid most of those fights. Keeper of Secrets is a bold strategy. I mean, it could be really good or also weak. We'll find out. Vulnerable to shooting, but it does have the Pavane of Slaanesh. So Anticity is still testing out the Pavane. So phase 1 does damage and drains vigor, and phase 2 is going to be rampaging you. So it has been reworked, and I think is in a much better spot. But again, we will see. I mean, Anticity lost the game today, so clearly it's not like, you know, unstoppable, right? Cultists of Slaanesh and Forsaken on the outside. Now looking at the armies here of Kervathir, it's going to be a battle line of Celestial Chad Guard. We got a whole bunch of those guys. Love to see it. Jade Warrior Halberds in the mix as well. And yeah, with the new 7 capture weight, they're going to be much better at holding objectives. And the Forbidden Triple Blimp. So Lord Magistrate, now what is he going to be bringing? The Eyes of the Dragon for force spotting, Inspired Marksmanship for accuracy, and he does have Tactician as well. So he is going to be providing harmony to the units under him, right? So Cathay has the Dune Dragons and the Elite Celestial Dragon Guard, which get harmony from having the blimps floating over him. Now, we are going to be seeing Furies most likely, right? So Furies can threaten these blimps pretty hard, but again, Crowmen can come in and defend against those. No caster out of the gates for Grand Cathay is going to be pretty hog wild. So yeah, I'm pumped for this, man. This is going to be fun. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. Get ready. See, this is round 4, and we're 2 hours and 19 minutes in. If we had done a 4-round tournament, we would be like done in the next hour, but instead we get several more hours of sweaty action. But look at the, oh, one of them is are they both junks? Oh, I thought they were just regular lanterns. Oh, those are junks. So what you going to do with all that junk in that trunk? Well, you're going to fire it at the Slaaneshi heretics. You're going to shoot at them and do some damage. So Kervathir are going to be advancing up with the Jade Warriors and Celestial Dragon Guard to fight the Cultists of Slaanesh on the other side. And the Blimps are doing a little bit of damage, but honestly, they need to be a little bit closer. As it currently stands, they're too far away, so the scatter shots aren't going to be hitting. All right, so Cathay coming in with double Jade Warrior Halberd on the backside. So all armor piercing, all anti-large really, which is going to be good against most of this army. But the 2 Jade Warrior units going to be heading over there, including the Dragon Guard, and Objective 2 is going to be going to the Dragon Guard as well. And the Dreaded Magistrate is going to be moving over towards Objective number 2. Dude, if this Cathay build is able to defeat the defending world champion on probably the strongest faction of the game, that is going to be just nuts. That is going to be nuts. That would be pretty insane. Because Anticity is a very dominant world champion right now. And if this works against him, the age of the Blimp and Celestial Dragon Guard maybe is going to be upon us. All right, so Cathay is going to be going for the double cap. They should have the capture weight advantage, right? No, actually, that's going to be 5, 10, plus 3, so just short. Cathay actually has 1 less capture weight here. Crowmen called out on the side, and they are going to be chasing down the Marauder Horsemen, and that objective still is going to be belonging to the forces of Slaanesh. On the middle point, the Dragon Guard going to be setting up. I love this, though. This is so fun. Like, having the Blimp here to provide harmony to all the Cathay units underneath, it's a big stat line buff, right? So the harmony on these guys, let's take a look here, is going to be giving them plus 5 leadership, plus 5 melee defense, plus 5 melee attack. I mean, that's really nice. All right, guys. Dragon Guard on the point being harassed by some of the horsemen, and here the Jade Warrior Halberds are being attacked by the Forsaken. We do see the Sky Junk is nearby. So, okay, so he's got, yeah, the Junk, the junk, and then the regular lantern with the magistrate. A little shot coming in there, able to blast some of the Marauder horsemen. Cathay is going to be moving in with even more halberds up on the point, trying to wrestle that objective, but Anticity is not going to be letting that happen easily. We see all of his Slaneshi minions rotating and putting good harass down and good poke, but one of them is getting barraged pretty good. I think having the Lord Magistrate just shoot at the Greater Demon the entire time probably would be the way to win this game for Grand Cathay, in my opinion. But Anticity is trying to find a way to hold on to the objectives, and now we are going to be seeing a summon coming out, as a Cultist is going to be calling out some demons from the Warp. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets is going to be on its way, and no magic for Grand Cathay is a bold strategy cut, and I'm curious how that's going to work out. Seductive Glory activated. Going to be rampaging all these Cathay units. Honestly, doesn't matter too much. The big thing is that it lowers their melee defense, so that's going to be very, very cost effective there. And here on the side, Jade Warrior Halberds are holding ranks while the Sky Junk is putting some actually really good firepower down, guys, into the Marauders. You can see them taking some considerable damage. These Marauder Horsemen getting blasted pretty good. And the Celestial Dragon Guard are enduring. The Demonettes will be disappearing here relatively soon, so they're going to be gone in like, 30 seconds, give or take, but still doing some great damage. As we do see the Crowmen getting rampaged. So see, the Pavane of Slaanesh was used on the Empress's Crowmen, and eventually it did rampage them, but honestly, rampaging them into melee here isn't the worst, but now we see Giga Chad Chaos Knights being called in. Hell to the yeah. So Chaos Knights did get a cost reduction on the Lance variant. The Sword and Board version did not. Are these the Lance version? They are. So they did get a cost reduction this patch. They're going to be moving up on the objective, and honestly, Cathay is kind of struggling to wrestle this point. Are they going to maneuver over to objective 1? That wouldn't be a bad idea. Just send a freaking halberd over there. He's not even trying to defend that one, you know? I think that'd be good. Now, we do get Final Transmutation Caster coming out. That's going to be brilliant. If a Final Transmutation does go down on the Cultist and the Keeper of Secrets and also hits a couple other units, that is going to be a massive win right there. But looking at the value trading, Cathay is ahead, having trouble keeping up with them on this objective. And is he going to be going for the far side point? He is. So the Celestial Dragon Guard are going to be heading towards Objective 1, which is a brilliant choice, because anything that that Slaanesh calls that's fast, like either a Forsaken or Seekers or Hellstriders, are not going to trade well into this unit. So that's a brilliant play. Big, thick Final Transmutation going down, ladies and gentlemen. That is a big old goodness right there. That hits the Keeper, hits the freaking Cultist, and the other Cultists as well. That is like about as good as a Final Transmutation gets. The Cultists are actually shaken and stirred. The Keeper of Secrets is down to about 60%, give or take. And the Alchemist now is going to be running away as the Keeper of Secrets does come for that bread. In the meantime, though, on the low ground, Grand Cathay going to be getting this. Oh, that's the one unit that would be good here. It's the Exalted Demonette, and that's what happens when you're playing against the World Champion. He's going to be calling in the right tech against you. So we do see those coming out, but Jade Lancers plus the Celestial Dragon should be able to win, you know, if you get them in the front. Although, with Furies being mixed in, man, Anticity's reinforcements are so on point here. So these Chaos Furies are going to be able to counter the Cavalry, and the Demonettes are going to be able to counter the Celestial Dragon Guard. So really, really clean play, honestly. But how's it looking on this side? Both armies are pretty raggedy. We do see the Junk dropping some salvo fire here. But Anticity does get his prize, actually. He manages to hunt down the Alchemist, so the Alchemist is going to be paying the Troll Toll. And Pavane of Slaanesh is going to be activated onto the Onyx Crowman here. It's going to be doing some big old damage, but yeah, they'll still be able to defeat these Furies, and then they will eventually Rampage, but the Rampage part isn't going to matter so much. But yeah, it does a lot of damage for sure. That ability is no joke. On the backside, Alchemist maybe going to come back. Is Anticity going to chase all the way back here to get this? We'll find out. So Celestial Dragon Guard versus Demonettes is a little bit dodgy. We do see the Jade Lancers fleeing the scene. The Junk in the middle and the Lord Magistrate. Not sure what he's even shooting right now, but he is putting some pressure on. Cathay is down in points, and honestly, this is kind of a close-ish game. Definitely is a tight one. Another Final Transmutation does go down, so that's a really nice play for Grand Cathay. They are able to get a big AoE punishment, well, a single target punishment spell on the Exalted Keeper before the Wizard does get routed here. It's broken, Seductive Glory, of course, rampaging, and the Keeper of Secrets now is going to be getting hunted down by all of these Furies, so it's fun stuff indeed. All right, guys, on the bottom objective, Celestial Dragon Guard holding rather well. The Exalted Demonettes, by the way, these things do have 7 capture weight now, too. All of the Exalted Demons, the Bloodletters, the Plague Bearers, the Demonettes, they all have 7 capture weight on the Elite version. So very, very strong, honestly. Especially for Slaanesh, having a fast 54 movement speed infantry that has 7 capture weight is going to be meta and I think very, very strong. All right, so more reinforcements coming in. Peasants and Cathay units. The bombardment coming in from the Junk in the trunk. Over here on this side, Anticity is going to be Netflix and chilling with a couple Forsaken there. Potentially going to be able to knock them off. Like a single Cav unit could be kind of good here. You're able to get like a Jade Lancer or something. Cathay does have the value lead, but I suspect not everything is being tracked here. Cathay is going to be struggling to play the 2 objectives on the sides. They're going to have to find a way. Their build is very, very static here. But the Crows and the Peasants are going to be retreating. I think it's time for Caravithir to forget this objective and start playing the high ground again. So take all of your mobility, loop up and around this way, and start playing over towards this objective. Probably even moving the Magistrate over here. Like, move the Magistrate, move the Junk on objective 3, and prepare it for your capture, you know? So what is going to be the next call in here? Find out today. Anticity definitely winning on points at the moment. He's got 725 points against his opponent's 440. It's not the point of no return for Grand Cathay. If they can get a double cap soonish, they'll be in okay shape. Anticity going to be hiding in the trees there. And Cathay is going to be calling in. I'm really surprised they're playing to his... Like, this is a mistake. Right now, you're calling in reinforcements that are kind of more focused on your opponent's strong point, you know? Junks are going to get unsummoned and a massive refund for Kervithir. So suddenly he gets like 1,800 resources because they were undamaged. So you do get a partial refund. So the Junks are gone. And on the backside, we are going to be seeing a massive call-in of Jade Warrior Halberds and Peasant Horsemen, all that sort of good stuff. And maybe Slaanesh is going to make a play for the middle. We have 2 Celestial Dragon Guard, including a very, very strong one, which is the Dune Dragons. They are magic damage. And look at this. Oh, shit. The Eternal Entourage is going to be on its way in. So hardcore armor-piercing cav. That is going to be nasty. And we do see the Lord Magistrate potentially getting targeted here. So Bavane of Slaanesh is used on the Dune Dragons right there. Slaanesh going to be rotating. And honestly, they're just going to be giving this objective to Grand Cathay. Cathay's going to get objective 1 for free. But Slaanesh wants that bread. They want this objective here, and maybe they're going to get it. By the way, there is another Final Transmutation in the books, probably going to be used on the Greater Demon right now. So will the Celestial Dragon Guard hold? I mean, they're getting absolutely overwhelmed. Internal Entourage is coming in, Cavalry coming in from all sides, and we do see the Narcissism used on the Alchemist. Is it going to be able to get that spell off before it dies, though? That is the question, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know if it has enough Winds of Magic, but it looks like it's getting hunted. It is steady, but not for long. And the Greater Keeper of Secrets is probably going to be killing this character. It's at 400 HP. Keeper of Secrets going to get it. And boom, down goes the Alchemist. No more magic for you. Really good game sense by Anticity to notice that. But as the fighting goes to the point, it's not going terribly. The Dune Dragons are holding back some of the demonic units. We do see the Cavalry kind of getting wrecked here a little bit. Grand Cathay is able to get its objective on the far side here. So the Jade Warriors and the Jade Warrior Halberds are heading over here, and then the Peasants are going to need to head to the middle to try and stabilize that probably. And Cathay still has a fighting presence here. Empress's Crowmen descending on Forsaken, but going to be wrecked pretty badly by the Eternal Entourage as well as the Keeper of Secrets. And the Blimp is giving a nice harmony? I don't think it is. No, it doesn't. Okay, but the Junks were, but not the Blimp character. Dune Dragons sitting at a pretty low amount of HP, being taken to Pound Town by the Exalted Demonettes. The Blimp Man is also looking to be in a little bit of danger as Anticity is getting good focus fire there. The slow ground objective is going to be going to the forces of Grand Cathay, but they're going to need to run up there and try and contest this point. You know, honestly, I think that this build would have probably worked against most Slaanesh players, but like, he's playing the world champion whose decision-making is like impeccable and Micro's like S tier. But I think Kervithir's build actually would have worked against a lot of lesser players, like medium-level tournament players and even tournament players who win a tournament here and there, you know? I think this build could have worked. Yeah, it was very, very cool. But we do see Objective 1 going to Grand Cathay, and the middle is going to be taken by Slaanesh. At this point, I think it's kind of the point of no return. The Magistrate sitting at about 800 value, but he still has a lot of ammo, which is not good. So maybe he didn't have Fire at Will on. And Slaanesh looks like they're going to make a play for the low ground. Could Anticity throw this game? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that he's just in such a comfortable position now. His opponent really doesn't have too much. I mean, he's got a couple halberds and some cavalry and whatnot. The armies aren't too different in terms of size, but having that big lord there is such a menace. Yeah, you can see that Exalted Keeper. So it's going to be moving around, and now we have the Giga Chad Chaos Knights coming in, and it looks like Ent is going to be using Rampage on the Crowmen. So the Pavane is activated, right? So these guys got Rampage. So if you wanted to, you could just fly them all the way back here, and then when they Rampage, they're not even going to really reach the enemy before it wears off. So there is counterplay to that now, but it looks like they're just going to be sent in anyways. But these are Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights are a hard counter against Peasant Horsemen and against Crowmen because of their armor and their combat stats. So the Chaos Knights of Slaanesh are going to be feasting like the Heathen Kings of old, so they are going to be getting there. Halberds moving in to try and help. Forsaken and Demonettes are going to be able to probably tear through them. And ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing match between these two players. That was super fun, but that is probably going to be all she wrote. And yeah, we're going to be calling it an old day right there. GG, well played. Chaos Knights coming around the outside. Slaanesh is up on, pretty much up on value now too. They're only down by 900, but you know, a lot of that value that the forces of Cathay got was against the Greater Demon, which they weren't able to finish. So that is that. If you cast Pavane on a junk, does it come down into melee? No, it does not. The junks are unable to land, so they will not go down into melee. Nice round here. Chaos Knight's able to get a devastating charge here into the Alchemist, and that is going to be wrapping it up. Anticity showing why he's the world champ, but also in a favored matchup for Slaanesh. That matchup historically is favored for Slaanesh, and Kervithir came in with an extremely off-meta build and almost made it work. Like, that was a good contested game. 2,000 value and 2,000 value on the junks. I mean, that's amazing, right? Terraco, yes. If we have a YouTube mod who could drop a link, that would be great to our Discord. I think the weak point was probably the Magistrate. Like, if you had just brought, like, a different character, maybe. Although the Magistrate is immune to being sniped, actually. Oh, that's a good point. You can't Rampage and snipe the Magistrate. Iron Dragon is probably still the way to go in this build. I think you use the Iron Dragon and the Breath attacks to kill the Demonettes and some of the Cavalry. But really, really fun game. I enjoyed the hell out of that one. All right, guys. GG, well played. Let's get this going, and we are going to see how we're looking in the tournament. Hopefully, I don't have like 30 admin questions. Oh, God, I see like 5 messages. Please don't report your scores wrong. Read before you click the button. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, and B6. Checking there. Okay. So admin time. One admin issue at a time. Dealing with admin issues takes me back to my old job, because I was an athletic director, so I was like constantly putting out fires at sporting events and things like that. So that definitely brings me back. So Walnut is not here also, so Walnuts is going to get dropped, and then one more as well. So that is going to be Scarbrand Chan getting dropped too. Okay. So there we are. And now we're going to give Opal Black Bear their point here. Down to 4. And we should be set. Yeah, no, these are way... Honestly, these admin issues are fine, though. These are not nothing compared to Land Battle. Like, this is just like, hey, I reported my score wrong. Can you switch it? Or I need to drop from the tournament. Can you drop me? See you later. Like, that's what these admin issues are. In Land Battle, it was 2 players feverishly typing to you, complaining that they were right, the other person's wrong. Oh, he was too close to the white line, or those units weren't actually attacking as they were moving away, so it breaks the attacking rule. That was the kind of shit we used to deal with back then. It's way, way easier now, man. It's way easier now. This is nothing. This is really nothing. All right, so every issue has been taken care of, I think. Okay. Name on site. And then we have you as well. Okay. There we go. Cool. So where are we? Okay. So about ready. Couple people dropping here and there because they're getting tired. You know, this is the 6-round tournament. This is a grind. Okay, so Champ needs to be dropped too. So Champ. It's so weird when people just don't show up without saying. They just don't say anything. It's weird. Okay, so Jimmy Beans is here. Champ is going to get dropped. Eric says, Turin, if I ever become rich, I'm sending you a big payday. You don't need to do that, but thank you so much, Eric. You're going to become a baron of some great wealth. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. So what is the attacking rule? You want me to explain it to you? I'll show it to you after this. I will give you a flash into the past, right? So here we are. Perfect. That looks fine. Yeah, we have 2 undefeated players, Opal, Black Bear, and Charix. The drops have commenced. And that is going to be going down to 4 points there. So does Opal have 4 wins? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, great. So that is going to be 4 wins right there. All right, I think we're all set. Only a couple games still to go in the round, and then we should be ready to go. So yeah, basically in Warhammer 2, this was the only multiplayer we had. It was just Land Battle. So basically, it's exactly what you play in campaign, right? So the situation being is, let's say, you know, I'm in a Land Battle, okay? And I'm playing Quick Battle, for example, right? I'm playing Quick Battle, you know, I'm playing against somebody. what is there to make you fight that other person? There's no objective. There's no base to kill. There's nothing to go after. So in this situation, let's say I'm a troll. I'm on battles. I've lost the fight. I have a character, Throt the Unclean, who is faster than my entire opponent's army. Well, for this, I can just run circles around the map for 40. I can run circles around the map until the heat death of the universe. Okay? And my opponent cannot catch me to save their life. They're never going to be able to win. So you could just force draws by running around. So players had to make a rule for tournaments back then where basically you have to attack your opponent at all times. So if I'm running in circles around the map and not attacking them with anything, like any units, then, you know, I'm getting a game loss because I'm breaking a rule. So that was basically the attacking rule. And there's a lot of nuance to it, right? Like some units count as attacking, whereas like certain ranged artillery, like single entities wouldn't count as attacking. It was very, very nuanced there. The other thing is, if there's no objective or there's nothing to fight over, what's to stop a player on quick battle from going into the corner of the map, deploying a dwarven box in the corner like this, okay? And just using the edge of the map so they can't be flanked. And just like Cathay players would just sit there with like blimps at the beginning of Warhammer 3 and just sit in the corner and be like, come at me, bro. There's nothing you could do about it. And it's just pure misery because you can't flank them. The average dwarven tabletop experience, that's right. So those are the basics of the attacking rule. Now to obey the attacking rule, you need to just be having a unit being given an order, but there's ways to cheese the attacking rules, okay? So what players will do is they'll play Tzeentch and they'll kite you and not attack you, but then they'll move a unit across like on the other side of the map and then move it to attack you. So technically it counted as attacking, but really it's so far away that their entire army is regenerating their shields and magic while not even really obeying the attacking rule. Now, the land battle community that still exists has done a good job addressing those type of things. But when you have big money events, like these issues don't exist. Like if you corner camp, if you draw kite in any sort of a structured land battle or conquest event, you're going to get a loss. The admins are good at that. I'm talking about the average ladder experience, like what you could run into, right? So conquest is really good because it adds a control point, right? But even still, you don't need the attacking rules in conquest mode, but you still do need, I think the big one, yeah, they probably don't need the corner camping rules with the objective as well. But yeah, conquest is really good. I think it's a great step forward, but those are like old school land battle issues that we're talking about more so. All right. Yeah, so you could never catch me if you wanted to. But in Warhammer 2, it was hard because we didn't have a conquest mode. So we were basically dealing with a lot of people. Because back in Warhammer 2, just like now, you know, last weekend's tournament we had was like almost $1,000 in prizes, right? So when you put $1,000 down in cash for a Total War tournament in land battle in Warhammer 2, you would get people basically maximizing the efficiency of their builds, basically borderline cheating the rules nonstop. It was always like a game of like who can barely follow the rules and win the game. And oftentimes people would break it and there would be drama and people arguing and you'd have to make a rule for one side or the other and it just created a bunch of tension and I just hated that shit, man. Yeah, it was not fun. It was not fun. Because like most games will have rules that like are pretty, you know, but yeah, those kind of rules are tricky to enforce. It was suffering. It was. But honestly, Conquest is really good. Yeah, Conquest. You corner camping with big AoE spells, kind of, but not really, Keanu. It's not as easy as you'd think. Yeah. All right. Anyways, there's my boomer rant for the day. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. But yeah, Conquest mode is definitely a really good answer. If you guys like prefer Conquest, I would recommend it all day over land battle, all day. Okay. So Scrambled Egg Special and Own Goal are playing, and let's see here. Let's do this. Puggington going to get a drop here, so we're going to do that. What am I hearing is that Dwarf Artillery Camp is unbeatable. No, that's not true at all. You could still beat corner campers, but it was just really it was really not fun. It was really not fun to play. Yeah. So if we had like launched Warhammer 3 and all we had was land battle, if we launched Warhammer 3 with Conquest, I would have definitely been fine with that. But if we had launched with just land battle and no domination, I don't know, man. I don't know if I could have stuck it out. Because I was very burnt out on dealing with all that. Okay. So that is there. Looking good and awesome. So let's refresh the brackets. All the admin issues have been dealt with. Looks like this player is gone. And nothing more. All right. Peace and quiet in the realm. Do you think aspiring champions should be getting capture weight? No, I don't think so. Because here's the thing about aspiring champions. So capture weight is based on the remaining models. Aspiring champions are already one of the best capture weight units in the entire game because each of their individual models has a shit ton of HP, right? Like they have like, what, 500, 600 HP or something? So it's really hard to remove them off an objective with their armor and compared to other infantry units. So I think they're fine at 5. Yeah, I don't think they need elite. I do think Black Orcs need it, though. Black Orcs and Bestigors should have elite capture weight. Any Vampire players today? Yeah, I think we do have some, Nelson. I'll do a Vampire count game for you. No, we already had one earlier, didn't we? Wasn't the first game of the day? We had Vampire counts losing to Chaos Dwarves, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Beasts of Nurgle and Toad Riders, Rot Riders got a buff, yeah. I don't know how I like them yet, Edwin. I haven't had a chance to really play. Haven't had a chance to try them out. What about Mirror Guard? Mirror Guard, probably not, because they're still a Chaos Warrior. They're not like... I mean, you could make weird fringe exceptions for those guys, but yeah. Okay, so that game is done, and we have one game going, and then we're going to round 5. Let me know when done. Okay. There we are. Black Orcs are extremely elite, man. Like, even if you play tabletop, Black Orcs are really elite. I mean, they actually fill the battle line role on some lists, which is cool, but they're pretty heavy duty. Yeah, Empire has won an SFT recently, Talius. Empire's a good faction. They're hard to play, very high skill expression, but they can absolutely win and do pretty well. They're good. Bretonnia won last time. Is there a Bretonian army playing in the tourney today? Let me check. So I'm going to check the declaration, and we're going to do this. Yeah, Shaxcraft is playing Bretonnia, and currently his score is... Let's see. If he has like a winning score, we could do his game. Looks like he's lost most of his matches, so probably won't do that because I want to follow the people who are contending for the big spot. This is a tournament grind, though. I think 5 rounds is a sweet spot. 6 might be too much for some people, especially if I start like in the middle of the day like this. Probably gets really hard for Europeans, but yeah, I think 5 rounds is a sweet spot for our tournaments. The ever buffed Helman Gorst, I know he's coming for blood. He is indeed. All right. Aces. So the round is just concluded. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to go. We are going to be getting going here for the next round. So that has been reported. Let's refresh this and start the next round. Round 5 is going, and we're not even 3 hours in. That's great, man. Good progress. Players are putting in work. Shout out to all the homies here for the efficient gameplay here. All right, so we're going to advance the Swiss. It would be fun to do like a marathon. Like we could get people who can commit to it. So like don't sign up unless you can commit. And we would do like an 8-rounder Swiss tournament, just like a balls deep one. That'd be fun. That would be fun. Because that would give you some opportunities to come back even if you were kind of in the piss as well. All right, so there we go. And we have the next round. So announcing to the players. Goblins, and that's SFT declaration here. Round 5. Good luck, have fun. So do people only have to pick their faction, then they can change their units every round? Correct. So how it works is you pick a faction, and then before every fight starts, you build an army that your opponent cannot see, based on the map and based on what you're playing against, and that's how you do it. That's true, attack speed and joy. That's true. Yeah, double Elim might just be better at that point. Maybe Swiss is better, 4 to 5 rounds. I don't know. I think 5 is really the sweet spot. So we're going to do Scrambled Egg Special, although he's playing Opal Blackbear, who we've already casted today. We do have Danikentrop playing too. Very fun player. Let's see what Lemur's Bane is playing. Lemur's Bane. Who are you playing? I don't know. So exploring matchups, options. Solanius is probably playing elves. Let's see what Own Goal is playing. Don't know what he's playing here. Let's go in the SFT declaration and see. We do have an Empire player. You guys want a little bit of Sigmar? I think that'd be fun. Is he still in the tournament? Let me check. He is. All right, so we're going to do Melkor's game because he is playing the Sons of Sigmar. Yo, lobby, code, please. Yeah, Maximillionaire for sure. But you have to remember, a lot of people join these events not necessarily expecting to win, but just because they want to get good quality multiplayer games. Like going on to Quick Battle, you don't know what you're going to get, but in a 6-round Swiss tournament, you're getting good quality multiplayer games. And yeah, it's just fun, you know? So if they make Total War 40K, what factions do you think will be on release? If I had to guess, I would say Ultramarines. I would say Black Legion. Probably like Orcs and Eldar would be like some of the mainstay ones. Yeah. All right, so we're going to cast the Son of Sigmar game. So let's go find it. There we go, and we're going to join. And here we are. So spec slot. You need a spec slot, please. The one character I've been waiting for since Warhammer 1 is Nagash. Oh, I'm sure he'll come in time. What's your opinion on AOS Spearhead? I know nothing about it. I'm not a big fan of AOS myself, but so Melkor's lobby name. If they end up adding Chaos Dwarves for Age of Sigmar, that's like the one thing that could lure me in, maybe. Yeah. All right, so we have Empire versus Claw. I don't know what they're playing, but we're going to find out here. And this is going to be round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll have one round after this, and then it's going on to the top 4. So this will be definitely a very competitive event because we're going to be getting a look at, like the players who get top 4 are going to be very set apart from the other players. Yeah. So far, undefeated players are Charix, Scrambled Egg, Danikin, and Opal Black Bear. Scrambled Egg Special coming in with the Steel Chair too, which is fun. No way, it's Bretonnia. Okay, Dark Elves versus the Empire. That's a fun matchup. I like that one. Maybe we'll get to see some Null and Ironsides. The birthday is coming, guys. It's 3 days from now. It's going to be on Saturday. We will be doing something Saturday for sure. We'll be doing something fun. Rise, champions, rise. Okay. And it's going to be Jade Tome is going to be the map, or Tomb. Dark Elves versus Empire. You know the Volkswagen is coming. Oh, Pwn, something dreaded is coming for sure. Dark Elves are filled with dread. Which faction has the most dread named units? So you have the Dread Spears and you have the Cold One Dread Knights. Is there any other dreaded units in the game? I know there's abilities that have dread in the word, but I think they're the only ones with dread units, right? Claw always plays Dark Elves. I'll love to see it. It's going to be fun. Yeah. We might actually... Yeah, it depends. I'm either going to be streaming like right on our birthday and doing something fun, or maybe on the day after. We'll see. Dreadquake Mortar. I don't think there's... Oh, that's right. The Dreadquake Mortar and the Dread Saurian. Okay, so we have the Dread Saurian and the Dreadquake Mortar. There is more dread in the game, yeah. Dread Spears. We already got Dread Spears. Dreadful Dark Elves. Dreadquake. How many of you guys use use dreaded in your day-to-day talk more than you used to? Because I feel like that one's a very like addictive word. It's like a word that when you hear it and it's like just used in a comedic manner, it gets really stuck into your vernacular. Yeah, you do, and also Haggard. Like calling things dreaded is just so much fun. I don't know why. Carl Dread, what? All right, so we're in round 5 right now of today's 6-round tournament, and we are going to be getting Empire versus Dark Elves. Yes, yes. Dread Sphere Mortar, a new type of bolt thrower. Let's go. Wacko use Haggard? Yeah, it's that one. That one's Dread and Haggard for sure. Luckily, your day-to-day talking is in German, not English. Yeah, lucky for you. Oh, man. All right, so it's going to be the Empire versus the Druki here, and we're going to be cooking. Seeing what's going on here. Let's check and see. We're going to do this. And there we are. All right. How are we going? Looks fine. And soon The battle will be on. I guarantee you we're going to see Volkmar, I think. I think he's coming. I think his big fat mustache, he's going to rub it all over the face of his opponents. You know. I wish I could grow a better mustache. I get those like how many of you guys in chat can grow a good mustache? Cuz for me, I get the sides, like the side, but the middle is like empty, like right under my like the bridge of my nose. Like it's empty. Like it's just like kind of a barren spot. But I just like it's so frustrating. I'm so close to greatness, but I just can't close the gap yet, Sucks, man. I've wanted to be able to grow a good mustache and beard for so long, but I'm still not old enough, I guess. I need to just get older. I don't know. Soon I'm going to be croaked, You rock the stubble. Yeah, stubble's the way to go for sure. It's easier to maintain. What we should do is we should have a mustache contest. We should have a Volkmar mustache contest in our Discord. And you guys could send pictures of your mustache, and whoever has the best one will win a painted Volkmar the Grim model. That would be kind of fun, right? We'll give it like 3 or 4 months. We'll give you guys like 3 months to grow the mustache, and then we'll have the contest. Oh man, that'd be so funny. I guarantee you somebody here, if we actually do have 3,000 people here, which I don't know, YouTube's always a little weird, I bet you someone here already has a really brutal one, like a heavy duty mustache. Yeah, I'm not balding yet. I'm not going to be joining the ranks of Italian Spartacus, not quite. You're a fellow beard noob, yeah. Yeah, Nelson, you got the little gap in the middle. I have a full beard, but got it. So my mustache is very thin, albeit a complete one. Hey, there you go. Take what you can. Give us 6 months. Payson says, I'm Chinese. I can't do that in 3 years. Yeah. I had a Chinese buddy from Beijing in college, and he kept trying to grow a mustache, and he couldn't do it to save his life. A mustache tournament. Voltron says, I was very famous for my mustache for years. Now a full beard. Also, Turin, you're only a year older than me. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, but people might cheat in the mustache competition, right? Hey, Gigantify. Thank you, Jordan, for giving 30 bits. And Fenrir for resubscribing. Thank you, guys. Yeah, because what if people cheat? I mean, people could easily cheat and just like glue on mustache hair, There's no way to like enforce fairness in that competition. That's hard. Because people would cheat on that probably. There would be someone. Okay. They're ready. Loading into the game. Hopefully you've enjoyed this absurd discussion. And let's get this battle started. Empire vs. Dork Elves. The greatest battle of our time. Someone glues the dreaded pubes on their face. Oh my god, dude. Guys are out of control. All right. Yeah, we're going to have to make an attacking rule for the mustache tournament. That's right. We need to call some of the old land. We'll call Aerocrastic out of retirement, and he can help us officiate. Bring back the trauma of, of officiating those big tournaments. Imagine the admin issues. That's right. Yeah. You need to send a video of you yanking your mustache. That's actually not a bad idea. But people can feign strength. They'll like pull on it, but not really be pulling hard. They'll have like loose fingers. Yeah, it's hard to police. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it going. Let's have some fun and see what's cooking. Oh my god. Hydras did get buffed this patch. I don't remember if it was a cost reduction or a couple monsters did get a turn speed change. But Ponticlaw is going to be bringing 2 War Hydras against the Empire, Dark Shards, Bleak Swords and Spears, and a Supreme Sorceress of Manticore summoning. Oh my god. This is like super forbidden off meta. All right, guys. Now, looking here at the armies of Volkmar the Grim, Melkor is going to be coming in with Volkmar on his chariot, Mass Flagellants, as well as 2 Warrior Priests. Dude, he's not even bringing a wizard. This is like the Church of Sigmar coming into battle. Okay, so it is the Church of Sigmar versus the Hydra cult. I guess. Okay, this is ridiculous. They're both just bringing weird builds. We do have the Sunmaker in the back. And this means he cannot have a wizard, by the way. Like, having 2 hero characters, neither of which are a wizard. Yeah. All right, well, let's see how this goes. You're certainly going to need some shooting to deal with the Hydras. Hydras are just generalists. They're not anti-large or anti-infantry. If I were to look at these 2 armies and assume they were of equal skill, the Dark Elf army probably should win. Because the Empire army has no shooting. The Hydras are going to be able to wreck the Flagellants and also Volkmar. And Dark Shards will be really brutal as well. Have you let Sigmar into your wife? This is the Sigmarite army who comes and knocks on your door with pamphlets and tries to get you to join their church. They are here. They are good to go. We actually get those occasionally here. We sometimes, I think we've gotten a couple Mormons and what's the other one that knocks on our door? It's the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, it's really rare. Maybe like once a year they'll show up, like once every 2 years. But they do emerge every now and then. All right. So advancing up are the warrior priests. There's going to be 2 of them, and they do have the Soulfire Bombardment as well as the Hammer of Sigmar. So they're going to be fighting the Hydras. I'm glad I went to go cast this game because this is just some wild shit. And the Sorceress in the bushes, probably going to summon a Manticore, I would imagine. So we're going to get a Manticore summon. It's going to dive back here and go after the Sunmaker. I think that's what's going to happen. Also, big buffs to summoned units, by the way. So summoned units last way longer now. Some of them like 20 seconds. I'm pretty sure the Manticore will last an additional 20 seconds. So the Manticore is summoned in the woods, which is a bit of a blunder. You should have run like right up here and then summoned it so it doesn't have to waste time flying over. But we do get the Manticore summon, and it's most likely going to be given an attack order to go after the Sunmaker, which the Empire can defend with a number of tools, but we will see. Yeah, Flagellants did get a buff, the Strength of the Penitent, and there was another buff as well. I couldn't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was this thing. The Strength of the Penitent has a longer duration. All right. So where's that Manticore going? It's moving to the back. The Warrior Priests are there, and we do get Harpies coming around the outside as well. So there they go. We got Dark Riders. The Empire has heavy cavalry, so they should be able to dispatch this pretty easily and make sure they don't lose their artillery. The Manticore summon is probably the hardest thing to deal with, but with the 2 Warrior Priests under there, they should be able to bonk it. And the Manticore needs to get busy. We do see Knights of the Blazing Sun being called in. A good choice because they'll kill Harpies very quickly. I think Homie just went with like a full-on Crusader build, by the way. So Manticore does land, and the Harpies are just going to wait overhead, which is probably a good idea. And Knights of the Blazing Sun going to be charging in as the Harpies do descend on the crew, but they move right into the lances of the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Warrior Priest doing work for Sigmar. This is pretty epic. The Church of Sigmar are getting in there and laying a hammer time down on the Manticore. Volkmar, dude, look at these horses. These horses need a raise. They're like doing all the fighting. Volkmar just stands up there yelling and waving his hammer, but the horses, Deathclaw, they need a raise. So, looking around, we do see the Harpies get dispatched. The Sunmaker does get shaken, but is going to be returning. The Manticore was able to get a terror route. Manticore going to be disappearing here in a second. But, you know, even if the Sunmaker does come back, right, the fact that the Dark Elves were able to keep it from shooting while the rest of the army advances is pretty good, honestly. Not bad at all. All right, so Flagellants on the side getting shot to pieces, and this is my concern for the Empire army. It doesn't have much shooting, so it's certainly going to be in slightly dire straits from all the DACA here, as the crossbows of these Dark Riders are going to continue shooting these wild hobos of Sigmar. Blazing Sun Knight's going to be chasing up, and the Hydras have arrived in the front line as well. So the dreaded double War Hydra is here, and what sort of breath attacks are we going to be seeing on the table? So find out today. So Hydra is going to be gathering up. Oh, give it to me, Precious. The breath attack from the Hydras. Oh, the Flagellant's getting cooked up. Losing a hell of a lot of HP, basically dead right now. And honestly, Ponticlaw is playing in a little bit of a tighter game. Melkor getting blasted. Dude, the Hydras are getting it done. Look at the Hydra breath attacks. I'm like dying. I'm so excited. I'm like coughing over here. Now, Silver Bullets is going to be good against Hydras. In the back, another Manticore summon is actually here. So the 2 Warrior Priests have taken up the mantle of battling the beasts of the fell Dark Elves here. And this thing is probably going to get rampaged and or broken. Knights of the Blazing Sun going to be advancing out and chasing down these Dark Riders, but not before they eat a shitload of damage. But if they get the charge, they're certainly going to kill some models. We do see a couple Dark Riders falling on impact. Actually, just one, so not too bad. In the front, one Hydra is actually on the brink of wavering. They are weak to fire, so Volkmar does do fire damage. And the Silver Bullets are also able to put some big hurt down. But look at that. The regeneration, the extra heads ability. It's another takes his place. So it is able to get another head grown right there, while Volkmar the Grim is now going to be the target of the Dark Shards most likely. So Dark Shard's going to want to form ranks, while Volkmar, he's like, who needs magic? All you need is Jesus. You need Warhammer Jesus. So we do see the banishment going down on top of the Dark Shards. And the Warrior Priests are probably going to be sent in as well, as one Hydra is forced back. But man, oh man, that's a lot of Dark Shard fire. On the side, Knights of the Blazing Sun going to be on their way in, looking to break through. And some of the Flagellants have gotten into the backfield. So the Hobos of Sigmar have gotten there. Gotten on top of the Dark Shards. They got their cudgels and their maces out for the... I was about to say the Emperor of Mankind, although I guess Sigmar kind of is. But yeah, one Warrior Priest does overextend a little bit, being attacked by the big War Hydra back here. In the backfield, the Sunmaker has been stabilized just barely, and it looks like, yeah, it's still going strong. Silver Bullets are going to be shooting at the Hydra. Warrior Priests, though, getting smashed up pretty good. These are Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights are a very good anti-large unit, and they are able to put some hurt on the Warrior Priest, who just barely survives that one. So somehow, some way, the value trading in this game is very even. But a lot of healing going down on the War Hydras. So the healing procs again, and it is able to go. So the Hydras are getting some fat heals. Volkmar the Grim is getting worked down pretty bad by the Dark Shards. But now the artillery of Sigmar is going to be firing in as the Dark Shards stand their ground, but rolling. The Limp Bizkit wagon moves in, followed up by Knights of the Blazing Sun. Very epic looking moment right there. But Volkmar took a hammering. But if the Dark Shards can get swarmed right now and Volkmar can live, the Empire is still going to be in a position where they can compete in this game. That is for sure. Back objective of the Empire is being taken, and definitely need to move some Flagellants back there, maybe fall back onto the point to try and hold that. Sunmaker is still shooting away, and it looks like it's shooting at the skirmish cavalry that are being chased by Knights of the Blazing Sun. Blazing Sun Knights here also extending deeply, but being attacked by a Master. So the Master is an anti-large character with the blessed 69 charge bonus. That's what she said, so certainly not bad at all. Flagellants being very sticky, and a lot of the Dark Shard units are being taken down. Flagellants do move back on the point here. Silver Bullet's going to be forming ranks again, probably going after the Coldwood Knights, or probably they should finish this Hydra, to be completely honest with you. The Hydra's putting the work down on Volkmar. He can heal, but Volkmar heals passively over time. It's not like a big burst heal. So Volkmar is getting chased. The Blazing Sun Knight's going to be coming across to intercept the Hydra, and the Silver Bullets should be forming ranks to shoot this thing down. So let's see where they're shooting right now. Looks like Silver Bullets were shooting on the other side, but they're being hunted by a unit of dreaded Dread Spears. Warrior Priest coming in, trying to run intercept, but shutting down these guns right now is uber clutch. It's going to be letting the Hydra do quite a bit more work. In the backfield, the healing Hydras are going strong. Repeaters are eating a lot of damage from the Sunmaker. So Sunmaker has been shooting at the Repeater Crossbow Cav, which is good because the Empire doesn't really have any agency to take these things down at melee. So shooting here with the Sunmaker and wearing them down, I think, is a brilliant play. Blazing Sun Knights, though, getting that Hydra a little bit low. Volkmar the Grim is able to escape with his Silver Bullet Core. Another Blazing Sun Knight's going to be coming up and getting ready to pile in and maybe contest objective number 1. The back point here for the Empire is stabilized. So the Empire does manage to get that point. A couple Flagellants fighting against the Coldwood Knights here, but they do have the strength of the Penitent, so that means when they're losing in combat, they get physical resist, and they also get melee defense. Puts them up to actually a decent amount, and almost 30, which isn't bad on that particular unit. Silver Bullets, though, still online, and they're going to be moving up, and if they can form ranks, fire, reload, fire. A little bit of Sigmarite gunpowder is good for the soul. They're going to be setting up. They will long up their long rifles, well, just their rifles, I guess. What are they actually shooting at? Do they have it? They're slightly obstructed by something. I think, the Blazing Sun Knights. So they didn't want to shoot their fellow Blazing Sun homies, which, I respect that. Maybe they got some friends and some family in those cavalry corps, who knows? But now they're not going to have any problem shooting, and the Silver Bullets are going to move in. Volkmar's like, you know what? Let me just move in front of you guys and obstruct your shooting for a second. Don't mind me. I'll be out of your way in a second. I know this is very awkward, but let's just sit on the cinematic shot of the Hydra charging the handgun unit with a fat breath attack coming in, roasting those gunners. This game looks so freaking good, but they're going to be reforming the ranks, replacing their dead homies, as the Hydra doesn't really have any more room to heal. Guns form up, rifles ready, powder is good to go, and we do see the Hydra sitting at 7 leadership. Looking at the back objective, the Empire is holding on to it. On the side, Supreme Sorcerer is actually going to be coming into fight, as we do get Demogryph Knights with Halberds. Probably a really good choice, considering how many cold ones and Hydras and big monsters are on the battlefield as well. We do see the Hydra trying to heal itself, but it's already at healing cap, which means it's not going to be able to grow more heads. This thing is at negative 18 leadership, probably going to be sent out of the picture, as the Blazing Suns do get defeated by the Cold Spear Riders. So the Spear Riders moving in with the Hydra, and they are able to get the job done. All right, so a little bit of lag here in this game. Hopefully nobody disconnected. This would really be a shame, because it's been such a fun game here, but I don't think either of these guys are in contention to win the event, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, but yeah, we'll see. You can see the slideshows coming. Somebody's internet and or computer is like lighting on fire right now, and they're like, got their fire extinguisher, putting that bad boy out, and they are doing it. I don't know why the game doesn't look as crisp for you. I'd have to take a look at my settings. I can show you my settings after the game if you guys like. Okay, it seems like it's not fully disconnected. It's going to stabilize here. I think one of the players is in Poland, and the other one, I have no idea where they're from, so could be anywhere around the world. The Hydras did absorb a shit ton of damage, and one of them is still like full health, right? So we have one Hydra here who's in really good shape, and this one is this one's trying. It still could come back and be a variable. Like if you get an injured Hydra like this, you just park it on your back objective and let it like be an anchor back there, because it's still hard to get rid of, right? All right, so the slideshow's over. Somebody's computer got through. Sigmar tried to banish the Dark Elves internet, but it did fail. So Flagellant's going strong. Could the Empire get this? We do see the shield of, or the Grand Soulfire Bombardment going down. So we're going to be dropping it like it's hot on the Dread Spears right here, sitting at 43 models. And yeah, now we're back to Total War slideshow. Oh God. Hopefully it will get back to how it was, because man, oh man, this is a really, really fun game. Dark Elves are definitely in a good position, but remember, there's a lot of damage here on Volkmar the Grim that is still, like, he's still very functional, and it's going to be a problem on the battlefield, Yeah. You should help a lot with the clarity issues. So you should try casting on 1080, 30 instead of 60 on YouTube. Shoot me a message on Discord. Explain what you mean, Ethan. Yeah, I'm not really good at tech, so I don't even know what that really means, but I understand the basics. Can demis carry this? Maybe. They're just regular Demogryphs. They'll be really good against the Colden Knights and decent against the Hydra as well, also against the Master and the Sorcerers. Volkmar might still be able to carry, and we do have the Sunmaker still out with some ammunition, so in this case you would want to use the Sunmaker to shoot into the Spear unit. The slow motion Rain of the Heaven is, yeah, it's really slow. This is bad. Somebody's computer is like literally lighting on fire right now. Somebody's having serious issues here. It's either that or internet. I don't know if this is like internet lag or what it is, but all right. So hopefully it stabilizes, guys. Not much more to say. It's been a fun game so far, though, man. It would be a shame if it got ruined by this. Let me see if somebody here. It's laggy since the patch. I don't know, just for you, it would seem. No lag so far for me. So Melkor is saying that he's been having lag since the patch. Okay, so it's probably Melkor. That's unfortunate. He probably needs to lower some of his settings or adjust some things. I haven't been having any lag issues whatsoever on the new patch, so. Yeah, somebody has started downloading or watching some Netflix in the house, and they have like a really low amount of bandwidth. Not sure what it is. He could be on Wi-Fi also. Wi-Fi is like, dude, Wi-Fi should just be banned from tournaments and peer-to-peer, honestly. It's so laggy. Oh, you finally got fiber in your neighborhood? I'm so jealous. We live in California, and we have a huge monopoly on Spectrum internet. It is potato time. Yeah, hopefully it'll pass. It seemed like it was able to pass before. My games were all fine. This. Okay. Okay, perfect. And maybe it will come back to us. California is it. No, California is a great state, honestly. It's amazing, but, you know, there are monopolies here, unfortunately, and a lot of states have that. We have Spectrum here. Spectrum is so freaking awful, guys. Oh, God, it's terrible. You've got fiber in Santa Clarita. Oh, it's so nice. So you live pretty close to me, actually. Yeah, you live pretty close. I will probably just jump out of this game and see what's cooking. We'll give it a second. Okay. All right. So it could also be Claw's internet. We don't know. I was talking to Melkor during that, and he says that everything is fine. All right. Are we good here? I think Claw's internet might have had some issues. And one of these guys is having some internet problems right now. Okay. Where are we at? Is it going to make it? I don't want to give up on this game. I'm never going to give you up. I'm never going to let you down because this is a great match. And it looks like it's starting to stabilize a little bit. Yeah, look at that. It's just, that was such a weird, that was somebody's internet having a huge lag spike. Or their computer like overheating and exploding. Okay. So that is why we never give you up. We never let you down because we actually managed to get back into the game. Volkmar the Grim trying to rout off the Hydra. We do get the fight in the middle that was prophesized. The Demogryph Knights are going to be battling it out versus the Colden Knights. Sunmaker going to be doing some friendly fire damage. Demi's getting a partial engagement, but the problem for the Demogryph Knights here, which is going to make them lose this fight, is going to be the fact that the Dread Spears are saturated into that combat. So really, really not a good situation, actually. And you do see a Demogryph Knight getting folded up because you fought against all these spears. So we did recover. Volkmar the Grim chasing back the Hydra, and this game is still up in the air. Really, like, I did not want to leave this game. It's very, very close. The Hydra Breath attack is maybe going to be in play here, so we do see the guns forming up ranks. Somebody's PC is chugging. Hold! For Sigmar! Hey, at the very least, we're not going to have to wait for the next round, you know? It's going to be ready to go because this game is taking a long time. Bombardments from downtown, shooting into the spheres. Volkmar the Grim able to chase these units off. Granted, he should probably run because the Master is going to be able to hunt him. The Master of Puppets here is going to be hunting this bad boy. Minimizing real quick to see what's going on here, and it does seem fine again. Yeah. Someone's internet or PC, probably. Yeah, I think it's somebody's PC is having a problem here. It could be Claw. Not sure. Could be anybody. There's no way of really checking unless I get out of the game here. Instability is a big problem with peer-to-peer connections. I know, I hate it so much. We usually don't have lag in most of our games, honestly. The peer-to-peers has not been a problem in any of our like major events recently. This is honestly the first really bad laggy game we've had in ages. Like in the entire major event we had last weekend. No, it's just me spectating this match, so should be fine. All right, guys, we're approaching the end of the road here as the Flagellants do push up, and the Hydra is going to be moving in to do glorious battle. And of course, we'll do okay work against Flagellants. Flagellants don't really have any tools at dealing with the War Hydra. Volkmar the Grim is hunting to, or getting hunted by the Master. So the Master does have the Colossal Strike ability. A lot of characters got this, which is a huge bonus versus large benefit. And Volkmar is getting karate chopped a little bit. Now, his new melee defense is certainly nice. He's moving back with his Flagellants. The remnants of the Demogryph Knights do manage to pile in here. They're going to be helpful against the Colden Knights and the Chariots and some of these other tools, but the Empire really is looking to be on the back foot right now. We do get Flagellants being called in. The Beastcaster is still lurking in the back as well. Yeah, Daniel, exactly, man. I agree. Knights of the Blazing Sun. I mean, will they be good against any of these things? Okay against Chariots, okay against Hydra. You definitely need shooting to deal with the Hydra, but I think the Empire's probably cooked this game, where Hydra are going to be moving up, going after the big man Volkmar, as the Knights of the Blazing Sun come in to try and save the leader of the Church of Sigmar. And he's going to get bonked by the Hydra again. This game is probably over. I mean, I think Dark Elves have it. They have a lot of infantry coming out, so you can see Dark Elves have a ton of reinforcements. They got a lot of Dread coming out, Dread swords and Bleak swords and Dread Bleak things all over the place. But Volkmar being at 400 HP is guaranteed dead. Basically, if you just follow him with Scourge Runner Chariots, you're going to be able to just shoot him down, and that most likely is going to be the end of the road there. Looks like at the backside, and the fact that this other Hydra is alive as well is so freaking clutch. So good. I mean, that thing, even with 1700 HP, could easily take on most State Troopers and most like chaff units with its breath attacks and whatnot. We are going to be seeing Volkmar die here. So I think we've seen enough to the point where we know that this game is probably over. So I'm just going to jump out in case that helps with the lag. This game is 1000% over. We have the double Hydras, Volkmar's on the run, Dark Elves have the point lead. It's just over. Yeah, so we're going to jump out in hopes that it will reduce the lag. But that game is over. GG, well played. Dark Elves getting the victory. 99%. Volkmar is basically dead. So that was a really fun match, though. I had a great time with that game until the lag kicked in. Looking at the tournament, how are we looking here? Let's refresh the brackets and see. Wow, are people not done yet? Okay, no, people are almost done. So Nerds needs to get his buy round point. So let's do this. Check here. So he has 1 point so far. And Nerds is 1. Okay, so that's correct. How do you feel about the Crown of Everlasting Conquest getting nerfed? I think it's fine. I still think it'll be a good item. The Hydras were actually really good in that game, though, man. They did good. The Empire build was extremely unorthodox, though. That Dark Elf build would have gotten rolled up by a traditional Empire build. Like, if you go over, like, 3 or 4 War Wagons, those Hydras just do nothing for most of the game, honestly. Yeah, they're going to have a bad time. How about another variety stream? Had too much fun in Dow Elite? Yeah, I'm down, Cringe Name. I'm down. We'll do something fun soon. The Blazing Sun Knights were okay. Yeah, but the thing is, in that matchup, you want to bring Demogryph Knights. All good. Checking here. I mean to bother you, but I think my opponent scores low. Scarbrand too. Okay, let's check that. Okay. So where are we at? Seeing if there's any other admin issues that need to be taken care of. I think we're all good. And Ponticlaw and Melkor should be finishing soon, and we just have like 1 or 2 more games, and then we're good for the next round. I do want to try Mechabellum. I am really looking forward to that. Yeah, I think that'll be a good chill game. You know, that tower defense game we used to play was really fun too. I was thinking about going back to that one. Wonder if there's been any like patches or updates or anything. I'd have to remember how to play though, man. I'd be pretty rusty. Yeah, Huntsman wreck Hydras pretty badly. Yeah, Hydras. I mean, that 1 silver bullet almost kept them honest. Yeah. Okay, let me check and refresh this. So it appears that had not been added to my score as I decreased in score from last round. Okay, so just dealing with the quick admin thing here. Monkey Island, I don't even know what that is. Yeah. You're guaranteed going even in a stack tournament. Nice, dude. Well played. I'm going to be playing Old World soon. I haven't played in a long time, but I'm trying to get my Chaos Dwarves ready. I want to experiment with infantry in the old world, so I'm going to be getting a big Chaos Dwarf infantry based army, which is going to be super fun. So okay, let me see here. So we are going to do Opal. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 and 1. So you are 4 and 1. At the moment. And Opal had one of his players drop. Okay, sorry guys, just got to focus on this admin issue here real quick. So Opal Black Bear should have 3 for Anticity. It should be 4, and then for Sampo it should be 1. Okay. And then we have Count Games, which is going to be 1. Let's see what Count Games has. Count Games. It's going to be 1. And then his last opponent should be Scrambled Egg Special, which is going to be 5. Okay. Okay, perfect. So I think I admin that out. We should be good. Okay, let's see here. Having to explain this to this player here. Oh, I hate typing. My old man hands. Help me. I'm too weak. Okay, so that should be fine. And we're going to be going on to round 6. Okay. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Should be all squared away now. Getting real complicated. What's your keyboard? Dude, I have an old keyboard. It's an Orion G810, I think is what it is. Orion G810 is the keyboard. It's old, but I got it for free a long time ago, like in 2018 or 2019, and it's been serving me proud. It's kind of honestly on its last legs though, so I will be needing to upgrade keyboards relatively soon. Yeah. All right, let's check this out. Are we ready? And it looks like we're just waiting on Pink and Jimmy Beans to play, and then we'll be good to go. I'll try. Okay. All squared away now. Sorry about that. I had to zero in on that, then focus on that one. No, but it's a good keyboard. Yeah, I don't know what brand to get. If you guys have a recommendation for keyboards, I really like this one. I think it's a Logitech G810. I know Frost and I were talking about some modern equivalents of it, but yeah, I'm open to any suggestions if you guys have any. I need a keyboard where the buttons are easy to press because I have like hobo hands. They don't work very well. So like if the buttons are really resistant and you have to put a lot of pressure down to press them, I need a keyboard where like pressing the button is like just like smooth like butter, you know. So for me, that's big. All right, so let's refresh this and go to the next round. There we are. And let's check and check and check. Perfect. Advance to the Swiss. All right, round 6th and final round of regulation. And then after this, we're going to be going to the top 4, which is going to be fun. I won't mind. Pone says he wants his keyboard to massage his hands and help me win at micro. Sounds like you should just get somebody else to play for you, you know? Okay. Round 6, it's time. All right. So round 6 is here. There we go. By the way, Bob is having another tournament too if you guys want to sign up. Bob That Builder is hosting a tournament on Total Tavern as well. And it's going to be starting pretty shortly. I think it's starting around, in like 30 or 40 minutes. I don't quite remember. But yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. So get a butter board. Switch to full voice commands. I mean, there will probably come a time in my life where that is a reality. Remember that TV show that was just Total War, but somebody else controlled the units and just shouted order? I'm not sure what you're referring to. 17:15 is going to be 5:15. Yeah, so there's another tournament starting in 45 minutes. So that's perfect timing, actually, because we'll be done with this round by then. And if you lose... Oh, God, Jesus. Oh, you can go get that. All right, let's find a game. Sorry, that was a powerful dad sneeze that crept up on me there. All right, so round 6 is live. Hey, good night, Nick. Take care, man. If AI reads this in the future, can I just say I respect the AI? Shout out to the AI overlords. Oh man, yeah. That's always that's one of my favorite topics to discuss. I'm really into like dystopian literature and dystopian kind of futuristic retro sci-fi stuff. I think that's a really, really fun genre and subject matter and all that. I always, if you get me a cup of coffee and we're just hanging out, shooting the shit, talking about like sci-fi, I like to see what people think about like, what sci-fi setting are we going to get? Are we going to get Star Trek? Are we going to get 40K? Are we going to get, are we going to get Terminator? Are we going to get like an AI apocalypse with like machines hunting us while we hide underground and shit, I think it's a really fun discussion to get into. The Expanse, right? That's another one, yeah. Okay, I think the players are refreshing. Let me tell them. It happens when a lot of people refresh at the same time. It can overload the website because, yeah. But it's tough. Okay, so we're going to do Blake 85 versus Own Goal. Okay, Own Goal. Lobby code, please. Good luck, have fun. Okay. Should be good now. So let's get this going. My little vegetable patch got flooded recently when it rained. Turns out it was full of leaks. Oh, you got me. I actually thought you were going to have a legit story there. Oh, you dirty dog. You've done me dirty. Oh. All right. You got me. Man, I just got wrecked so bad. All right. So let's find Own Goals lobby. And he's going to be playing against Blake, which I believe is Hobo Honkers. Yeah. Hobby code, please. So we have Own Goal versus Hobo Honkers here, which is going to be fun. You should check out the book Cowboys, Fangs, Spacebar, and Grill. Sci-Fi Deliciousness. Sounds good. Sin says, I'm new to Warhammer and I want to battle my friend. What's a good archer civilization? Wood Elves. Yeah, just play Wood Elves. If you want to just like unleash, just get Wood Elves and get Way Watchers, get 3 of them and click on your friend's hero and just watch what happens. You get a Prey of an Othrama Wood Elf Lord with the snaring ability. You net their lord, and then you shoot them with 3 Way Watchers and watch your friend just, keyboard slam it. That's how you do it. All right, so waiting for these players here. This is the 6th and final round of regulation. And, yeah, should be good. Wood Elves definitely have some of the most disgusting shooting in terms of, like, archers. That's the way to do it. If you're anything like me, You got to put your friends through it a little bit, you know? Yeah, High Elves can do it too. You could use Techless with like Sisters of Avalorn and have like a sniping build, but the Wood Elf one will be stronger probably. Okay. No problem. Okay, and we're gonna do this. All right, so player had to drop there. Perfect. Okay, so should be about ready. Now we just got to wait for these homies to respond. Right. Okay. So that's going to be... No, one more admin thing. So a fair amount of people do drop in the 6th round. This is a good experiment. Still, most of the people who are thirsty for the win are going to stay here. Okay, one last admin thing. Cool beans. So we do have some people who could play each other in the last round if they want to for fun. Own goal needs to respond. Where are you at? So Charks, we got some sweaty games going right now, man. So let's get so Nerd War Room and then Count Games. You two here. I'm going to see if these two want to play each other because we have a couple buy rounds here. Okay, so Count Games is here. Nerd War Room, are you lurking around? If you are, I sent you a message in Discord. Check it out. Tomb Kings are a really good archer faction too. Yeah, they are. Their basic archers are all right, and then you, of course, have some scariness here. All right, let's see if we can find this lobby. Here's Hobo's lobby. Need to get this. Spec slot and spec slot. I found their lobby, but they have not put a spectator slot on, little goblins. We could go do Charx, but actually, you know what? Charx is on Warriors of Chaos. Let's visit his lobby and see what he's doing. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And is it? I don't. He always. Yeah, he's always got a weird password. Okay. So Zinch, that's Zinch versus Warriors of Chaos. We're gonna let them play it out. Okay. Hopefully they return. Hobo Honkers is setting up the spec slot. Perfect. I was gonna be bummed if we missed that because who doesn't love a freaking Hobo Honkers game, you know? Failed to join the game. Okay. You gotta love it when like clients on like 30-year-old games are just like smoother. Oh, we found it. Let's get in there, baby. Round 6. How's it gonna go? Okay. So Nerd War Room, and then we will do... Gonna update that, and we will fix this. So that's gonna be Count Games here versus Nerd. All right, awesome. 6th and final round of regulation. Wood Elves versus Nurgle? Is that what we're getting right now? No shit. Oh, I'm hyped for this. Hobo Honkers is always a man of the people playing cool factions. Although I'm very biased. In fairness, this game client is like 20 years old. Maybe so. I mean, I wouldn't say 20 years old because it's... That was like when Age of the Ring was coming out. You know? Is that his name? And then we're going to go ahead and exit you out. Do this. Oops. We're going to have to update that. All right. Give me 1 second. Should have this fixed in a moment. There was 2 people in the buy rounds. We'll fix that. A Vampire Count Mirror match? Yeah. That's everyone's favorite. Who doesn't love that? Okay, guys. Give me 1 sec. I'll be able to get in and give the old commentary here in a moment. And Bide is going to be off. Okay. Where's your camera? Hold on. We're almost there. All right, I think we're good now. All set. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 6. Big, thick tournament today. Very girthy, very long, very erect. It is going to be Hobo Honkers, the pride of Nurgle, facing off against Own Goal who is going to be playing the Wood Elves. So Hobo Honkers has a front line of Marauders, backed up by a secondary line of Chaos Warriors. It's got some Poison Hounds. We do have the recently nerfed Chaos Lord of Nurgle, who does have the Crown of Everlasting Conquest, which now imbues Fire Weakness, and also less regeneration, but still a very, very good item as well. We have Spirit Leech and Buna. Those are going to be the spells. And ladies and gentlemen, Nurgle just going with a very big infantry push with some hounds in the bushes. So there's a couple Warhounds hiding in the trees. Looking at the Elven army of Ongol, massive vanguard of Wildwood Rangers. So Wildwood Rangers going to be very good against most Nurgle infantry, honestly. There's nothing they really trade badly into. It's going to be a couple of them. Secondary lines going to be War Dancers, and we do also have the Glade Guard with the Hagbane Tips. Caster is going to be Life Caster with the recently buffed, Shield of Thorns. So Shield of Thorns and Earthblood. Zotes are going to be in, so Zotes got buffed, which are quite fun. And they will put a bonketing down on large targets, and that should be kind of cool. So let us know your predictions. Who are you guys rooting for? Are you rooting for Ongol, the defending third place world champion? He got third or fourth place. And he's playing against Hobo Honkers, who is going to be honking his horn here, advancing up with the Marauders. And we do see the Chaos Lord of Nurgle advancing into the Wildwood Rangers, doing a little bit of damage, but is going to need to retreat here. I do like the Fate of Buna, though. Fate of Buna is going to be uber cost-effective on these guys. Not really any answers against Zotes. I mean, Zotes aren't going to be amazing against infantry, but they still will win. Glade Guard with the Hagbane Tips going to be getting some good shooting, and the Hobo is going to be in the woods back here. He does have two of his hounds looking to dive through and get on top of those archers, right? That is going to be the game plan. All right, so Nurgle advancing, going to be taking Objective 3, and Objective 2 soon going to be going to Nurgle as well. And we see another Dread Zote coming in. Look at that. Oh, there is another Zote on the way. That is very, very fun. So there they go. So Zote's going to be heading up, and they will be bonking down many of the Nurgle units there. Objective 2 is going to be flipping to the Plague God's Chosen, as Nurgle will now be clashing with Wildwood Rangers, which Wildwood Rangers do a good job against, elite infantry. They don't want to be fighting Chaff as much because they only have 40 armor, but, they still will beat a Chaff unit, right? Another Zote, the dreaded double Zotes. Yes, that is right. One sec here, just checking to see. One sec. If there's any admin stuff. It does not look like it. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was able to get their games going. So back into the heat of action, we do see the Furies coming out. It is going to be triple Fury coming in from the Hobo Honkers. And where are they going to go? Are they going to swarm on top of the archers? Ongol currently does have about 1,000 resources, so he could call in some sort of cav to diminish these archers. Nurgle, though, is chortling pretty good on the objectives. And I think I accidentally turned off the game sound. Let me check. Yes? There we go. All right, so the game sound should be back. Back in the fight, though, using Furies to rear charge into the Wildwood Rangers, not a terrible choice. It certainly will lead to their demise in tandem with the Fate of Buna. So able to get those guys partying like his 1999. Another Fury here. One is going to be landing on the Hagbane Tips, and another one is going to be landing on these Hagbane Tips. So Fury's actually getting a fair amount of value here, tying down several archer units. Granted, they are about to be killed by the Wild Riders and the two Zote units. A lot of pressure coming in. And look at the Hounds. Whoa, what the hell are these Hounds doing? So Hobo Honkers with a bit of a miss micro here. He moves two Hound units into Wildwood Rangers, which of course are anti-infantry, so they're going to be able to kill those guys pretty quickly, and he immediately retreats those back. But Nurgle is holding on to the points and keeping the value close enough. Nurgle does not have a lot of healing, though, so you got to watch out for that. And in the back, the Chaos Sorcerer here going to be helping versus the War Dancers. Meanwhile, these War Dancers getting the Shadows Coil, and it looks like there was some Flesh to Stone over there, a little bit hard to tell. But the Hound units try and find a way through, but Hobo Honkers, unfortunately for him, does get corralled by Ongol. Ongol is one of the best players in the world. He has won one major event, has gotten second place in like 10 of them. So very, very strong player. But Hobo Honkers might have a chance here. I mean, he is doing okay on this flank. He's just having a lot of problems getting through the Zotes and the Wildwood Rangers. Those guys are getting the job done. The Bunas have by far been Nurgle's best tool here so far. On the outside, Marauder Horsemen getting hunted down by the Wild Riders. So going to be losing a Wild Rider unit too, which is very, very tough. Hounds hiding in the trees. Nurgling's going to be moving up in the point. Not seeing any Chosen or anything like that. I honestly think, trying to dive the archers was a big mistake for Hobo Honkers because his whole army is shielded infantry with like silver shields. I don't think he needed to sacrifice so much to try and shut down the archers. He could have just probably called in more grinding like Forsaken and frontliners to try and just outgrind his opponent in melee and just eat the arrows to the face. Go face the foot style because he spent, 2 or 3 Furies, 2 Hound units. That's like over 2,000 to 3,000 value, really, diving into his opponent's backfield, whereas Ongol isn't really getting that much value in melee fighting him. So Fate of Buna used on the War Dancer is a bit of a misplay. I think you want to save it for the Wildwood Rangers. That would be good. But in the meantime, Zote's going to be coming around. It's Zoten time. The best part of Morbius is when it was Zoten time, yes. So they are moving into the Warriors, and Zotes are still big armor-piercing beaters. So even though they're, yes, air quotes, anti-large, they can still put a beat down on armored infantry units. So they are going to be able to do it, and these warriors are going to fold probably in the next minute or so. They're looking to be in a little bit of danger as own goal does get a full surround on them. Currently own goal 4.2 against 3,000. Middle objective is owned by Nurgle. So Nurgle has had the double cap for quite some time, and they are ahead of own goal on points. What is Nurgle going to be doing now? They're down about 1,600 value, or 1,400 value, give or take. On the backside, we are going to be getting some cav coming in, so Sisters of Thorn getting into combat. The Nurgle infantry, though, are no joke. I mean, he brought mostly warriors, and warriors of Nurgle are very raid bossy. They have very high stats, and will fight for a long time, so I get that. Chaos Sorcerer probably also wants to use Buna on the heavy cavalry. There's really no answer for the Zotes, though. The Zotes are, looking menacing. So, okay, we do finally get something that can fight off the Zotes a little bit. And it is going to be the Plague Ogres with great weapons. So these guys will be extremely weak against archers, but they will trade evenly-ish with Zotes. So I don't hate that. The Wood Elves are using a Spellweaver of Life, so just a cheap Elven Lord with Earthblood, and then using Shield of Thorns to give damage reflection, which is very off-meta. This is not meta at all, but it is kind of a cool tech to see it in play. The Nurgle still holding on to the side point here. We do see Wild Riders getting ready to run down those Chaos Warriors. Granted, Chaos Warriors probably defeat Wild Riders in straight-up combat. Nurgle trying its best to hold on to the middle objective. No chosen here, but here comes the big Ogre guys. All right, it's all Ogre now. So Tamurkhan's homies going to be charging in there. They, too, have bonking sticks, and they'll be good against, these infantry, but the archers will put a lot of hurt on them. I don't know about the Elven Archer situation. So Plague Ogre's eating a little bit of arrow fire, but the archers are actually very decrepit at this point in the game. These ones are beat up. These ones are low on ammunition. So they've already kind of blown their load. So the Ogres aren't really going to be in a huge kind of threatened situation. Chaos Warriors getting charged by Wild Riders. A couple of Hounds come out from Hobo Honkers, but Own Goal sees it and reacts and turns around and countercharges the Hounds. And Hounds are not designed to eat a full charge from like an erect unit of Wild Riders, right? That's going to be really bad. So the Warriors are going to be trying to hold, but honestly probably will fold here. Dryads in the front, Wild Riders in the back. It's going to be too much for them. A couple Nurglings coming out of the Vanguard on the middle point. Another Fate of Buna activated on War Dancers, which is okay. Certainly will help them hold this objective. And the Plague Ogres, it's going to be the bonking battle. Two big sticks going to be beating on one another. As we do see the Zotes here advancing up with 100 weapon strength. Fat anti-large. Plague Ogres do have around the same weapon strength, but they're poison right now. I think it's a little bit higher baseline actually than the Zote, but Zotes do have some bound abilities and different things like that. And on the outside, we do see Own Goal getting the job done, just outmaneuvering the forces of Nurgle. And I really think Nurgle just lost this game because of how aggressively they tried to dive the archers and failed. The archers all stayed online, they all kept shooting, and there were so many units sacrificed into Own Goal's backfield that I think Nurgle ended up paying the price. And how cool is it we get to see Zotes in action? So talk about new meta, right? A lot of new things being used, people are experimenting with different tech, and who doesn't love these turtle boys? Except Zyphos, I know he hates them. But aside from that, I think they are pretty damn cool. Ogre's getting worn down. Middle objective is going to be in the clutches of Nurgle, but not for long. It's going to be flipping to the Wood Elves. There it goes. There goes the flip. Chaos Warriors here do end up losing this point. That's going to be a triple cap for Own Goal. Nurgle trying to get a little bit cheeky on the outside here. Some little gremlins are going to get it. They're moving in there. But, yeah, Wood Elves are still a really strong faction. Nurgle is definitely capable of beating them. Very capable. But I would say Wood Elf favored, probably like 60-40. But Nurgle can take wins off them. But it is a hard matchup. Apparently, I think they played earlier in the tournament. So this is a rematch, by the way. For anybody being like, oh, Wood Elves or Nurgle has no chance. I'm fairly certain that this Nurgle player was able to defeat Own Goal earlier on. So he was able to get the win against him. So let's do this. Check that. It was fine. For some reason, the stream chat crashed. Just fix that. But yeah, the Nurgle was able to win this earlier. They won earlier in the tournament. So yeah, Own Goal with a nice adjustment, though. I love the Zotes. I think that was a really... Nurgle just had no answers for them. They just kind of moved around and did whatever they want. So only a matter of time before this one's over. 9,000 value against 6.7, which is probably relatively accurate considering the circumstances. The Nurgle Lord is standing there with his very tattered Chaos Warriors who are broken and shattered. And here these Furies are going to be taken apart, soon to be crumbling down. Fecundity may be going to be activated there, but what do they have? They have nothing left. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be GG. All she wrote, couple Forsaken on the backside as well. Noxbringer is actually not bad here. You can use Noxbringer. But, Swarming is certainly possible as well. Forsaken versus War Dancer is pretty even-ish fight. Forsaken, I think, barely edged that one out because of their armor. But in the 2v1 with the Sisters of Thorn coming in, the Forsaken probably will end up losing that one. And over here on objective number 2, still controlled by Wood Elves. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it. Hey, Nikki, thank you, man. I appreciate the support. Shouldn't have dived the archers, rather just micro the wolves. Yeah, you could have just brought more frontliners in. Just start spamming out Forsaken. And because Own Goal's archers weren't even that good. He just had 3 archers that weren't even Starfire shafts. So your warriors were fine. Your marauders were probably fine. Forsaken would have been good too. because they trade pretty well into Elven Cavalry also. GG, well played. Fun match, though. Looking at the reinforcements, yeah, a lot of Furies in the mix. He even had a Battletoad in there, which is kind of fun. But the Zotes were the goats. Yes, that is a very apt description of that game. Wild Rider is also quite good, and he even had a Zote in his opening army, so very, very cool to see. All right. And there we go. Fun times indeed. Own Goal saying, he's saying, oh, so Own Goal, is he streaming today? Yeah, are you streaming? All right. So he was streaming earlier, but he's not. He didn't stream that game. Okay, I was going to say if he was streaming, we'd drop a link to his stream. Go check him out. It'd be fun. Let's refresh this. See if we're ready for the next round here. Ladies and gentlemen, the party begins. This is almost like getting a little DLC, which is funny because there's so many changes for multiplayer. It's like a Christmas present, you know? Yeah, Zotes do have free Earthbloods. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Earthblood is one of the best spells in the game, so that's it's pretty damn nice. The Zote meta, it rises. Okay. So how are we looking here? And there we are. So he did lose that game earlier, and then he came back and was able to win it. So if you guys want to, go support our boy. So this is Own Goal, the artist formerly known as Tim. If you guys want to go check out his YouTube channel, he is one of the best players in the world, and he just started a YouTube channel recently focusing on tactics and some of his replays and whatnot. And he's a super nice guy as well. So make sure to check him out. He rules, man. He rules. He has been a big pillar of the community for a long time, and he didn't stream. He streamed like half of his tournament games. So if you want to go see that other game he played against Nurgle, where Nurgle was able to win there, then check it out. That is Own Goal, so head on over to his channel. All right, so where are we at? I'm trying to see here. Okay. Refreshing this. We're going to have to teach him how to make thumbnails for his videos. That's the next step. I'll teach him the forbidden ways of Microsoft Paint, and he will be good to go. All right. So top 4 is coming into play. The Bob, are you hanging out in chat, by the way? It looks like it's timing out pretty perfectly because people are finishing and they can go sign up. If you guys are playing in this tournament and you haven't had enough, right? Let me show you. Let me show you what's cooking here. So here's today's tournament. We had 54 people. There's another smaller tournament that's going to be probably much quicker going on here. So you can see new patch tournament. This is us. We're going to be going to top 4. But if you guys have just been eliminated from this tournament, maybe you didn't make top 4, head on over. This tournament's going to be starting in about 20 minutes. So single faction Swiss tournament being hosted by Bob That Builder, who's one of our big map maker chads. He freaking rules. So highly recommend going over there and doing it. There you go. You can watch me punt into honkers by getting fixated on the Zote ability casting. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good, Own Goal. We saw your win. Everybody saw your win here, so you at least get that, you know? Yeah, he used to go by Tim, yeah. But now he goes by Own Goal. He wanted to have a more gaming name there, so powerful game name. Okay, let's see. We're getting ready for the semis. Should be good. By the way, as soon as we get an update of like the DLC, whenever that comes out, that's when we're going to be having the next major world championship, which is going to be fun. Yep. Awesome. Looks like Bob's tournament is getting some signups, which is great. And I'm almost tempted to play in that. I kind of want to like just play in his tournament, although we're going to be streaming still, so we'll probably be in the finals. Own Goal saying the other one we don't talk about. I'm legitimately impressed by how little turns play degrades while he's casting. Oh, I definitely take a hit when I play and cast. I would say I'm like 15% worse, but it's still enough to like win tournaments here and there. But it does make a big difference. You got a semi already? Hell yeah, dude! Hell yeah! All right. So just waiting for these games to wrap up. Should be less than like 5 minutes. Solasaur, I don't know where Solasaur went. Own Goal would know. They're friends. Where is Solasaur? Yeah. I like Zotes being used. Yeah. It was fun. I love seeing it. So looking at the value of this game, Archers did all right. Yeah, actually pretty good. 1200, 700, and 900. Zotes were 1300 and basically took no damage, and 1200 here as well. We haven't seen Harganeth today, but Rhino, we did see the dreaded double Hydra build. So we saw 2 Hydras being used, which was insane. Own goal, the Zote Goat. Is that going to be his new nickname? Now you're known as the Zote guy. He's playing backpack battles like a fiend. Competitive multiplayer was too easy. Oh, God. Okay, he's playing something else. All right, all right. So, cool. Hang tight, and I'll be right back. Gonna refill my water. All right, guys, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. And let's see. What is going to be cooking here? So let's look at the brackets and see how far along we are in the tournament. Refresh this. Still a couple games going. Some people sweating it out. Let's see this. Yeah, the Wood Elves honestly have pretty good multiplayer now. Not multiplayer, infantry, sorry. Yeah, like Wildwood Rangers, War Dancers, Dryads, Eternal Guard are all like very good quality units. Get coffee now. I kind of don't really drink coffee too much anymore because I have this stupid autoimmune disease and it makes my hands hurt more. When I drink caffeine, it like inflames my tendons. I don't know why, but it sucks. Yeah. Have I tested the new impact damage plague drones? I haven't really tested them too much. I will be playing Nurgle in some events coming up here in the near future. Let me check here and see. So we got Subutai versus Claw, so it could be a lag situation. I know that was one of the players who was lagging earlier, maybe. Ricochet and Ghost King are playing it out. We have Martin and Jimmy Beans and Count Games and Nerd are playing here. So yeah, a lot of players actually stuck through to the bitter end, which is cool. I mean, of course we had some drops. In total, we lost 2, 4, 6, 8 players to drops. But out of 54, that's not really bad, you know? That's not bad at all. I think if we want to do a longer tournament, maybe double Elim could be better. But, you know, I think when a new patch comes out, people really like to grind and just, like, figure out their faction. So the 5, 6 rounders are cool. Because you get to just get in there and figure out your faction, you know? You like how Zotes are just the exact same model as Dragon Ogres, but they just have turtle heads? Yeah, they look really similar. They really do. What background should we have, by the way? That one's cool, but... I think my favorite background might be the Chaos Dwarf one. It's so cool, like the big, like, kind of Ford shitty going down. Anybody playing Orcs today? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Kolek is kind of a Chad, too. Somebody in chat talking about Kolek. I think Kolek's slightly underrated. I mean, I think there's better choices on Chaos most of the time, but Kolek is, he's big pimpin', man. He does some lifting. You're terrible at multiplayer, but need practice. Everybody's, you know, starts there. Don't stress it, you know. Everybody's going to be in the pits in the beginning. All right, so are you ready for the semis? Subutai still playing Claw. Ricochet and Ghost King having a duel of fates. Check here. Okay, so let's see here. Check Boss Toss's points. So did he win all of his games? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's got too many points here, so we need to fix this. Okay. Okay. Cool. Tiny bit of admin work, and then we will go on from there. And we will see who's going to be the Dark Lord. I mean, this is a very sweaty tournament. I mean, 50, 60 people. Top dogs are playing. We have, aside from Sipa, who of course got second place in the last championships, we have Anticity here, we have Own Goal, we have Charix. So we have basically 3 of the top 4 players in ranked competitive playing in today's tournament today. So this is very sweaty. I'm curious if one of them is going to win or if somebody else is going to rise and take the crown. Well, they don't really get the crown. You got to win the championship for that. But who's going to, who's going to get this? Okay, so Subutai's still going. It looks like he just finished here. Martin and Jimmy Beans and Count Games and Nerd are still going. Should be done. Boss Toss score should be fixed also now. Big Kolek, the Sun Eater, sounds like an MF Doom skit. Yeah. Which battle for Middle-earth faction would be best in domination mode? Probably Mordor. Mordor would be really good. Just like swarming the objectives with orcs and then having like really powerful heroes running around like the Nazgul. I feel like Mordor would be very good in domination mode. The elf factions would be, yeah, Mordor would probably be a menace. Okay, so do we still have freaking tiebreakers even after this many rounds? Jeez, oh my god. Oh my god, we have so many people tied. Hopefully, I really hope to the gods that one of these games affects the tiebreaker here. Dear God. Because look at this, let me show you. I don't even know how we would go about doing this. I don't know how we go about doing this tiebreaker. Oh man, hold on guys, 1 second. So we have Charix, Scrambled Egg, Alexander Nuts, and Danikin. But look at this. We have 3 people with like a tied tiebreaker score right here. So we would have to do a playoff of some sort, which I would. Because if you tie on Swiss points and on opponent score, I usually will have a playoff. So we're going to see. Hopefully one of these 2 games down here that's being played is going to affect that, I really, really hope so. Yo, did we make them play an FFA? No, coin flips are such a feel-bad situation. I hate coin flips. I'd rather just play longer. Oh, Old Nosy, the update's really good, honestly. We've been having a blast today, man. It's been fun. All right, give me 1 sec. So I need to see Caravithir here. Carav. Okay, so that should be 1 win. And then, so it's 1, 2, okay. 1, 2. Okay, so that should be 3 wins, it looks like. So let me see what they had. I'm just doing some adminning here because it's a fat event, so they do have their correct 3. But yeah, maybe unless this tiebreaker changes something, hopefully it gives one of them a point so that it'll just punch him up here. Subutai might have played one of these lads. We'll see. Subutai played... Oh, okay, so Subutai did play Jimmy Beans. So if Jimmy Beans wins, it will give Subutai the spot. Let's make them play an FFA, dude. That'd be so haggard. Oh my god. Because FFA is really imbalanced, and it has the same problem as land battle that you don't have to attack your opponent. So like, if it's for getting into... If it's getting into the, semifinals, they're going to be really sweaty. FFA is just attack last to win. Not always, actually. Sometimes the last to attack player misses out on all the points, like the dwarves. They often lose because of that. Boss playing Nerd. Oh, and Boss is playing Nerd too. Boss played Nerd. Okay, so there's a couple tiebreaker points that are in flux. Good. Good. I'm glad. Count Games and Nerd still going, no problem. And we're not getting... Hey, Frost, thank you for the suggestions. Yeah. Boss Toss is lurking. He is there. He's very close. So Danikin, Trop, Subutai, and Boss Toss are all in contention right now. The top 4 should just do an FFA. That would be... If FFA was like actually better in this game, we would consider having tournaments like that. It'd be fun. If a newbie wanted to start playing Dom in the community, is there any mods or anything we need? So Nikki, join our Discord, firstly. So if we have a YouTube mod, you could drop a Discord link. That'd be great. So firstly, join our Discord. And secondly, you want the Total Tavern Tournament map pack. That's it. And then just join our Discord and join our events. Hit up other new players. Do all that. Age of the Ring is probably going to be on... I'm thinking Friday for Age of the Ring, maybe. Or tomorrow, and then Total War on Friday. We'll see. Every top 4 should just be an FFA. I know, just make them suffer. Okay, so I'm going to message these guys and get some admin going here. Since I lost 2 games, and okay, who's this? How the hell do I turn off streamer mode in here? I can't even read the names of the players. What's your name on site? Okay, so thankfully the admin changes here might actually solve that. Hey, thank you, Peeling. Hope you're doing well, Misha. Yeah, so join us. And if you have questions, you can shoot me direct messages, but I just note that sometimes they take a while to respond because I'm old and decrepit. So, but yeah, just forgive me. Forgive me, brother. For Poland's, okay. He has too many points. So for Poland, this could affect tiebreakers too. This man has too many points. So he went 4-2 today, which is nice. Yeah, man. You've been playing Total War since Shogun 1 and never played multiplayer. Domination's a really good spot to start because it solves a lot of the issues with multiplayer and Total War in general. And we have a really solid community. People are really friendly. There's not really any toxicity that I've experienced, at least in the past year or two. The top 4 should be forced to do a vampire count FFA. Everyone plays vampire counts. Everyone brings a Mortis engine, and they just rub it together, dude. Just rub it and see what happens. Pone's a little toxic sometimes. Yeah, Prof Pone, he can talk some serious shit when he loses. He gets real salty. So you got to watch out for him. Just rattling his keyboard while he eats hot dogs. Just deep throating them, dude. What's a good lord for Wood Elves? A Glade Lord with the bow and the Prey of an Othrema is really good. Although super simplistic, you could just get Sisters of Twilight, put them on an eagle, and just have them shoot it like an important target. I do want to play Skaven. Alright, so this should maybe affect some tiebreakers. It could, since he was playing some big dogs. You only bring a Mortis engine, Lord, and micro that. Yeah, that's kind of how vampire counts are. Just like, send the blobs in and then just micro like 2 units. You know, it is true. The toxic Pone classic, I know. Such a hater. Alright. Hey, my opponent is not responding. So we had a no-show there, the forbidden no-show, and 1 games. All right, so how is top 4 looking now? Did anybody break the score? Okay, Boss Toss, it looks like you're out of the running unless you played one of these guys. So we're going to have a playoff between Subutai and Danikentrop, it looks like. Most likely. So let's just wait and see who they played them. So Martin played... Who did Martin play? You... So yeah, I think Boss Toss, you're probably good for the other event. And then we need to see if Jimmy played anybody that is in the contention as well. So Jimmy played... Oh, shit, no, Jimmy... Oh, but he played both of these guys. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. Oh, man. So they will probably have a playoff. Okay. So Subutai and okay, so let's get this set up here, and we're gonna do this. So this is a playoff here. So it's gonna be Subutai, Daniken, host game and spectator. Let's do this. And we're going to go here. All right, so the map we're going to do is we will invite them and give them 3 maps. So Subutai and Danikentrop, I believe, are going to be playing this out because they both played the same person, so I don't think it matters. And then, all right, outstanding. And I'm going to give them 3 maps. Okay, so giving these guys 3 maps. Hopefully they're not AFK right now. And they will come in. Gonna double check to make sure I didn't make any mistakes here. Awesome. A sub 30 movement speed tournament only. Why do you guys want us to suffer? You know? Why do you wish this upon us? Martin and Jimmy Beans just having the epic duel of fates over there. Let me message Martinius, see how he's looking. Is Martinius actually in contention? No, he's not. Okay, I think he's down somewhere, but maybe that could affect the tiebreaker too, actually. We'll just kind of prepare this in the meantime. All right, so Okay. All right. So they're going to work on the picks and bans for this. We got both players coming in here. Vampire Counts versus Dark Elves. A really fun matchup, by the way. And there's a chance landing is banned. Okay, so they're going to play a bit of a smaller map here. And I think we just finished everything. So let's see if that actually affected top 4 to the point, or if they're still playing tiebreaker. Okay, and do we still have the tiebreaker of the gods? Yeah, okay, perfect. So this worked out. We only have one tiebreaker, and then we're going to go to top 4, which is Charix on Warriors of Chaos, Scrambled Egg Special on God knows what. I think Zinch, Alexander Nuts, and Danikin or Subutai. So one of these 2 players. All right, so we got there. Thank you to everyone for playing. Charix, you gotta suffer, dude. Although Charix, we can advance if you want to play one of your games ahead, but you're still gonna have to wait regardless. But if you were to lose, you could go to bed earlier. But remember, brother, you knew it was a 6-rounder. Although it was my fault. I started about half an hour late, but it's only half an hour, you know. All right. So what's the map going to be? I just need to wait and see what the map is. Maelstrom. The Whirling Maelstrom. One of my favorite new maps. We're going to add it in here. In terms of DLCs for multiplayer, it really just... You don't need them all. Just pick like a couple factions you like and get those ones. Would be my sense. Like really to play in most competitive tournaments, you just need to have like know how to play 3 factions, you know? Like 3 to 5 factions is a sweet spot. But for SFTs, which are like 80% of the tournaments in the community because they're very welcoming and stuff, just 1 faction is honestly fine too at first. Best generic lord, I'd have to think about that one. All right, so we're going to play Maelstrom is going to be the map. And it is going to be Subutai versus Danikentrop here. He says, I didn't hear no bell. All right. So they're going to fight. The fate of the old world will be decided here today as we approach the 4-hour mark. This is going to be a fat one, man. This is going to be a thick tournament. And we have 2 more games after this, so getting a bonus game here. Charix, you got vacation time, so it's not too bad. Bardzo Dobrze. Bardzo Dobrze. Yeah, party time, dude. Hell yeah, staying up late. I remember when I was your age, back in the early 2000s, I used to have some 4 a.m. gaming sessions quite often. Me and Italian Spartacus would play World of Warcraft until 5 a.m. And then we would have class at like 7 a.m. And we would play WoW till like 4 a.m. And then we would go to the Jack in the Box and just get food poisoning and then come back and go to class. That was the business. Way back in the day. Professor Phone says gross. How dare you, dude? How dare you? You don't even like hot dogs. That's heresy, man. I don't want to hear it. Your opinion is invalid. You don't like hot dogs. All right. So Vampire Counts versus Dark Elves. It's a fun matchup. Really, really cool, actually. You're going to get a chance to see the Elite Infantry maybe shine here. Because Blackguard and Hargadeth Executioners do have a ton of capture weight now, which is fun. Yeah, it was rough, Pone. It was rough. World of Warcraft was so addictive. All right, so I'm curious about this. Of all the games you homies have ever played on YouTube and Twitch here, all the games you guys have ever played, what game were you the most addicted to that ruined your life to an extent? For me, it was World of Warcraft. I was so addicted to WoW, PvP and WoW Arena back in the day, and it just like, it ruined my college, like my social life. Yeah, WoW. Okay, WoW for a lot of people. Let's see. Lineage 2. Wrecked your sleep. League of Legends. Okay, a lot of Leaguers. WoW. I'm seeing a lot of WoW, a lot of League of Legends in here. Misha saying WoW also. Maybe Battlefield 3 or Call of Duty, but probably WoW the most, right? Dead by Daylight, War Thunder. Civilization, really? Damn. Magic the Gathering. Magic, at least Magic's in person, so you're being forced to socialize, you know? Command and Conquer. Damn, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Deep Rock Galactic. Okay, we're getting a lot of good ones here. War Thunder got you by the throat. Warcraft 3 for Carlos. Hell yeah, I've been there, my friend. Some Dragon Age Origins. Dawn of War 2 multiplayer. Damn, that's OG. You played Magic Online. Oh, got it. Okay. Hearts of Iron. Oh, Hearts of Iron is definitely one of those games that you can sink a lot of time into from what I've heard. Heroes of Might and Magic. Ah, powerful. A great choice. Yeah, I think WoW probably takes the cake from what I've seen from you guys saying. Warhammer for your wallet, says Mr. Pig. Yeah, Warhammer is a karate chop to your wallet for sure. Thankfully, I haven't really had to buy minis in a long time because I've got all my Death Guard. But like miniatures, like you can't, it's hard to just play nonstop. Hobbying is one thing, but yeah, it's usually a computer game. Like being a millennial and being in high school in like 2004 when World of Warcraft was like right as it launched was probably the worst formula you could ask. Because when you're like 13, 14, 15, you're at a point in your life where you're really, really vulnerable to like addictive things. You know, your brain is very malleable and like it's very easy. I think that like WoW for people born in like 1988 through 1992, 94 is rough. That was rough. That's dangerous, man. Like that's introducing such an addictive thing to kids. And like our parents didn't really know what it was either. So it's, you know, they didn't know. This generation probably knows how to restrict it better, but all right. It's like crack in the 80s, yeah. All right. Oh, the Chuck Norris Barons chat was glorious. Those were good times. All right, guys, let's get it. Let's have some fun. It's going to be the Master Necromancer double Banshee coming in against Malekith the Witch King. Ooh, fat epic fight. This is going to be fun. Whirling Maelstrom is in full effect, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's cooking here. And, all right. Perfect. So, yeah, I think Own Goal is going to be streaming after this. So once we finish our grand finals, he's going to be streaming his attempt at winning Bob's tournament. So we could actually go over there and hang out with him. That'd be fun. All right, guys. What the hell? I'm like stuck on this rock here. Do you guys see this? Oh, that was weird. I was like stuck on that rock. So I went over here and I tried to move the camera down. And then I'm like stuck. Like the camera can't go fast. I'm like, the Tzeentch vortex is like pulling in the camera. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, looking at the army of Subutai, it's going to be a battle line of zombies. Crypt Ghouls in the front, with the Master Necromancer up in the sky, who's going to be there with Gaze of Nagash, Raised Dead, as well as Invocation. Double Banshee is going to be on the ground. Creek saying, wow, lost my first hookup to it. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right, so Master Necromancer here, double Banshees. We do have the Vargulfs as well, and Corpse Cart. So instead of White Kings, Banshees are seeing a little bit of action here. Vargulfs are, of course, very good SE fighters and very tanky and fast. So what's not to love? And now for the Dark Elf army, Danica Trop, one of the best Dark Elf players in the world. He is going to be using a front line of Blackheart Corsairs with handbows, which I don't hate. They're really good at shooting Crypt Horrors and Crypt Ghouls, and honestly can fight chaff units pretty effectively in combat. Oh god, it's like almost hiccup there. So, yeah, we do also have Malekith the Witch King. He's going to be there with Gaze of Malice, Breath Attack, and Soul Stealer. So old school Malekith, by the way. Bleak Swords into the Sunset, and ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. So really, the Corsairs and the Scourge Hunters of Malekith are going to be the big carries for this Druchii army. This is such a cool map, by the way. Shout out to Wacka Wacka for this map. This thing freaking rules. This is one of our new maps that just came out yesterday, and we have... Look at this vortex effect. Like, the middle is literally like a Tzeentchian vortex. Like, imagine being a soldier down here fighting, and this, like, whirlwind of chaos is just around you. So epic. Turin's drunk, yeah, of course. All right. So, it begins. Banshees moving up. Crypt Ghouls are going to be sprinting up on the objectives. We do see Crypt Ghouls all over the place. So, 1, 2, and is there going to be one down here? And 3 as well. So, Subutai is going to be going for what I like to call a full court press, where you press all 3 objectives and try and stuff your opponent back and get the job done. No Doombolt being used. We do have the Supreme Spell Shield. So it gives you spell resistance, and enemies nearby... Oh, shit. So enemies nearby actually lose reserves. I've never noticed that before. So if you're near an enemy wizard, you can drain their Winds of Magic with Malekith. Oh, that's cool. I love it. All right, guys. Malekith's going to be out. Scourge Hunter Chariot's going to be shooting into the Crypt Ghouls here, as we do see the Witch King descending after his prey. The Spell Shield range is very close quarters, so not quite able to reach the Necromancer there. As the first wave of Chariots does tease into the front, and we do have the Corsairs over here, as well as the Bleak Swords coming down from the hill. But the Blackheart Corsairs will be able to probably handle the Golems in combat. If they just run away and kite them and then use their bows, yeah, they should be able to trade very effectively there. All right, so on the other side, Scourge Hunter Chariots trying to snipe down the Corpse Carts with the Unholy Lodestone. Not a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Malekith going to be looking for a breath attack setup. Subutai's army is pretty much just chaff-centric in the front line. On the back, the Blackheart Corsairs with handbow shooting in, but the Banshees are now being sent out. So Banshees are really tough to kill. Malekith, of course, does not do magic damage, even though he's kind of a wizard Witch King. But you would think someone with the Witch King in the name would do magic damage, but they don't. But Banshees will be hard to kill. Gaze of Nagash activated there from the Master Necromancer, stroking his Forbidden Rod in the tree line there. So that is going to be shooting into the Blackheart Corsairs with handbows. Objective number 2 is going to be going to the Undead, and Objective 2 to the Dark Elves, Objective 3 to the Undead, and on the low ground, the Undead own that one as well. So Subutai does have him a little bit surrounded right now. Malekith is going to be getting a good pick. He does manage to find some prey here. There's no Crypt Horrors nearby to stop this, so this one Corpse Cart could potentially die, as the Witch King does have his sight set on it, flattening a couple zombies in the process. And yeah, the Corpse Cart is going to be crumbling soon, and that's, a 500 gold pick there for Malekith. That's a really, really nice start. Aside from that, the Dark Elves are poking with their Corsairs and their Scourge Runner Chariots, putting some good firepower down wherever they can. Subutai is going to be getting his clutches on objective number 3 over here. A lot of zombies and Corpse Carts kind of hanging there. Crypt Ghouls holding back the Corsair units as well as the Bleak Swords and trading pretty cost effectively in the process. And now we do get the Doomfire Warlocks. All right, so Doomfire Warlocks are out here. Now these things do magic damage, and if they can surround a Banshee, they might be able to actually kill that. We're going to have to see. One Dark Rider unit being taken down by Subutai's Vanguard over here of the Vargulf and the Crypt Ghouls, and there is going to be some witchcraft now. As a Gaze of Nagash is coming from downtown, it looked like maybe he was thinking about casting it, but decided to switch at the last second. Nope, there it is. Gaze of Nagash activated. It does hit the Doomfire Warlocks. Looks like they were too loose formation for that to really do big damage. So Vampires holding on to objective number 3. Objective number 2 is flipping to the Vampires right now, but it looks like Dark Elves might be able to stabilize that. Objective 1 owned by the Vampires as well. And right here, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Blackheart Corsairs with handbows and the Doomfire Warlocks hanging out. And what are they going to do? Charging into the Crypt Horrors wouldn't be terrible, but surrounding a Banshee would obviously be the ideal situation. Nice firepower here. We do have the 2 Scourge Runner Chariots kiting, and then also the Corsair handbows pulling back and getting some nice pot shots here. Yeah, and another Corsair unit. I don't hate that. Malekith landing into some of the spears, and where are the Doomfire Warlocks? Where'd they go? Are they hiding down here somewhere? Doomfire Warlocks are actually stealing the low ground objective from the Vampire Counts. Granted, I think they should have come here, rear charged the Crypt Horrors, and then surrounded the Banshee if possible. But yeah, right now, Subutai is in the process of getting a triple cap. The Vampire Counts are going to be chortling on all 3 objectives here. Daniken is one of the better Dark Elf players in the game at kiting and pulling back and really having that value trading playstyle on the retreat, which is what Dark Elves love to do. Corsair handbows being hunted by the Crypt Ghouls, or the Crypt Horrors, and some of them are getting bonked, but the Corsairs do have 360 shooting, if I'm not mistaken. So they should be able to turn around and put some firepower down into these guys. And yes, you do see the Crypt Horrors disintegrating. Malekith getting a nice pick here as well, so check that out. We do see the Vargulf here is, losing a lot of HP. Malekith is a really good fighter. He's got great combat stats and does have Soul Stealer as well if he wants to get a little bit more damage out of that. But you want to save Soul Stealer from when you're actually damaged. Okay, a big play coming in here from Daniken Trop. Daniken is going to be getting Doomfire Warlocks to surround the Banshee. So Doomfire Warlocks do magic damage. So over the course of a couple minutes of a surround, they could probably kill that Banshee. It's still going to take a while, but I do like that. Now Subutai, though, is cackling on the objectives. The problem with playing like pure kiting with no aggression is, of course, you do yield the objective, so you better get a lot of value. And I mean, Daniken Trop is. Mortis Engine being called in from Subutai as well. As they're currently damaged, it hasn't really gotten into combat yet. Looks like it's been afflicted by some Doom Bolts, maybe. Maybe taken down by a little bit of Bowfire as well, but we do have the Mortis Engine in. Malekith with the Gaze of Malice right there. Really nice cast. Going to be bunker busting those zombies and those Crypt Ghouls. Invocation from Subutai on top of the Vargulf here is very, very nice. That thing still has a lot of life to live. A lot of damage to do. Malekith going to be zeroing in on the Mortis Engine, which is not the fastest of units. 48 speed against Malekith, 77 right now. And is that going to be a breath attack? It is. The Dragon Breath attack onto the Mortis Engine is a direct hit. Subutai was not paying attention. And now potentially going to be losing this Mortis. It's at negative 18. But micro blunder from Daniken Trop. There's no reason you don't charge in and finish that thing off, because now Subutai might be able to keep that Mortis Engine alive. That was a huge blunder from Daniken Trop, because that thing is now maybe going to be stabilized. All right, but he goes for the Vargulf instead. Negative leadership on this thing. Objectives number 1, 2, and 3 all looking pretty okay for the forces of the Vampire Counts. On the backside, Crypt Ghouls going to be sprinting across, going after Dark Riders. Crypt Ghouls should win that, but will they get there in time? It looks like Subutai is going to be sending some spears. Mortis Engine laughing all the way to the bank, and Daniken Trop has a huge army, by the way. If you look at Daniken, most of their army is actually not in bad shape, but they are forced very far back. Soul Stealer activated there. A lot of Corsair handbows and Malekith putting huge firepower down into several units of Crypt Horrors. Vargulf probably going to be dying, afflicted by the Soul Stealer and crumbling as well. The Gorilla's like, help me, Anakin, I'm too weak. And 271 HP. Corsairs with the bows to the face. Really epic looking shot right there. Crypt Ghoul is getting forced down, and now Subutai is going to need to Helm's Deep. So let me tell you what the correct play would be here, in my opinion. Take the Mortis Engine and sit it on this objective, because all of the Dark Elf firepower and stopping power is over here. And by sending the Mortis Engine over to this objective, it pretty much guarantees you're going to hold it. And if the Dark Elves want to kill it, they're going to have to chase all the way across from the other fights. So Dark Elves finally do break through the Vampire count lines. We do see objective number 3 is going to be taken potentially by these chariots, although there is the Feasters in the Dusk here as well. So there those guys go, looking pretty good, sitting at 42 leadership, so that's very, very nice. And yeah, Chariots getting the job done. Dark Elves are going to have to fight the Vampiric Horde on this point. We do see skeletons, corpse carts, some ghouls as well, but Dark Elves are definitely back on the menu. Subutai does have the triple cap option, so what honestly you probably want to do is start spamming down towards this objective and just preparing for the end of the road. Looks like the Mortis Engine did get killed, by the way, so in transition. Oh, the Raven's Herald's got it! Oh, that's sick. So the Dark Elves have the Raven's Herald. These are flying Dark Rider repeater crossbows, and they're going to be chasing down Subutai's Vampire Lord right now, although he's just going to probably turn around and fight them, which honestly he could. On the middle, we do see the Dark Elves getting the momentum on the point, but Subutai with a little bit of a counterattack here, calling in the Dire Pack to fight off these big boys with some Crypt Ghouls. So every second he could be annoying and hold on to the objectives against the Dark Elves here is super, super clutch, and we do see a unit of Crypt Ghouls coming over here to hold that as well. Objective 3 is owned by Vampire Counts, but is being worn down. Soul Blight, Spears, and Banshees trying to hold this point. Master Necromancer is getting down and dirty as well, so good to be moving in here and attacking into the Raven's Heralds. So there she goes, and the battle rage is on. Objective flipping to the Elves. Elves also probably going to get this objective. Although there is a Direwolf and a Crypt Ghoul coming in, it does end up flipping. So Subutai should probably just Helm's Deep now. Just get everything you possibly can, including maybe a fresh Mortis Engine. Send them down to objective number 1, and you try your best to hold. That's really all the Vampire Counts can do right now, because they are pretty damn behind in value. 4,000 against 10,000. Healing does mitigate part of that, of course, because the Vampire Count healing has been buffed pretty hard here. But at the end of the day, the Helm's Deep is the only option. You're too far behind. You know, get that Banshee down there too. I mean, you could leave the Banshee for a Ninja Cap here, like have the Banshee fight and with the Crypt Ghouls here, because we do see a healthy Crypt Ghoul coming in. Daniken needs to stay on this objective a little bit longer before they abandon it. But yeah, Subutai's got to be preparing the Helm's Deep. And Malekith is such a world beater compared to the Master Necromancer, right? The Master Necromancer is not going to be able to do much to really hold on to the point. Although Vampires are getting a little bit cheeky on this objective. Crypt Ghouls do arrive. Immediately, a couple of Chariots are going to be running those bad boys over, so there they go. Chariots do get skeeted on there. Colden Riders also, you know, big, heavily armored cavalry, though they are anti-large, still able to take down a Crypt Ghoul, and that point is going to be staying in the clutches of the Dork Elves. Now, Subutai, it is Helm's Deeping time. He is going to need to hold on to this point. We do see Soul Stealer activated on the Master Necromancer. And Crows of Cain. They coming in to fight as well. Not going to be bad against these units. What are the Vampires saving up for? Oh, shit. So Vampires are looking to do a little bit of a split push. So instead of actually committing to trying to hold the objective they already have, Subutai is going to be doing a call-in and trying to ninja this objective where he believes he has a better chance. Although I don't know if I agree with that. I think that the Dark Elves have a lot here already, and fighting for the objective you already have seems like the stronger play to me. The Vampires being worn down, crumbling, and it looks like the Dark Elves are going to be able to clean it up. They're going to get it. Master Necromancer is stroking his Forbidden Rod here above the tree line. Not going to be able to really do much of anything. He's probably out of Winds of Magic, really, and here we do get some Crypt Ghouls being called in, but good luck. There's multiple units of Cold One Knights, a healthy unit of Corsairs there, still Chariots and Corsair Infantry here. There's so much that they're going to be able to reinforce those objectives. So that was a really fun game. It was a good match. I mean, Daniken Trop putting on a masterclass of playing under pressure while not having any objectives, focus on value trading, and then push out and get the objectives later. It's a very stressful playstyle, but if you're playing Dark Elves or factions like that, you typically need to know how to play that way because that's what they do. Whereas Vampires are more of like an Unga Bunga, I'm going to target the objectives. All right, so with that, the top 4 is decided, and we are going to be advancing. So let's refresh this. We have our top 4. Thank you all for joining. It's been a super fun stream today. We've had so many good games. Okay, so that is all set, and top 4 should be fine. Daniken is going to be advancing there, and we're going to advance the top 4, and here we have it. Yeah, Druki getting it done. Daniken representing the Rat Clan quite well. And here we go. So let's do this. And let's do that. Cool. So it's going to be Alexander Nuts. Alexander Nuts versus Daniken. And we're going to do Scrambled Egg versus Charix. Good luck, have fun. So we're going to do Alexander Nuts' game. Alexander Nuts. Lobby code, please. All right, so we got our top 4 now, and it is time to get that party started. I'm going to cast the game between Alexander Nuts and Danikin. So we're going to see Dark Elves again, but I have not seen what Alexander is playing. So I want to see what schemes Alexander is cooking up here today. Now let's look at value. Malekith, 2,600. Corsair Handbows were really solid. Scourge Under Chariots also did quite good. And yeah, honestly, pretty good performance. 2,400 on Ravens Heralds, man. Yeah, that is not bad. Not much value from much in the Vampire Army. Losing a corpse card in the beginning, a couple other things are very tough. Okay, so let's get this. We're going to join here. And here we are. Scrambled Egg is playing against Charks on the other side of the bracket. We're not casting that game. Dark Elves. Oh, shit, it's a Coast game. Oh, dude, cost-reduced bloated corpses, baby. Let's freaking get it. All right. Hell to the yeah. The cost-reduced bloated corpses. The meta is about to be shaped on its head. What was that Haggard marketing line they used for the Black Adam movie? You know, they were like trying to make him seem like the big DC game changer guy. And everyone like memed on it. I can't remember. But yeah, it's basically this. So Dark Elves versus the Vampire Coast. A battle of Corsairs, a battle of pirates. We're going to see what they decide to do. Bob, that Builders tournament is just starting right now as well. So we can see what's cooking there. Let's see how Bob's tourney's going. How many players did he get signed up? 14, nice. Small, efficient tourney. And it looks like they're already in round 1, which is great. Awesome sauce. Okay. Frost, are you still hanging out in YouTube? Frost or Misha, are either of you here? I had a question for you guys about YouTube. The balance of power will forever be changed. Yeah, the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change, right? And then it's just like he never appeared again. Yeah, it's pretty great. That movie wasn't great, the Rock movie. Can you raid people on YouTube? Like, are you able to... I know on Twitch you can raid, but on YouTube are you able to? Yeah, that was the question. I thought you guys might know. Yeah, I'll look into it. I think there's a way. Let me see. I'm gonna start looking on the back end of the YouTube channel. I think it'd be fun to raid Own Goal after this if we can. Higher funds tournaments? Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I would probably use Conquest mode for that because the maps are bigger for like team games. But yeah, we'll see. All right, so any guesses at which point the final fact? No idea. Hopefully something cool. Although with Slanesh, you always think like it makes sense for them to be facing off against. Well, who's Slanesh's enemy in terms of mortal factions? It's always like Dark Elves, High Elves, that kind of thing, right? All right. Yeah, we'll plug the link as well. All right, one sec here. So settings. I'm seeing if we can. Just give me 1 second. The Black Adam debacle was so funny in so many ways. The Rock managing to convince DC to go along with his insane ego trip was amazing to watch. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Standard features, advanced, permissions. Keep managing, okay. Looking to see if there's any way we can do this about the rating thing. Okay, so filters, live redirects. Okay, allow other creators to send their... Okay. I think I may have found a way to do it, actually. Is The Rock even in movies anymore? Oh, yeah, he's still making shit. You know, him and... There was a movie, actually, Anna and I watched, which was we thought was going to be like a dumpster tier movie. It was called... It's with John Cena and Idris Elba playing like the presidents of the U.S. and the U.K. Well, I think he's prime minister. I don't remember exactly what he was, but it was actually kind of a fun movie. Yeah, we enjoyed it. Okay, the channel needs to give you permission. Okay, sending a redirect that have more. The features available to creators sending a redirect that have more than. Okay, how do I do it? Do it. I've got under redirect, click add. Okay. It's why is it so complicated? On Twitch, you just like type like /raid, and then here it's like. Yeah, Idris Elba rules. I watched a documentary of him where he like legit trained for a kickboxing match and like competed. And I mean, he was older. He was like in his 40s when he did it. And of course, he's not like the Dark Lord, but like an older wealthy actor who has no need to fight, like actually training and competing in a kickboxing match was. I like John Cena actually. I like John Cena in a handful of movies. Yeah, I enjoy John Cena. I think he's fun. Okay. Redirect. Sorry, guys. I'm like, they're still making their armies anyways. Okay. So click customization under redirect. Click add. Choose another Premiere. Search for another channel's live stream. When your Premiere ends, your videos. Okay, this is tricky. God, why does it have to be so? Why you gotta go and make things so complicated? Okay, that's fine. So now we're going to peek over here. Yeah, I've heard the Peacemaker show was good. I never watched it. I did, of course, see the movie he was in. The what the hell is it called? It's like the Suicide Squad, I think, or something like that. Yeah, I saw that. And was that the one he was in where he battles the where he turns into kind of the bad guy at the end? Okay. Well, anyways, rant for another day. Trying to do this. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how to do it. I have to figure it out for another time, man. YouTube like it's so crazy how like YouTube is so behind the ball on streaming. Like they could really just crush the streaming space with just some quality of life features. I mean, I still love streaming on YouTube, but like there's a lot of quality of life stuff that Twitch has that's just so much better. All right. So, Vampire Coast versus Dark Elves. They are on the correct map. Nobody's messaging me here. And it begins. The great battle of our time. Dark Elves versus Vampire Coast. Wouldn't it be crazy if, like, we get a brand new meta, right? We have, like, some of the best players in the world playing. We have them playing on Slaanesh and, like, very, very strong factions like Wood Elves. Like, we had Ongol playing on Wood Elves. We had Anticity playing on Slaanesh. Neither of them make top 4. And then we have freaking Haggard, Vampire Coast, and Dark Elves getting in here and, like, you know, competing for a top spot in a fat 6-round tournament. I mean, come on. That rules, right? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I would like Peacemaker. All right, I'll check it out. I will check it out. Twitch just crushes you with ads constantly. Yeah, that's what I've heard, unless you're a subscriber. Yeah, that's like the whole system there. Jordan Schlansky, thank you for the bits. Sorry I did miss that. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, my friend. All right. I like Tom Hardy a lot. He's a great actor. I really liked him in, God, was it the Peaky Blinders show where he plays the character Alfie? I really liked him in that. But he's fun in tons of movies. Like the Warrior movie's great. He's amazing in Batman. I mean, he's good in so much stuff. You know what was trippy was going back and watching was it Band of Brothers? In Band of Brothers, Tom Hardy is in like 2 episodes as like a young man, and it was before he got like on like all the TRT and steroids and shit. So he's like more normal looking. He's like a skinnier guy, but yeah, it was fun seeing him in that. Yeah, Band of Brothers has so many like actors who got huge. It's such a good show. Oh, all right, stretching the old man hands. There we go. Oh. Yeah, Jimmy Fallon's in one episode. They have the guy from Friends. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the semifinals of today's launch tournament. 6.2.2 is upon us. We have an off-meta semifinal of the Dark Elves and the Vampire Coast. Front line here is going to be Bleak Sword. Secondary line is going to be Dark Shards. So Dark Shards and bows in general have always been good against Coast. They're good against Morgul's, crabs, you know, guns, infantry, whatever. The hard part can be protecting them against artillery and various other tools, but we'll see. Sorceress of Fire, so Fireball and Burning Head. And in the woods, it is going to be the dreaded double Doomfire Warlock. Oh, shit. Look at that. We got the Doomfire Warlocks in here. So the Doom Bolt is nice. Magic damage also relevant against Sirens. And very fun. Loving the Doomfire Warlocks. Now, Alexander Nuts, he's got the big old vampire nuts here, and he is good to go. It's going to be Slosser Deerfont. And she's going to be using the newly buffed Denizens of the Deep, which lasts longer than it did before. Tide Call and Summoning the Ghosts of the Past. Very fun. I mean, just a huge coast gun line, guys. Massive, massive stuff. So it's just zombies, bombers, and what appears to be handgun mobs, literally stretching across the entire map. This is freaking awesome. All right, guys, let us know who you think is going to be winning. Who are you rooting for in this battle? You rooting for the dreaded Alexander Nuts or the extremely dreaded, actually with dreaded units here, Danik and Trop? I mean, I'm sure both of these factions are a little bit spooky. People dread them both. Anybody who lives on the coast of Bretonia or the Empire probably knows these factions well and does not like them at all. Do you spy a bloat in the trees? I'm looking for the dreaded bloat. Oh, shit. Okay. Game over. GG, well played. So basically, we're just going to ignore everything in this game and follow the saga of this bloated corpse. We're going to see what kind of damage he can get. Look, if he can get onto any sort of a decent infantry, then he kind of pays for himself. They did get a cost reduction. I think they cost like 350 now. They should probably cost 250, but that might be a little bit too strong. I don't know. That's a lot of nuts. Oh, Mr. Pig with the Kung Pao reference coming in strong. I love it. I love it. So Fireball's going to be coming in and going after Celestra. Oh shit, is Celestra going to get Doombolt sniped? Oh, dude. So Fireball does nail Celestra. She has no way of healing. It doesn't look like there's any healing wizard on the battlefield here for the undead. On the backside, we are going to be seeing gunnery mobs advancing up, and the bloated corpse is going to be following those guys. Honestly, probably hiding Celestra in the trees at this point is a good idea. Sirens coming out. Now, Sirens are normally good against Dark Elves, but with Doomfire Warlocks and Burning Head, it could be a bit of a risky pick. We're going to see how that all unfolds. But nobody's rushing the points. Normally you would see like Dark Elves with some sort of mobility. Another Fireball is going to be going down in Celestra. You should probably hide in the trees, really. Because being an open field against a Fireball spam is going to hurt. And she is a ghost, so she's already weak to fire and shit. But she's going to be getting it. Celestra just going to be eating it in the face. And she's going to be trying to summon her damned Knights Errant on top of the Dark Shards here. That's going to be the plan. All right, guys. The massive Vampire Coast army is going to be advancing and securing objectives 3 and 2. This point is going to be controlled as well. So we do have Doomfire Warlocks. Oh, it's 4 Doomfire Warlocks! Oh my god, he's going for a Celestra snipe. There's going to be Doom Bolts all day. Holy shit, I love this. I love this. So, oh, look at the bloat. Even the bloat is going to get it. Oh, but he survives. He survives the friggin' Doom Bolt. Celestra down to already half health. Doomfire Warlock's going to be lurking about. Zombies getting charged by Doomfire Warlocks in the front. Guns are activated. So here we do see the guns of the Vampire Coast getting a big blast there. And they're going to be putting her down as a Tide Call also punishes those Doomfire Warlocks. Celestra is definitely getting to the territory of fighting. Oh no. Oh no, the bloated corpse was killed by the sorceress. There was a dream of Rome and no longer. It is done. But honestly, these Doomfire Warlocks are feeding a lot of value. They're getting hammered pretty hard by the guns. The gun's able to advance and kind of keep them honest. And now we get a crab summon, and the damned Knights Errant are going to be summoned as well. Fireball's activated, double summons on the field for Vampire Coast as crabs and the Knights Errant. You got to move them, get them going. Another Doom Bolt is activated, so that's going to be all the Doom Bolts from the Doomfire Warlocks, which is hilarious. So they do get it. And these damn Knights Errant need to be microed a little bit cleaner. You got to get those things on top of the Dark Shards. This one unit should honestly probably take down like 2 or 3 Dark Shard units. Celestra is very close to dying though. And here's the thing, this Doom Bolt play would not be good at all if his opponent had a Vampire Caster. One Invocation would cancel out all of that damage, basically. But Celestra is incredibly weak against it. So it's a really, really cool to see that tech being explored so early in the meta. But Vampire Coast's lines are pretty thick, man. They got bomber mobs coming in. They have a lot of zombies moving. And we do see the bomber mobs enclosing while the Sirens are starting to grind through the Bleak Swords here. Dark Shard setting up ranks and getting a little bit of firepower here into the bomber mobs. But the damn Knights Errant doing a lot of heavy lifting. Actually able to take down 1 Dark Shard, occupying the Doomfire Warlocks, and now getting into the back, causing some terror routes on the Bleak Swords, as a matter of fact. Celestra getting nailed by a Soul Blight, so she's getting really low. This caster up in the sky in a bit of a precarious position. Fireball of the Gods, and another Doom Bolt's going to be going, and she's going to probably be cooked. Help me! Not over till the Fat Lady sings, and will she be singing here this day? Find out. Oh, Doom Bolt on the head! The Fat Lady has sung. And down she goes. All right. So, Nick, you get the map pack from the workshop, the Steam workshop. Yeah, shoot me a message. I'll help you after the stream's over. All right, guys. So looking around here, it does look like the Vampire Coast is still holding onto the objectives very well. Even though the forces of Danikentrop were able to snipe Solostra pretty effectively, there's still a lot of vampires on the field, which honestly might be able to outvalue trade here. On the backside, the gunnery mobs are doing huge damage. I love to see Vampire Coast guns on open field. It's just one of the most righteous things ever. Burning Head activated over here, and it looks like there is going to be some witchcraft here. But overall, the gun's able to break a lot of the Doomfire Warlocks. And Doomfire Warlocks cost 1,100 gold, so when they're getting Last Samurai like this, guys, it's actually really, really punishing. Cyrene still pushing into the secondary, being a really sticky, annoying unit. Burning Heads cannot be everywhere at once, and now we're getting some Cold Wind Knights being called back in. And here's the thing, Solostra is a ghost. She can just be resummoned. Probably going to be seeing her come back in the battlefield. We do see a Carronade in the back, which is very interesting. So the Carronade is a cannon, which of course can put good fire down into the Doomfire Warlocks and these other pieces. Zombies shambling over from this objective, so they were holding that point, but now are going to be maneuvering over this way. And the handgun mobs getting good Last Samurai shots into the Doomfire Warlocks, which are getting worn down. And I would imagine the bomber mobs can turn and help as well. What do we got out here? Zombie halberds fighting off Doomfire Warlocks, very cost effective. Maybe the Vampire Coast is going to be able to get that back. Value trading is very even here. A little bit of an advantage for Alexander Nuts, but again, the fact that he doesn't have his wizard is going to be a big variable. Cannons coming. You can see a couple cannons blasting into those Doomfire Warlocks there as the deckhand mobs coming across to try and stabilize their guns. A couple of these guns are getting forced back right now, which is unfortunate. Vampire Coast, though, getting that point. We do see zombies and Syrenes coming out. Syrenes are kind of like cavalry for Vampire Coast a little bit. And these Doomfire Warlocks are going to be charging into the halberds, who were not braced, mind you, so the damage is going to be significant. And they might be able to fight them off. 4,000 HP still against 2,300. They are halberds. A gun unit emerging from the trees. Just going to be a pistol mob, but they will shoot as they approach, so they should be able to rip some shots there and mow down some of those Doomfire Warlocks. A couple of them do get Last Samurai, but the rest of them do get in there and might be able to finish the job because these guns are very terrible in combat. They only have 6 melee defense. So halberds on the point. The objective does belong to the Dark Elves. They were able to stabilize that. Druki actually... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it hasn't flipped yet. Oh, shit, man, it's really close to flipping there, but it looks like the Dark Elves might be able to hold that point. We'll have to see. Syrenes and Depth Guard are now arriving, so the heavier hitters are on their way out. Vampire Coast is cackling pretty hard on Objectives 3 and Objectives 2. The zombies and most of the guns are still very much functional. A lot of the Dark Shards got pushed back in the early game, but now they're starting to bring their tools back into battle, which could change the momentum. Danikentrop is a very defensive player who tends to counterpunch. Yield the objectives early for the sake of value and then push on later. And it looks like the Druki were able to hold this objective. That's really big, but there are going to be some Depth Guard polearms coming onto the point, and they'll be very good against these cavalry. Granted, they will get wrecked by Dark Shard, so a lot of that defends. Now, I would wager Solostra will be back. We do have a Dark Elf cannon, or excuse me, a Vampire Coast cannon. Still shooting in and getting good value against a number of these units. Shooting into the repeater crossbows there. You see that cannonball going into the Cold Wind Knights. Value City for sure. Syrenes folding up that position, and we do get Cold Wind Knights, but they'll be pretty terrible against Syrenes, and halberds coming up to saturate on that point. And the Vampire Coast able to get a Depth Guard on the objective as well, and it does get objective number 1. So now Vampire Coast does have its triple cap. Alexander Nutt's army might be a little bit too big for this very snipey Dark Elf army that was really, really designed to just alpha strike and kill the Lord. Maybe it doesn't have enough killing power for the rest of the army, right? We're going to see, though. This game still could go either direction. We get more Syrenes on their way up. Dark Elves with a good cavalry pressure. So maneuvering about, cutting down all the gunnery mobs. But dealing with the melee Vampire Coast is not going to be easy. Syrenes and Depth Guard are pretty stalwart. Syrenes are stalwart because of their Fizz Res, but if you do get some magic damage like Doomfire Warlocks on them, they can get folded. Depth Chads take objective 1. Dark Elves look like they're maybe going to just get that one back almost immediately as Alexander Nuts does call in a deckhand mob over here. Cannon still shooting, more Syrenes on the way. And yeah, he's got halberds sitting on the points, and there's so many Dark Elf cavalry. These guys, by the way, big win for the Vampire Coast. Oh, man, he was not braced, so he just got wrecked on that charge. But the Zombie Pirate deckhand polearms, they got a cost reduction. They got 25 gold taken, so they're only 375. Hey, Aussie Shinobi, thank you for resubscribing. Ja Rule, baby, what? Random Ja Rule reference here. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. All right, so another Soul Blight activated. Not really going to do a whole lot, but the Doomfire Warlocks are a counter against Syrenes. Magic damage, high stat line, able to get a nice charge there. Syrenes do have some support of zombies in that mix, but look at the Syrenes being counterplayed by the dreaded Doomfire Warlocks. This is such a cool game. I'm loving seeing Gannikin on Dark Elves today. It's been very, very fun. So Sirens get folded up pretty badly, giving a little bit of damage back, but honestly a great trade there. On the flank, we do see the forces of Coast holding on. Coast holding on to this objective as well, and on the outside, it does look like this one's going to be going maybe to the Dark Elves. This is big, though. The fact that these 4 archers have come back online, you can see oh my god, these Depth Guard are getting wrecked. Oh my god, they're getting absolutely shellacked here. Just brutal damage. -4 leadership. Pretty much already dead. Dark Chargers are so good at killing elite infantry, and the fact that they were able to be reformed after all that pressure is very, very impressive. So there are the Sirens crumbling, and it looks like Daniken Trop is doing the same thing he did against Subutai. You know, being on the back foot, absorbing the push, and counterpunching. He's got that Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope style of Total War, where it's kind of like, you know, bobbing and weaving on the ropes, you know, tiring your opponent out. It looks like you're kind of losing, but then you come back when they're tired, you just punch them in the face, man. Quick jabs, you know, all that goodness. So, no, Death Guard are a really good unit, Chair Filler. They're very good. But, I mean, against Dark Elves, it's a little bit risky because they have really cost-effective armored shooting. Depth Guard do really well against, like, Chaos factions that, you know, you need to deal with large threats and armor, but will the forces of the coast be able to hold this? Daniken Trop is going to be stealing Objective 2, stealing the outside as well. We do see a lot of mobility coming in, and the Doomfire Warlocks, you know, ended up getting the job done. Taking down Celostra early. Do you guys know how much Winds of Magic Alexander has? Alexander probably still has 50 Winds of Magic, which is like, you know, a bunch of Tide Calls, a bunch of damage spells that are just simply not here. So Witchcraft is being activated. Don't know what spell that is. Vampire Coast does get some capture weight. They are approaching 1,200 points. I mean, is there a chance that the Vampire Coast can Helm's Deep and win this? Maybe Celostra being called out would be the correct play. I think so, actually. Because if you call Celostra out here, she's going to have a summon. The Damn Knights Errant summon. She's going to have the big AoEs. Oh, this Burning Head could win the game. Oh, that's so good and tasty. Burning through the witches. That is so many zombies being roasted and losing literally half their HP, if not more. That was a god tier Burning Head, by the way. So, yeah, I think Celostra is the right call because Celostra is such a powerful character. She's fast. She causes terror. But Alexander's going to be tapping out instead of going for the Celostra counterpunch. GG, well played. I don't blame him. That game was probably over, but you never know. All right, guys. Awesome game. Daniken Trop crushing the Undead in the playoff match as well as the semifinals and bringing it here to the grand finals. The dreaded Doomfire Warlocks. I love it. I love that. I mean, it's such a good counterplay against Celostra, who is super squishy against magic. So that was fun. 69 kills there, the blessed number, and that is all she wrote. All right, guys, GG, well to the played, and let's advance to the grand finals. So, we're going to do the finals of tonight's Fat Thick tournament, taking it back to the old school Total War tourneys, which were like 6 hours on average, very deep. And let's get this. We're going to get Daniken Trop in here for the grand finals, and we should be good. All right, where's this? Finals, and let's see who's on the other side. Okay, go to YouTube, click content, go to live tab, hover over the premiere video you want to redirect from, click customization. Does this work for stream? All right. So what do we got? Refreshing this. Daniken with the victory over Alexander Nuts with a glorious Vampire Coast build. Report score on Tavern also. All right, awesome, man. Awesome. Turin, do you think adding a Black Ark army abilities would be a good change? They'd probably be too strong, honestly. Yeah, because some factions were designed with those in mind and some weren't. But honestly, it might not be the end of the world. It would be really cool. It'd be really cool. Glad I made it to the end of the stream. I had a really rough day and can always count on the game save. Sorry to hear that, Blake, and we got you covered, man. At least for one more game. We got one more match. It's going to be grand finals. The Bloated Corpse carried that game. It obviously did. Yeah, that was the big moment. Okay. Probably got to figure that out elsewhere, yeah. So we'll just do a natural little raid there. Yes. Oh, Daniken actually unlocked a Total Tavern Hall of Fame thing, so we can go to the website and show you guys. The Dread Warlock one. There literally is a bounty on Total Tavern for doing that. Oh, that's fun. I'll have to fix that later. Magic D, hey, thank you for the big donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. YouTube's been pretty slow lately, so that's very, very generous of you. Thank you so much for keeping the old man going. They're going to send us the artist formerly known as Tim. That's the idea. That's the idea. I don't think you can do team FFAs in this game, can you? I don't think so. Maybe, no. I don't think so. I think FFA, like, the engine just restricts you to a couple. The bloat goat. The bloat was a goat. Look, bringing a bloated corpse puts fear in your opponent because it shows that you're so confident you're willing to give them 350 gold for free. So Charks and Scrambled Egg, we have Tzeentch and Warriors of Chaos on the other side. And we're going to see who the winner is going to be. Yes, yes. Good times, though, man. Been having a good one hanging with you guys today. It's been fun. It's been fun indeed. We're grinding on along, getting ready for the old battle. Dark Elves await with their dreaded Doomfire builds, which are so funny. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I do have an old Patreon, Ethan. I was planning on updating it soon, so maybe we'll do an announcement for that. But I wanted to set up a Patreon to help pay for like tournament prizes. So if you guys want to contribute to the prize pools, that would be a good way to do it. But don't let me set it up first. But yeah, like crowdsourcing a little bit. Turin needs an OnlyFans. Oh God, we did talk about doing OnlyFans. Carrot Shell, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. I'm pretty sure you are already one, but thank you, thank you. Anticity bloated corpse. I think having a tournament bounty to win with 4 bloated corpses would be pretty hardcore. Like, can you even bring 4? I think that'd be really, really tough. Oh, Carrot Shell, no worries, man. Samurai, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you so much. Seeing Celostra get boinked on the head by those fireballs and those doom bolts was hilarious, though. He should have probably just hidden in the trees. Because if you hide in the trees, I think you're good. Yeah, I think you're good. Only Franz. Only Carl Franz. It's like, yeah, that's how you do it. We'll create an OnlyFans, but Only Franz, where we just walk around with my potbelly eating hot dogs with the Carl Franz helmet on. How many of you guys would sign up for that? Yeah, I know you dirty dogs like it. All right, let's refresh this. Scrambled Egg and Charks are still battling, no problem. Okay, you can bring up to 5 bloated corpses. Got it. How can I post one? Oh, Magic D. I mean, yeah, we could have player bounties done in that way, too. You gotta just message me, Magic D. How does it feel knowing I nap your streams every day for at least 5 hours? Normal, actually, because I used to do the same thing. I used to watch, like, grubby streams and, like, watch, like, the first 20 minutes and then just fall asleep. And then the same thing would happen with there's a YouTuber I used to watch when I was learning Warhammer, and his name was Winter's SEO. He freaking rules. He's a really nice guy from what I can tell. But I used to watch Winter's SEO, and like something about his Warhammer battle reports, like I enjoyed the hell out of them, but like I would just get sleepy, so I would go down pretty quick during those. So totally normal, actually. Totally normal. Okay. And what's next? Refresh. They're still not done yet. Duel of Fates. I'm curious to see what Daniken's going to mix up in the finals. We saw some cool armies there. Yeah, so looking at the Dark Elf roster here, I mean, Hydra's got a cost reduction, I think. They're down to 1550 now. Elite Infantry, probably a little bit too risky. Although against Warriors of Chaos, I think you could justify Blackguard. Maybe in some matchups. It really depends. Why does that name sound familiar? Winter's SEO? Yeah, he's great. He's like an OG Bout Rep channel. He uses like his iPhone to just record his battle reports, and they honestly look pretty good. Yeah, it's like just solid old school YouTube battle reports, right? Like them and Mini Wargaming as well. Mini Wargaming's fun. They've been going forever. They've been going forever. Do we have our top 4? Do we have it? To this, add stream marker, create highlights. Trying to see how this works. You used to watch many Wargaming, now I'm more keen on Tabletop Tactics is amazing too. That's a great channel. Those guys rule. There's a lot of good Warhammer channels, man. And then there's play on. What's the one where they like play all their games in 30 minutes? Like they're heavily edited and like really stylized. They do a great job too. That channel is amazing because it's really hard to get that information from a tabletop war game out and like really get the people watching to like understand what's going on. But is it Play on Tabletop where they do like play like 30-minute battle reports or something and it's like super heavily edited? Tabletop Titans is amazing too. I watch a lot of Tabletop Titans. It depends on what game they're covering. I usually will skip the AOS stuff, but I will watch their 40K stuff. Oh, dude, Tabletop Titans is amazing. Yeah, 100% recommend them. I think they're pretty close to me too. I think they're up in Melody. You guys are up in NorCal, right? Play On does 30 and 30. Yeah, that's what I thought. Never watched Tabletop, but I'd watch. I really do want to get into the Tabletop channel someday. If I can find somebody nearby to play with that I think would be like consistent and committed, then I will do it. Yeah. I will do it. That's one of my. Yeah. That's actually where I used to live. I lived in Santa Clara County for like 3 years, 3 or 4 years, about 3 years. Lived in old San Jose. Used to go to the San Jose Sharks games and listen to the Metallica they play when they roll out. Ponce has moved to St. Louis. Dude, how about you move out here, dude? We'll build you like a gremlin. We'll build you a gremlin house. You know? We'll get you a high quality trailer out there. He says dope. Hey, Abdanian, thank you for becoming a channel member. Greatly appreciate it. Great way to support the channel as well. Channel member business. No, Santa Clara County rules. It's awesome. I used to hang out in Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, Monterey, like that whole area. It's fun. I know. You live in New York? That's where my dad's from New York State. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in New York growing up. All right. So what do we have? Anyone done over there? Okay, we got Scrambled Egg Special, baby. It's going to be Tzeentch in the final versus Dark Elves. Two factions that people have considered weak for a long time. Anti-Large Doom Knights are on the menu. This is going to be fun. Let me know map when done. All right. The culmination of today's glorious battle is upon us. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. Okay. Anti-Large Doom Knights going to be in play, maybe. Buffed Zangors with their extra melee defense. High capture weight. Chosen of Tzeentch, maybe. Yeah. Should be good. Should be good. So Tzeentch versus Dark Elves. They're going to do their maps, picks and bans. After this, we're going to go hang out with old Tim, her own goal. If we can check with him. Okay. Do you have your channel set up for redirect? All right, I'm just messaging him right now, getting that squared away, and we'll see if he can figure it out. I love the 6-hour stream. Will there be more in the future? For sure. I feel like the streams have been a little bit too short lately, so I'm going to be trying to add some more length, some more girth. Today's was especially girthy because of the new, like, it's a new patch, a lot of new players playing, so there's a lot of admin stuff. Are the anti-large Doom Knights No, they're both anti-large now. So regular Doom Knights and regular ones are both anti-large. Yeah. It's new. It just came yesterday in the patch. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Okay, let's refresh this. See how we're cooking. Any adminning? No more, thankfully. Good, because we're in the grand finals. Yeah, so Doom Knights are anti-large. We can look at the Tzeentch changes real quick. Let me look. Patch 6.2.2 Warhammer. I will get back to Warcraft 3 eventually. Not right now. I'm not super into it at the moment. Age of the Rings is like, we have our primary squeeze, which is Total War pretty much always. But then the side squeeze at the moment is Age of the Ring. So while we're like hanging here in the finals, let's go see what changes Tzeentch got, right? So let's do this. And we're going to pull this down like so. Okay. So Village the Curseling getting a cost reduction. Iridescent Horrors losing 50. Zangor's getting a melee attack buff. Pink's getting a little bit of armor and AP, which isn't bad. Doom Knight's getting bonus first large and a mass increase. This is big. Like, mass is really good in this game, and so is bonus first large. Knights of Immolation getting the same change. Spawn of Tzeentch also getting charge bonus and a minor weapon buff, which is not bad at all. The dreaded Cockatrice getting a cost reduction. Lords of Change got cost reduced and got a bonus charge of pink fire. So maybe in an SE focused matchup, bringing an extra Lord of Change isn't going to be bad, right? I mean, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool indeed. All right, let's return back to this and do that. Now just waiting. Oh, I'm just kind of revealing their army there. So let's get the blocker up there so we can be good. I know. I do want to do Tempest Rising as well. I love the old Command & Conquer games, but it looks pretty sweaty. So I don't know. I'll probably have to put a little bit of effort into it. We'll see. Hey, Pone, you want to play Tempest Rising? You feeling it? Would you want to do some duels as we learn the game? Yeah, the Hellman Gorse note was really funny. I did actually react to it on the on my patch notes video. So I have a full video going through all the changes, separate from the stream, that got uploaded today. So if you guys want to check that out, that's what's cooking. That is what's cooking. Yeah, I think 5-round Swiss is the sweet spot. I think 5-round is the sweet spot. 6 is a little bit too long for a lot of people, but I think 5 is the way to go. If it's like a Saturday morning tournament, I think 6 would be fine because people can commit longer. But it's like during the week, I think 6 is too much. Shout out to the big Cockatrice buffs. Hell yeah, dude. That's what it's all about. What's the map going to be? And map. I don't know the map yet, so hopefully we'll figure it out. Why does Gore summon Graveguard, not zombies? It's just kind of his flavor. He's like a more elite necromancer, I guess, so that's kind of his jam. Yeah. Okay. Eastern Isle Colony is going to be the map. Cool. So we have a Cathay Island map is going to be our battle. Sounds good, Pone. No worries. No worries. Gorse will always get buffs as long as I work at this company. You can count on it. I love that comment. That was so funny. Yeah, that was good times. So Tzeentch, what are they going to do? Are they going to do like a big pink fire battle line? Just move forward with a lot of the buffed pinks? With a front line of like warriors and spears? You're going to have to deal with Scourge Runners and Dark Shards. Changebringers are a big problem too. Dark Elves probably lose the Air Force fight against Tzeentch. If you go like Kairos and Furies, as well as Screamers, I think that Tzeentch wins the air and can probably abuse Changebringers. Granted, Dark Rider repeater crossbows can definitely put some hurt on those. So there's a little bit going there either way. There's a little bit going there. All right, all right. And perfect. Eastern Isle Colony is all set. And they're playing the Eastern Isle Colony. All right, so we're set on the map. Nothing's changing from here. A lot of fun games today. I love the changes, man. It's really a big morale booster when Creative Assembly comes out of nowhere with like a huge multiplayer patch, you know, and it's good. Because like it's funny, I talk to people who play like Company of Heroes and Age of Empires, and like the degree and the pace at which they get patching is often slower than what we get, and we freaking are like, it's multiplayer is a secondary element of this game, right? It's so cool to see that they have that. So it's very, you know, it's good. Keeps the morale high. Mass Exalted Pinks for the capture. Ooh, that's kind of forbidden. That is kind of forbidden. I don't know if we'll see that. Chosen are probably too risky. Dark Elves are really good at killing elite infantry. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Chosen. Oh, shit, I almost spilled water all over my keyboard. That was a close one. Oh, God. That would have been... That's one way to force myself to get a new keyboard. Yeah, just roast it. Any chance you'll return to streaming in 1440? Yeah, in the future, probably. I'm looking at some things. My ISP has been a bit of a troll. So I found that if I go higher than the bitrate I have now, it tends to cause a little bit of issues with the internet sometimes. Not always. Like, technically, I get higher bitrate than what I'm using, but, like, it's a little bit less stable. So, yeah, maybe in the future, but for now, it'll be when we move and get better internet, hopefully somewhere else. Okay. Let's check here. Players are ready. You guys want to peek at the armies? I really want to look. I can't wait, so I'm going to look while you guys just have to. Oh, shit. Oh, God, I love it. This is going to be so fun. The builds are, oh, my God. This is everything you guys want. Let me just tell, we're streaming at 8,000 kilobytes per second. Yeah. 8,000. Everyone has their vices. Everybody has vices, drinking or smoking. So I don't smoke at all. I don't really drink. I have it like a beer once every 2 or 3 months. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't have any of those kind of vices. Bloats? No, there's no bloats. There's no vampire. It's what you guys want though. It's what you want. These builds are freaking awesome. Oh yeah. Okay, one build just got less awesome, but it's still cool. One build just got less awesome. It had ambition. But yeah, we'll go back to this. All right, let's get the blocker out of here. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, Turin eats garbage food. Sometimes I do, yeah. I'll go like eating healthy for a week, you know? Like there'll be a week and I'll just be like eating like broccoli and rice and like, you know, with a little bit of teriyaki on it and some chicken and just like avoiding sugar. And then I just go to the market and I get like a frozen bag of like really cheap processed meat taquitos and I'll just eat like 40 of them. You know, like I literally dip them in mayonnaise like a barbarian and just deep throat them, dude. So that's definitely. Thankfully, I'm not you know too overweight, but that's probably one of my vices. Yeah. Hey Trap, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Just like those really cheap taquitos from the market. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Hey Trap, thank you. Yeah, I dip my taquitos in mayonnaise. What's wrong with that? Mayonnaise is good on everything. It's good on everything. Yeah. But the American vice for sure. In America, you have to be very careful with what you eat because we have really delicious food, like really delicious food, and a lot of it is very heavily processed with like corn syrup and things like this. I think that I'm not eating food from like 7-Eleven. No, I have some boundaries. I'm not eating gas station food or like Quickie Mart food. I usually eat very healthy. I eat healthy like 5 days a week, which is the only reason I'm probably not getting fat. But gas station sushi is like Nurgle. That's like the most Nurgle shit you can do. Yeah. No, I don't microwave my tea anymore. I only did that in the beginning. But my European wife has set me straight. You know. But I have known so many people in college who are coming from Europe and Asia who came to America to go to college, and like 80% of them got fat. Like 80% of them put on a shit ton of weight. And like I had a friend named Lingjing, and he came from Beijing. Homie was like 5'3", from Beijing, China, probably weighed 120 pounds. And after like a year in America, homeboy was like a good 220, 230 at like 5'3". Because he just like, he tasted how good the fast food was and how accessible it was and easy, you know, and just got put on weight, dude. Yeah. And that's like one of many stories. Even if I eat a lot of food in Poland and like overeat, I don't put on weight as quickly as I do in America. Yeah. Granted, I love American food, mind you. You just got to be, you know, you got to either be really into fitness or like, you know, balance it out by not eating it all the time. You know, microwaving tea is awful. I bet you all of you smug Europeans in chat right now, I could present you with a microwave tea and a regular tea and you would not be able to tell the difference. No, the cup was probably still warm. You know, Anna says she could tell the difference. She's probably right, but... She's always right. That's right. That's true. Dark Elves are ready. Zinch is ready. Pizza rolls are really good. That's right. When I look back at like what I ate as a kid in America in the 90s, like just these like 90s America was so sugary and just like candy and yeah. Samurai Kush says, I'm 256'1" and all this fat talk got me sweating. Is it because you're like looking for food or like it's making you nervous? Yeah. Microwave tea is not about the taste, it's about the disrespect. Lunchables, dude, Lunchables were so good in the 90s. Oh, God, I remember having Lunchables at school and just thinking it was like the best, you know? Bonesaw is ready. All right, now here's the forbidden sauce. Do we have any Europeans in chat who prefer microwave tea to the kettle? That would be the ultimate heresy, because you're like betraying your people out there, you know? Whereas for me, it's already like, we're already heretical here in the States with food and stuff, you know? Because I'm huge. 6'1", 250 isn't bad. I mean, look, you could just be big and jacked, you know? Or you have a frame. Just think of yourself like a canvas, right? You're 6'1", a little bit of a bigger dude, but still tall enough. You could hit the weights and just be a beast, you know? Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we've had some fun here. This is what happens when the streams go long. Things get wild. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the grand finals of today's event. It is going to be Tzeentch using the Exalted Pinks coming off the buff. So all the Exalted Pinks got buffed, and they have 7 capture weight. So we got Exalted Pinks with 7 capture weight, a Tzeentch Chaos Lord of Metal with Plague of Rust to accentuate the damage from the Exalted Pinks, and Searing Doom as well. On top of that, we do have 2 units of Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch. So we got 2 of those bad boys, which are really good against ground-based shooting. They actually counter Dark Shards really well with their 150 range. This is super, super fun. Spawn also being used. Dude, Scrambled Egg is like bringing everything new. He's bringing like all the changed units. I think he's just trying to be the people's champion right now. All right, guys. Looking at the forces of Daniken Trop, it is going to be Corsairs in the front, which are pretty good against demons with their armor. They trade well into Plague Bearers and Blues and, you know, Nurglings and things like that. On the backside, we do have Coldwind Knights. So it is going to be 2 units of Coldwind Knights, Reaper Bolt Throwers here, and Supreme Sorceress of Darkness, which is going to be Doombolt spam. It is going to be Doombolt and Chillwind, both spells that got buffed in this patch. Oh, a new meta is rising. Dark Riders with Repeater Crossbow is going to be very excellent, but outranged by those Exalted units. So will the Exalted Pinks be able to just mow down this Dark Elf army, or will the Corsairs break through the front line and put the pressure on? Find out on today's episode. All right, the Scrambled Chad special. Scrambled Egg is one of the coolest people in the community. He's awesome. He's just like always happy-go-lucky, jolly, just extremely skilled, fun to watch for sure. I always love playing against him. All right, so Objective 1 going to be going to Tzeentch, and Objective 3 is going to be going to the Druchii. So both players going to be securing their home objective, while the Dark Riders trying to get in range, but the Tzeentch Horsemen going to be screening and throwing their javelins here. Did they get the throw? They do, and will they get any of the Dark Riders? Looks like they're fine. So those guys going to be hanging out, and advancing up are the Exalted Pinks, as well as the Exalted Flamers. And the Chaos Spawn and Forsaken, that's kind of a heavy metal combo. Like in the early days of Warhammer 3, using the Armor Sundering Spawn with Forsaken was a clutch combo, because these guys do a ton of damage against light armor, but they do struggle to deal with armor. So sundering the armor and stacking them with the Spawn was very good. Holy Babbles, thank you for resubscribing. Hope everyone's having a good day. We certainly are, and thank you for your support. All right, all right. So Tzeentch is going to be like anchoring on Objective 2 with a couple infantry units, and then doing a missile push on Objective number 1. This map is very cagey, lots of gremlin play going on here. And the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch is going to be getting ready to push up, as is the other Exalted Flamer. So it begins. What a fun match, though. Daniken Trop back here, skirmishing, Dark Riders able to get some picks, but honestly, the Marauder Horsemen will be able to beat these guys in combat. They chase them back, and now they're going to be getting a volley as they retreat, but we do have 2 Dark Riders, so they should be able to put some hurt down. I really like this play from Daniken, like just this kind of like harrying poke and making his opponent feel very insecure on the back objective. The counterplay for Tzeentch would be to park a pink here probably, and use it to screen out the Dark Riders. You know, that's going to be good. All right, guys. Exalted Pinks and the Blazing Squealers, which I believe are Exalted Pinks as well, getting some good volley fire. Daniken Trop, ooh, a big beating. Eats a lot of firepower there from the Warp Flame. And I do not think Daniken's going to be able to get the objective. Horsemen maneuvering back up. The Exalted Pinks are moving as well. But the objective timer is against Tzeentch. Tzeentch is going to need to get a point soonish. Not soonish, but in a little while. Now, Doombolt. Doombolt being used against Blazing Squealers. Let's see what kind of damage this does. So it's going to be coming down and from the skies. And okay, that's actually respectable. That does a fair amount of damage, breaks through the shields, and also able to kill 7 models. So not bad at all, right? Not bad at all. Tzeentch holding on to its own objective, and so far Tzeentch seems a little bit nervous to advance. They're going to be calling in more Forsaken, and why are they keeping the Exalted Flamers in the back? I feel like these guys should be up and skirmishing and poking and, you know, kind of using them as a skirmish unit, really. It's because of the Bolt Thrower. So Danikentrop does have a Bolt Thrower back here, and I think that's why Tzeentch was hiding back there initially, was to stay out of range of the Bolt Thrower and not get those guys punished there. All right. So no fighting here out of the gates. Very, very kind of skirmishy game. Both players are being very cagey. I think Tzeentch wants to wait until they have their exact positioning to move in, which is smart. So you can see the preparation. Forsaken moving, Forsaken, Forsaken. So the Forsaken as well as the Spawn are going to be heading over there. Bolt Thrower Fire not doing badly. And the Lord for Tzeentch is just the Chaos Sorcerer on foot. So very, very bare bones. It's just going to be the cheap homeboy here. So he is there. Going to be dropping the Searing Doom and the Plague of Rust, and we will see what's going to be going down. All right. Collins, more Forsaken, so, you know, taking us back to the early 2000s, a little bit of the, what's that song called? It's not B-O-Y-O-B, it's the other one. It's, Why Have You Forsaken Me? That's the meta. But yeah, they're coming in. Serge Tankian, of course, is the singer. And why am I blanking on the name of the band? I feel like, yeah, Chop Suey. It's Chop Suey is the name of the song. Yes. Thank you. God damn, dude. That was bothering me. I couldn't remember that. I like them. System of a Down was fun. They had some banger songs. System of a Down. Oh, it just came back to me there. All right. So on the back point, the pinks are just like, come at me. If you want to move on this objective, we're going to put some big DACA down. And what's kind of cool is, like, you could park a spawn unit right here as well. And then if they come up to try and push your Exalted units, you just kind of counter push them with the spawn. Forsaken going to be heading to the point. Now we do see the Bolt Thrower here as well. So Bolt Thrower is going to be shooting into the Exalted Flamers. But honestly, Bolt Throwers do really pitiful damage. And if you utilize the line of sight, you should be able to hide here. Where's the Bolt Thrower, by the way? Okay, it's right there. So yeah, you could park behind the tree line and probably still shoot out. So Forsaken are moving up. There they go. So 2 Forsaken here. They're going to be heading to Objective 3. Harpies, the Chaos Harpies being called in Furies. And now the Exalted Pinks are going to be unleashing a salvo fire. And honestly, not bad. Able to cook a little bit of damage off those Dark Riders. The other one took way more damage. It was more of a square hit right there. And on the backside, advancing up, we do see the Blackheart Corsairs. And they are being kited and pulled apart here, as the Marauder Horsemen also going to be able to probably maintain capture weight. That's a lot of damage, and that Corsair unit just being sacrificed. So really brilliant, right? Like, the melee unit moves in, and then you pull back, and then concave and kind of envelop them, and then countercharge them here when they're very low. Exalted Pinks actually have good combat stats too, so might be able to win that. But Tzeentch does manage to get its clutches on the objective there, ladies and gentlemen. And the Exalted Flamers are doing a lot of work. Oh shit, that Bolt Thrower is way too close range. 1 unit of Furies gets annihilated though. The Dark Rider is able to do some work. And we do get a Medusa coming out as well. So Medusas are really good. They have great range shooting. Can definitely kill things like Forsaken. But the System of a Down build is working. The Forsaken have not yet Forsaken Tzeentch. Over here on the side, we do see something getting caught. One of the Exalted Flamers being harried by the Supreme Sorceress. And another unit of Coldo Knights is coming in, but look at this! The Sundered Armor and the Plague of Rust. So the Spawn Armor Sundering and the Plague of Rust, putting them down to freaking 0 armor. And then they just get hammered down by the firepower from the Exalted Pinks. I'm loving the Exalted Pink play here. That's really, really cool. Tzeentch has so many weird playstyles, man. Bombardment's going to be going, Searing Doom is activated, and Forsaken are bum rushing through the front line, so they're going to be getting in, but getting immediately countercharged by the defensive Coldon Riders nearby. But the fight does rage on the objective. Forsaken ripping apart Crows of Cain. 1 Exalted Flamer almost killed, and it is killed. A big loss there from Scrambled Egg Special. Danikentrop able to pick off a 1,500 gold unit with a unit of frickin' Harpies, as well as maybe a little bit of Bolt Thrower Fire as well. Forsaken and Pinks are going to be retreating back. Meanwhile, the Pinks here able to punish those Corsairs. And the Spawn, as well as the Harpies, are moving up. And look at this combo, man. The Armor Sundering making the damage of the Furies that much better. Really, really good. Down to 60 armor. I like this, man. Really fun playstyles from these 2 players. Tzeentch army ability. Nope, that's going to be a Searing Doom from the Sorcerer activated. And the Spawn and the Forsaken. We're going all the way back to the launch of Warhammer 3 when that was like the cookie cutter combo we were seeing. More Forsaken arriving at the point. Honestly, will trade pretty well into these units. Evenly, I should say. Exalted Pink's going to be attacked by Harpies. And the waves and waves of Spawn are going to be the tech from Tzeentch. Will they be able to get the job done? I mean, Spawn are really good at killing like Corsairs, as well as the Harpies here. The Cavalry will be a little bit trickier for them, but even still, I'm loving this Chaos Spawn combo. It's super fun. So a couple Spawn up at the back point, and it looks like the Chaos Furies are going to be descending on the range units here, so chasing down the Dark Riders. That's going to be really annoying for Danikentrop to deal with because it doesn't look like there's anything nearby to really peel off for them. Another Searing Doom Bombardment on the Cold One Knights, going to be buying some time as the Blazing Squealers. The Exalted Pink's going to be coming to sit down on this objective. Definitely need to move these guys up on the point to make sure you don't lose it. And here, more Exalted Pinks moving in while waves and waves of Chaos Spawn are on their way. So what will they do? Will they get the job done? Currently, Tzeentch does own this objective. Dark Elves are threatening it, but the spawn of Tzeentch are going to be lowering the armor of the Corsairs down to 50, which is going to make them very squishy against the high DPS of the Chaos Spawn. So they are able to rip and tear right there, and the Pinks are going to be getting extra bonus damage because of the armor reduction that the spawn are applying. But it does look like this point maybe is going to be flipping to the Druchii because Scrambled Egg did not position his units on the point. He was literally like a sliver away, so that was a big mistake. However, it looks like he killed enough that he is able to stabilize the point regardless. So the Tzeentch Lord is getting close to being killed. Danikentrop actually getting a nice snipe here, using the Medusa to take the magic away from the Tzeentch roster, and it does look like the Tzeentch Lord is going to be killed in the bushes. Yep. So the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch is at 415 HP. The Bloodrack Medusa and the Sorcerer is able to 2v1 him. So that most likely is going to be ending the game for Tzeentch. I think losing their magic means they're going to be losing their army abilities. Aside from that, like a really cool build. Like these spawn are doing work. Can they grind this out? With that Tzeentch Lord dying, man, that's so rough. He's said to get 109 HP and is soon going to be taken down by the Supreme Sorceress. Sorceress able to take down the Tzeentch Lord. He gets bonked on the head by the Pimpcane there, and that is going to be that for him. So Tzeentch going to be taking a leadership penalty. Granted, the pretty high leadership. Spawn are doing great work, though. The Cold One Dread Knights. Oh, the dreaded Dread Knights have arrived. All right, so they are currently being worn down, though. The armor has been sundered a little bit. 2 spawn units are trading pretty cost-effectively here. The Exalted Pink's trying to shoot into the Medusa. On the other side here, we do get the Exalted Pink Cores moving in. That's going to be a free pick right there. They're probably going to actually kill that Bolt Thrower, unless the Dark Riders move in and try and shut them down. We will see. Spawn are doing it. Currently, we do see the points lead is going to be very, very tight for Scrambled Egg. He just now passed his opponent in points. The Pinks and the Elite Demons are shooting well, and the capture weight that they provide is pretty rad. Spawn grinding down the Exalted Cold Ones here. And one Medusa may be going to get picked. I mean, Tzeentch is not 100% out of this game yet. Honestly, you could re-summon your Tzeentch Lord. He's probably dirt cheap. We are going to get Exalted Pinks here, getting attacked by Dark Riders. Now, these things do have okay combat stats. They have 39 melee defense and Protoss shields. So they can absorb these shots pretty champ-like. I mean, they might, and they have 7 capture weight. So this one little gremlin unit bringing 7 capture weight because it's an elite infantry unit, which is so good. Look at the objective flipping despite the cavalry unit there. I love that the elite units are getting a little bit of love in this patch. Could the spawn carry the day? It does look like the Dark Elves, despite being up in value, are having a massive amount of trouble getting up on the objective. The Forsaken and the combo of the spawn with the armor sundering actually taking down the dreaded Cold One Knights. And the Pinks are still going, man. They're still going. All right, so Exalted Pink's going to be turning about face, as are these ones. The Blazing Squealers probably will dispatch the Cold One Knights because of the explosion when they die. And Dark Elves are looking really raggedy, man. Yeah. Up, we do see the Exalted Pinks. Chill Wind activated, not doing bad damage, a spell that was recently buffed. And what is that shooting in the back? Something just popped up and was shooting. Oh, the Medusa coming in with the clutch. Maybe going to be able to help finish off these Pinks, but the Pinks steal the back objective. Tzeentch gets a triple cap, despite losing their Lord. Now, Medusa, though, is clutching it. It is doing a ton of magic damage against these elite units here. And the Sorcerer is also going to be moving in. Corsair's on the way. And Tzeentch looks like they're laughing, guys. The Dark Elves are really far behind. Obviously, the damage tracker probably was not tracking a lot of the damage that Tzeentch was doing, and Tzeentch might be further ahead than it would appear. That triple cap is really, really nice. Fury's being landed on top of the Medusa, although the Dark Elf army is really beat up as well. I mean, they're hammered, man. Yeah, Forsaken and Spawn going to be chilling out on that point, and Scrambled Egg Special is going to be the Lord of the Spawn. On the backside, Forsaken going to be pushing across the map, and Corsairs here providing capture weight. Blazing Squealers do get back. Are they Blazing Squealers? No, the Pinks, and they are getting some good DACA into the Medusa. Picking off that Medusa would be a huge win, and we do see Scrambled Egg maneuvering some of these Marauder Horsemen over here with his javelins, and is doing great damage against the Medusa. He's down to 427 HP, down to 405, looking a little bit low here. As Corsairs move across, Daniken trying to get these picks on these elite units where he can. Cold One's on the way back. But guys, this is rapidly approaching a triple cap situation because the points are looking grim. 1158 against, that was like John Madden commentary, like the most obvious thing. It's like, well, you know, he's going to lose the game because the points are looking bad for him. It's like, yeah, thanks for the in-depth commentary there. But objective number 1, we do see, to win a game of football, you gotta get the ball in the end zone. It's like, thanks, John. Appreciate the commentary. Objective 1, though, Tzeentch does have a lot of really rock-hard units here. We have 3 units of spawn, one of which is almost dead, though. So that one doesn't matter as much, but it's going to be a triple cap in, like, 20 seconds or something, right? Forsaken hanging out on the point. Dark Elves are looking like they're out of steam. Their lord kind of has fallen off a little bit. And the spawn are unbreakable. They're going to be hanging out here. They're going to be living their best life on this objective. And the Dark Elves, like, their best answer for spawn is going to be things like Dark Shards. And they don't have any. They have melee only. Even the Colden Knights will trade okay into them. But with Forsaken underneath them, that suddenly means the Colden Knights have 60 armor. And the spawn are going to be wrecking them pretty bad. All right, guys, looking over here on Objective 2. The Dark Elves are in the process of threatening this one. Dark Riders and the Sorcerers are here. But the Forsaken are here. And there they go. Forsaken going to be ripping through the Blackheart Corsairs with their armor a little bit sundered by the Warp Flame. Certainly every little bit matters. And that's going to be GG well played. So Scrambled Egg Special went from looking like he was going to lose to showing the power of the Forbidden Spawn Forsaken combo. What a great game to kind of wrap this one up with, man. That was really fun. We got like a cool off-meta matchup where players were experimenting and discovering new tech. These are 2 top-level players, right? So getting the dub with this, not bad at all. Spawn of Tzeentch are doing it, and we are approaching 1,400 points. Dark Elves have no chances of getting that objective, and Tzeentch is going to be getting the job done. GG, well to the played. All right? Perfect. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be raiding on over. GG, well played. Score. And let me tell Scrambled Egg Special to report score. Just hang with me for like another couple minutes, guys. I want to try and figure something out, which would be fun. And that's going to be the end of the tournament. So congrats. That was a really fun tourney. Scrambled Egg Special, the big dog, going to be getting it done like an absolute champ. And we're going to be going here and doing this. So I think we should be able to do that somewhere. I'm not sure how we do this. Okay, how do I redirect to this live stream? Hang on one second to redirect. I want to just figure this out for later because I always want to redirect to like Anticity and these other Total War guys who are streaming, but I just don't know how. A YouTube live stream. How to redirect a YouTube live stream to another live stream. The FFA of the gods, yes. Under hover over the video you want to redirect from, click customization, and okay, so that is Trixie Hobbitz's. Here we go. We're gonna do this. Tzeentch is really fun to watch, man. I love watching Tzeentch games. You know, you can do that on YouTube. Yeah, it's a little bit complicated, but you can do it. Okay. I think we might be onto something. Oh shit, am I figuring it out? Dude, the Unga Bunga. Customization. Redirects is going to be here. And we're going to search for other channels. Own goal. Okay. Oh, dude. We figured out how to do it. I can't believe it. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if this frickin' works. That's going to be really fun. Holy shit, YouTube has a rating feature. I'm kind of excited for this, actually. So, just in case it doesn't work, Total War. In case this doesn't work, we're going to head over here. So, homie's got, this man has 6 people watching him right now. He deserves way more. This is one of the best Total War players in the world. He's way more informative than I am. He understands the game on a better level. Go check this man out. So here's a link to his channel. And just in case the restream doesn't work, I'm going to come hang out with you guys and watch his game as well. So let's get over there and give this man some support because I hope he keeps doing this because his stuff's great. It's super informative. You can teach an old dog a new trick. That's freaking right. Okay? So thank you for watching. I appreciate you all. That's going to be it for tonight. Congratulations to Scrambled Egg Special for being the GOAT. And I will see you guys on the other side.